You can't say the color black without walking on eggshells.
This is what you're waiting for. I think we're ready to rock.
I say hold up, cock my glizzy, bang, bang. I say hold up, cock my glizzy, bang, bang.
You're tuned into Foolery. Make sure to hit the thumbs up button and subscribe. And consider donating with super chats, stickers, memberships, or you can even gift memberships to other chatters. Or use the tips link in the description to write a message for TTS that will be read on stream.
Hit the like button, or you ain't black. And that's a fact. Jack.
Enjoy the show.
Oh, hello! What's up, fools? Today is 8/18/2026. It is 8:22 p.m. Eastern Time. How's everybody doing? How's everybody doing? What up, Sparty? What up, Hand Flask? Oh, hi! Oh, hello! So I think that's from Mrs. Doubtfire. Oh, hello! Isn't it? Am I thinking of the right thing? I feel like there's like a part where his face is like in the fridge and there's the door and somebody walks in and he pops up and he's got like pie all over his face. Because he didn't have the makeup on yet. So, oh, hello! Is that... Yeah, this is...
I'm not a Muslim.
Miss Hiller? The water's boiling. Hello! Ah!
That's about... Yeah, that's what I was thinking. You couldn't make this movie again today, dude. You couldn't make it again today. You would have all the fucking conservatives losing their shit over the fact that it was a... Oh, they're trying to trans the grandpas now. First they trans the kids, now they're transing the grandpas. Yeah, white chicks, Big Mama's house, Medea, like all of the fucking hilarious shit where, you know, we all thought it was so funny to trans people. You'll probably have both sides mad at you actually today. You'll probably have both sides mad where, like, you know, white chicks is making fun of trans people because of how ridiculous it would be for somebody to be trans. Oh, isn't that so funny? We all think it's so funny that somebody who's a biological male would possibly want to dress like a woman. We probably have both sides pissed off at us today if we did this shit. Oh, hello. Any news? Any interesting news today?
You will never believe this, but a creepy male president has turned his attention on a young female staffer. Yes, what could possibly go wrong? This is just another day.
It's a catfish.
Recently, when Donald Trump decided to play musical chairs with all of the Air Force Ones, eventually sneaking onto a separate military plane and leaving the others as decoys, it turns out he wasn't alone.
I can guess why Natalie Harp and Nauta and Dan Scavino were with him. Natalie Harp, because she is sort of his binky, for lack of a better way of putting it, a comfort blanket.
Yep, nothing weird about the commander-in-chief needing a binky for comfort. But I guess that's just common practice inside this administration.
Wait, what? I mean, she's cute though. She doesn't look like she doesn't have Mar-a-Lago face. What's her name?
Nauta and Dan Scavino were with him. Natalie Harp, because she is...
Natalie Harp. Oh, okay. She looked better from far away. Oh my God, I will vote for Donald Trump.
Is sort of his binky, for lack of a...
We all have our ways of coping. But this specific issue came up today during Trump's chat with the press at the White House.
John Ossoff said you'd rather travel with your aide, Natalie Harp, and build the ballroom than do your job as president. What is your response to John Ossoff?
You mean Pee Wee Herman? Pee Wee Herman look-alike?
Pee Wee Herman? Is this the Oval Office or my elementary school playground during recess? Also, my dude, 1990 called. They want their joke format back.
Wait, who did he call Pee Wee Herman? John Ossoff? That...
You mean Pee Wee Herman?
John Ossoff said you'd rather travel with your aide, Natalie Harp, and build the ballroom than do your job as president. What is your response?
School playground during recess. Also,
okay, so John Ossoff said that. Yeah, so he's calling John Ossoff Pee Wee Herman. Oh, what the fuck? Why is that song playing?
Oh, my dude, 1990 called. They want their joke format back. The President of the United States is being asked to explain why, at a time when Americans are struggling with affordability, he's prioritized demolishing the East Wing to build himself a gold-encrusted ballroom, and why he brought one of his low-level aides on a military plane when there was a dangerous threat to Air Force One. And Donald Trump's response is John Ossoff looks like Pee Wee Herman? Which may be true, but also, who fucking cares? The reason Donald Trump resorts to ad hominem attacks, as is the reason when virtually anyone resorts to ad hominem attacks, is because he has no answer. But while the overpriced and under-needed ballroom have been front and center for months now, Natalie Harp has gotten less coverage. So it's worth taking a moment to dive into who this person is and why everyone is recently harping on Harp.
Her name
I've never heard of her before.
is Natalie Harp. Her title is Special and Executive Assistant to the President. He reportedly told the White House staff that she was, quote, the only one who loved him as much as his wife and kids.
Okay, I'll give him the kids, but saying Natalie Harp loves him as much as his wife? Really undercutting your message there. That's like Drake saying, no one loves me more than my fans and Kendrick Lamar. But let's hear more about this woman who adores Donald Trump as much as the woman who sleeps in a separate bedroom from her husband.
She's a former host for the far-right network One America News. And today, at just 34 years old, is considered one of President Donald Trump's closest personal assistants.
She's just totally devoted to him. In Oval Office meetings, she sits on the chair at the side of the room with...
I'm sorry, dude. I can't take anybody seriously with that kind of accent. I just like it. This is not the job for you, dude. You need to go do fucking stand-up comedy or some shit. Like, this is not happening.
Her laptop open.
Harp is known for toting around a portable printer and printing stacks of papers and positive press for President Trump on the spot. She's become known as the human printer.
Look, I have to say that of all the ways an American president could demean a young woman in the Oval Office, calling them a human printer seems, let's say, less bad than others. But that's not to say the relationship as employee and employer is by any means standard.
She has written him numerous letters that she's left for him, including one that says, you are all that matters to me, or some version of that. Raised the eyebrows of the Secret Service during the campaign.
Mine too. Mine are up.
Some of these letters that were left in some of his private quarters.
According to Regime Change, Trump's chief of staff, Susie Wiles, asked, "Where am I?" upon learning about the letters.
The letters are what makes you wonder where the fuck you are? See, for me, I find it easier to wrap my head around the idea of a womanizing misogynist using his power and status to endear himself to a young female staffer than I do a politician who campaigned explicitly on lowering costs and actually keeping America out of foreign wars, and yet doing the exact opposite of that. But, that being said, those are some creepy fucking letters to give your boss. Even Dwight would be like, Natalie, you're laying it on a bit thick. And he's not the only one who thinks so.
These notes that she was leaving alarmed the Secret Service, who were concerned about it, who raised issues about it at the time.
That is insane. But mostly the fact that it seems the Secret Service only gets alarmed when you put your obsession in writing.
With Donald Trump in the White House, and God bless President Trump.
The most transformative president in my lifetime, and frankly, probably any other lifetime either, President Donald J. Trump.
On August 23rd of last year, God sent me President Trump.
God also sent me a possum, which I ate on the ride home. But besides Natalie Harp's totally professional and in no way troubling relationship with Donald Trump, another reason many point to as the reason this president keeps her so close is that Natalie is able to get right to Trump's truth.
See, that was it. Ali was saying this guy's boring, dude. He's doing a whole fucking stand-up comedy show. How can he's trying to compete with John Oliver? How can you think this is boring?
Sorry, Truth Social.
How many people are watching?
Can we tell how many, Dan? How many people are watching?
She's talking about how great San Francisco was before she destroyed it. A lot of talk about childhood. We've got to get to the border, inflation, and crime. Cynthia's out. The things of which she complains. The things of which she complains.
Wait, that's the chick. Okay, I do remember her sitting next to him doing this. This is one of the things that I talked about, is that like this documentary here, this footage that was put out, it's like the only time since Donald Trump was elected in 2016 that you ever hear him speak in full sentences. And it becomes abundantly obvious that every time he goes out to speak for like, you know, a campaign in front of the news, you know, doing rallies or speeches or whatever, he dumbs down the way that he talks on purpose. He's literally dumbing down the way that he speaks on purpose to appeal to all the dumb fucks out there. He's literally like, this is one of the times that I remember watching him thinking, I haven't heard him speak in full sentences since the Apprentice. Like, what the fuck is happening? I totally even forgot he was capable of speaking in full sentences. And then watching him in this footage, I was blown away. I was like, wait, that doesn't even sound like Trump anymore.
Honestly, it's kind of crazy to see footage of Trump not writing his own Truth Social posts. I feel like I'm learning the monkey at the zoo doesn't throw their own shit. They actually have an aide that does that for them. But while seeing Natalie Harp type out Donald Trump's Truth Social post gave even more clarity as to why he needs to keep her so close, that wasn't even the most entertaining piece of that video.
She paid bail for rioters in the Minnesota Freedom Fund. She paid and raised bail. She paid bail to get the violent rioters in Minnesota out of jail.
Yup, that is Matt Gaetz rebuking someone for the supposed untoward payments they made, which is kind of like Bill Cosby dissing a bartender for his drink being too strong. But more than the hypocrisy, what a treat it is to see the lies being made in real.
What is it? What is this? Why is he doing this John Oliver shit? What is he doing? Do we like this? I can't tell. Like, the jokes aren't bad, but it just doesn't feel fitting for Brian Tyler Cohen. It feels a little weird. Do we like this? Is this okay? Are we mad about this?
Real time.
In June of 2020, just after George Floyd's death, then California Senator Kamala Harris tweeted, "If you're able to, chip in now to the Minnesota Freedom Fund to help post bail for those protesting on the ground in Minnesota." The Minnesota Freedom Fund said it is not correct that then Senator Harris has donated to our organization. We have no relationship with Harris beyond a single 4-year tweet.
I'm sure Matt Gaetz would have
Yeah, it's another day.
posted an apology if he wasn't so busy paying underage girls for sex. The reality is, no one should be shocked that when a possible threat loomed and an American president was forced to think about his safety.
No John Oliver accent bonus? I mean, dude, Brian Tyler Cohen could totally beat out John Oliver if he would use an Australian accent. That would be funny as fuck. He's done this as long as I can remember, and I love it. Okay, I've never seen this before. Right.
And the safety of our country, his first instinct was to bring the woman who routinely gives him printed sheets of compliments to boost his ego. Maybe it's just me, but there's something about a man who forces his name onto passports, buildings, battleships, bills, coins, savings accounts, and
Does he have his hair in a ponytail?
pharmaceuticals that gives me the impression he only cares about himself. This president doesn't care about bringing jobs back or lowering costs. All he cares about is cementing his legacy through a collection of gaudy, taxpayer-funded vanity projects and surrounding himself with as many sycophants as possible who will print him endless reams of material telling him what an amazing job he's doing. And that should leave every American saying,
"Where am I?"
Exactly.
Exactly. Exactly. Dude, okay. So, check this out. I ordered some sushi earlier, okay? And normally I'll just get like a California crunch roll, sometimes with like spicy tuna. It's one of my favorite ways to get it. And earlier I got this sushi. Never heard of it. I think it was called the VIP sushi. Yeah, VIP roll. Okay, get this, okay? So, this is what's on the VIP roll. You can get it fried or baked. I got it fried, of course. And it comes with shrimp tempura, crab stick, cream cheese inside, fully fried or baked with Cajun seasoned crawfish, baked crab meat, jalapeno, spicy mayo, sweet chili, eel sauce, and crunchy flakes. I kept thinking, how the fuck do they fit all of that inside of a roll? Like, how is that even possible that they would fit that much shit inside of a roll? I don't get it. How is this gonna happen? Like, I was waiting with anticipation to find out what the fuck they were sending me. And then I got it and realized, yeah, the majority of it is not inside of the roll. It's on top. And it was fucking amazing. Holy shit. Holy shit. I could eat this forever. And it came with 10 rolls. I ate 5 of them. I was totally full. Or no, it came with 8 rolls. Yeah, I think it's 8 rolls. Yeah, I ate half of them. I ate 4. I was stuffed. Absolutely stuffed. Like, it's got like jalapenos and other like types of meats on top. It is so good. Holy shit. How much? $21. I'd die eating that much shellfish. Oh, that's so sad. That's so sad. Like, shrimp is one of my favorite foods in the world. This was fucking bonkers, dude. Look at that. Look at that. Oh, yeah. So I still have the other half over here. And I still have the California rolls with the spicy tuna in it. This looks like something you'd buy at a fucking gas station compared to that. Yeah, you can't really see it. It's all steamed up inside, but... Oh. It is a good deal. It is a good deal, I'm telling you. Like, this is... You will absolutely be stuffed. I got this at a place called Rock and Roll Sushi and Hibachi. So, if you like sushi, I would look up Rock and Roll Sushi and Hibachi in your area, see if it's there, because this is one of the greatest things I have ever eaten in my life. All right.
The Orthodox men.
All right. Very good.
All right.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh, we're getting heavy. This is gonna be some heavy stuff.
I'm ready for it.
Oh yeah.
Gonna be.
You've been training for this.
Exactly. I've been.
Bro, what was? I would really like to. I meant to ask James while we were on that fucking panel yesterday. I meant to ask him why, like, what he watched back in the day, because he said that when he first started watching me, I was doing this like anti-SJW sort of content. I don't think I've ever really been like an anti-SJW sort of guy. Like, especially the fact that I've been super like pro-trans the entire time and LGBTQ. I've never been anti-SJW. So what? Like, I want to know what you guys think. For those of you who have been around a long time, I want to know what time period you think he first popped up. My thought was he probably popped up during the TikTok days where I was fighting all the black people who were saying I was fucking racist and shit, and fighting like Dean Withers and all of them. I think that's probably where he started watching. Because I can't think of another like anti-SJW sort of streak that I was on. COVID era? I don't even think I was doing anti-SJW stuff back then, dude. Like, I literally, I don't think I was ever like an anti-SJW sort of content creator. Food shops? Wait, food shops? No, James.
But here to desperately protect the audience from our weapons-grade vibes terrorism are our two incredible guests. Joining us for his 5th appearance on the Marketplace of Ideas is a man who I've grown to really respect over the years. Now, I actually started watching your content, Tom, as a hate watcher, I guess about 5 years ago. You were
Based.
sort of center right oriented, not foolish enough to be a big Trump sweeper, but I'd say very anti SJW oriented. Tired of the crazies on the far left, and I was easily triggered by you and
Okay, I see.
very much a hate watcher of yours, right? So I wanted to fucking hate you, but even when I thought your takes were dog shit, you were always such a like good-spirited, fun, respectful guy. I fucking couldn't hate you, Tom. And as you kept appearing on my feed over the years, it's been great feeling more and more excited when your stream pops up in my algorithm. So thanks for joining us once again in the Marketplace of Ideas.
See,
But
yeah,
here to
I don't know when the fuck I was ever doing anti-SJW content. That's the closest that I can think of. That's the closest that I can think of is when I was ever doing, this was so nice. Yeah, I love to hate watch Tom Foolery. Such a nice fucking guy. Tom Foolery, my favorite guy to hate watch. My condolences to Hasan the Hun from Jared Moskowitz. Wait, why did he post this? Wait, why did he post this? Because he won? Oh, was Hasan pushing somebody against Moskowitz? Hasan was donating and helping his opponents Larkin, the DSA. Oh shit, dude. I fucking love Moskowitz. I'm not gonna lie, he's a little bit too moderate as far as his politics go, and I know that we should really care about their policies and their politics, but honestly, I don't give a fuck. He is such a fucking badass, dude. He is such a fucking badass. Like, if you want to know what the face of like a real Rambo in real life looks like, that's the fucking face. That's the face of the real life Rambo in fucking Congress. Just absolutely chopping everybody up in Congress. It is so fucking awesome to listen to him every time that he's going at it with people. I love this motherfucker. Call me petty, but he's fucking hilarious. He is. Like, he's so fucking funny, dude. The first time I ever happened upon him was when he was in the middle of fighting with everybody over the Hunter Biden hearings, and they were wanting to, it was like impeachment hearings for Joe Biden. And so he's like, he stops everything and he's like, okay, well, I mean, obviously we've been going through impeachment hearings for months. And I'm sure, like, you guys want to impeach him, right? You guys do want to impeach him. So I move to impeach. Let's go ahead and let's move to go ahead and impeach. Does anybody second? I'm moving to impeach. Does anybody second this? Nobody? Sir, you? What about you? You guys had a lot to say. You obviously think he should be impeached. So, dude, anybody? No? Nobody? Weird. But we have another impeachment hearing scheduled next week. Why do we keep doing this? Why don't we ever just actually move to go through the actual process? It's just fucking hilarious, dude. Just absolutely punked all of them who kept acting like they were going to impeach Biden, but they never were. He knew they never were. So he called their bluff, and they all sat there looking fucking stupid.
Been born for this. I've been born for the.
You were how are you doing? Great.
I wonder what the response has been since you came out as a Democrat yesterday.
Don't say N-word. Okay.
Oh. Oh no. Oh man.
What up, Loner?
How's it going?
Mr. Boner. How you doing?
Whoa. Yeah, I'm good. How are you guys?
Doing great. So sad about Bin Face.
He really had a chance, didn't he? He outdid the polls.
Yeah.
By 6
That's crazy.
votes.
Like, what is it, 27%?
Yeah, he was expected to get 21, 22 or something. Yeah.
What does that tell you about Clacton?
Classic one they throw you. It tells you that they know how to do polls. If you're only 6 point off.
Yeah,
that's
we have a
refreshing,
problem
isn't
with polls here, at least in the primary elections.
Wait, but why? Why?
I don't have any problems with polls. I take them every which way. No problems at all. I get the polls with no issues.
And since when?
Like, in general, I think polling for general elections is decent, especially for presidentials, it feels like. And the primary polls for presidentials are, like, better. But there's something about primary voters that are hard. It's harder to poll. And something about certain, like, populations, it feels like, that are, like...
This whole convo is an argument about basic semantics. Boom, done, next content. Wait, what? Saying what it's about, like, this whole argument is about whether or not somebody's racist. Boom, next content. Like, what? Yeah, you still want to hear the fucking arguments. What do you mean?
Avi, are you okay?
Plus, semantic debates are my favorite fucking debates. Those are my favorite debates. What do you mean?
I'm just loading up things because you wanted me to share to do screen sharing for this.
Yeah, that's okay.
So I'm just loading up all the content.
All right, we're gonna have Arun on.
Are you using your speakers off?
Oh, I gotta use my
If you don't mind.
Let me transition to.
Remember when you had to change headphones when we were doing the Rob conversation for 11 hours? Oh wait, can we start with that something fun before we get into the? I don't know if you saw the conversation between Candace Owens and Andrew Wilson on the Charlie Kirk stuff. Or at least
some of it.
Oh yeah, I watched fucking Live and Learn yesterday. They were all sitting there saying that Andrew Wilson won the debate. They were all sitting there saying Andrew Wilson won the debate. While, again, Andrew Wilson had the correct, like, conclusion. But he didn't win the fucking debate. He didn't make a single good argument the whole fucking time. And he allowed her to get away with every horrible argument. In no way did he win. In no fucking way did he win. She won by every fucking metric. Every single one, top to bottom. He did on facts? No, he didn't on facts. No, he did not on facts. He didn't have any fucking facts. He couldn't even argue fucking facts. What do you mean? What facts? What facts was he arguing? The only one that I know of is the one where he was arguing about the bullets at the beginning. And then that was it. That was fucking it. Just the arguments about but he didn't even argue it correctly. It's not optics. Like, he actually could not make the fucking arguments well enough against what it was that she was saying. So every time she would rebut him, he would not come back with another rebuttal that made it make sense. He would just keep repeating himself. He had the what facts? I don't know what facts you think. Like, again, he came to the correct conclusion. He didn't have any facts. He didn't know anything about the case. He didn't know anything about the hearings. He didn't know anything about the charges. Like, and literally the whole debate is supposed to be about the fact that what it is he did meets the fucking description of the charges, but he doesn't even know what the charges are. Like, it's so fucking insane. It doesn't make sense. Text, video, testimony. I don't remember him mentioning any of those things.
Anyway, and Avi, I don't know if you recall the conversation I had with Rob Knorr about what constitutes winning a debate and what are the norms surrounding who won a debate or who did.
Oh yeah, it's crazy how, like, all of a sudden, like, what winning a debate might be is, like, somewhat making sense now.
Yeah, that was very, very convenient at that time when it benefited Andrew. Now what matters whether you're on the topic and you're giving evidence.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. As opposed to, like, things that, maybe shouldn't matter. Like,
whether the audience agrees with you.
Yeah, whether the audience agrees. Or or like maybe
Did you know
like
the charges?
rhetorical ones.
Did you know the charges?
Yeah, exactly. Yes. Now suddenly that doesn't matter. But what if someone's goal is to just get people to say, "Oh, you got the own by like a gotcha." Like, what if that's someone's goal?
Well, I think you have to say that they won the debate. I don't know. I feel totally vindicated on that, and I think I predicted it too in the conversation that.
We went over the whole thing. There wasn't a single part where I felt like he was making good points. Like outside of the beginning, again, when it came to the beginning, when he was talking about the gun and the shirt flying up and the bullets and everything, that he did a good job there. That was like the first 30 minutes of the debate. Everything after that for the next 2.5 hours, it was just him cluelessly running around in circles, having no idea what the fuck he was talking about. As well as her, but she at least made better arguments to substantiate her points, whereas he didn't. Like, I think she won every fact check as well. Like, it was just across the fucking board. It was horrible.
When this happens to Andrew, all of a sudden Rahm's going to be the one who actually upholds the norm that, let's be honest, he himself adheres to when it's beneficial to the people that.
Is Andrew bad at research? I've never known Andrew to do research. I've never known him to do research. Like, normally every time he goes into a debate, he doesn't ever take a position. This is one of the first times he ever has like a position that he actually has to hold. And then he goes into the debate and then just challenges everything that they're saying and then says like, well, what do you mean by this? No, that doesn't make sense. And then starts fighting them on the semantics. Or he goes into like meta ethics and starts getting into like, how could you tell me what's moral if you don't have objective morality? And like, I've never known him to do actual research for a debate.
That are on his political side. I thought Andrew won on substance, if I'm being clear, because Candace sounded like
no, he did win.
Person.
Well, but not because he came in well prepared or anything. He won on substance because the other side had nothing.
Yeah, 100%. Anyway, sorry to distract us, Loner. How you doing, Lone?
Yeah, I'm fine.
I think both sides came with nothing.
Also, shit, you guys can keep talking because I need to go get something. 1 minute.
Okay.
It's all right.
I also, I don't know if you watched the portion of the debate where Candace was allowed to like monologue for 10 minutes. It felt like, and no one said anything. Like, she was just allowed to just say random.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know how the fuck you can say, oh, she rambled off tons and tons of fucking points. He didn't combat like 90% of the shit that she said, and somehow he won the fucking debate. Like, what people are doing, this is bullshit, okay? What people are doing is they're saying, I agree with the conclusion that Andrew came into the debate with, right? Therefore, he won. Okay, well, by that thought process, you don't even have to watch the fucking debate. If you already agree with his conclusion and you think he wins but just by having a conclusion that you agree with, then that means you think that he won regardless of whether or not you watched it. You don't even have to watch the debate to know that he won. That's a fucking stupid way of trying to deciphering who won a debate. People win debates based on like whether or not they made better arguments, whether or not they did a better job at substantiating their point, especially in a way that the other person couldn't combat, like whether or not they were able to get better fact checks, whether or not and then yes, rhetoric as well. But like, she won on all of those aspects, every single one. He was not capable of combating the points that she was making throughout the entire fucking thing.
Random shit, incoherent stuff. I don't know how anyone, for me, it's kind of like an IQ check. If you thought that Candace won on substance there, I basically think you're either a conspiratorial nut yourself or you're.
No, it's an IQ check to say, okay, if you think that Andrew won on substance, you're literally just saying substance is his conclusion. I agree with his conclusion. Therefore, he won.
You're just like low IQ.
Whoa. Yeah. No, he. No, he. So yeah, he clearly. My impression from what I saw, I didn't see the entirety of it. My impression from what I did see was, yeah, he won. Not the way I wanted him to win. Like I wanted this to be a stomping, like a complete just total.
Yes, I thought it was going to be a stomping. I thought Andrew was going to come out and just absolutely fucking wreck her. I really did. I thought this was going to be easy as fuck. Like, she's not normally a debater. She's She's not somebody who I would expect to be even half decent at debate. And I've watched tons of like, you know, just journalists who I've never heard of just absolutely fucking wreck her on facts over and over and over and over, because she doesn't know shit about the fucking case. Like, she never reads the shit that she says she reads, or she never looks into the shit that she says she looks into. And so I've just watched so many other people absolutely fucking wreck her on shit. And Andrew was just like, he couldn't do it. He couldn't get her on anything. And then over the last like couple of days, like Rob Noor and all of Andrew's lackeys have been coping about it, saying like they wouldn't let us fact check, they wouldn't, and they were cheating, they were changing the fact checks, and
stopping, and he kind of just prepared.
He could have had terrible arguments and the right conclusion, but he had weak arguments, not a terrible argument. Well, yes, he had a not so terrible conclusion and really weak arguments. And so the problem is that, yeah, like, you don't win a debate by just having a good conclusion. That's just like an absolutely moronic way to grade somebody.
A little
case, at least. Like, he prepared something. He presented some evidence, and the other side presented nothing. So, okay, purely on merits, on evidentiary merits, you know, one side provided better justification for their case than the other. They did a better job, you know, deflating the other position's
Well, on top of that, the fact that like Candace should have had to have justified why she thought that he was set up in any meaningful way. And Andrew not only did he not make her justify that, but he let her like get away with avoiding it. And then later he was like, you haven't even justified that he's the lackey. And she's like, we tried. You were the one who moved away from it. And she was totally correct. Like, he was the one who moved away from it.
Case, because there wasn't anything there. Better. So yeah, like, I'd have to give the win to Andrew, but for how much money was this? Like, it was
$300,000.
$300,000. Yeah. So okay. So for a $300,000 debate, if I was in that position, I would not feel comfortable taking that debate until I had taken like days at least, and just going through every court docket, every filing, forget about knowing the charges. Like, I would have gone through every single thing, every motion, and I would have gone through every Candace stream. Like, I would have had help, which he did help. Like, I would have people pulling people, you know, I would have, anything that all the different and I would have had like all the arguments laid out, and I would have had all her responses already prepared for. I would have had like every single branch. Like, that's the sort of prep I would have done. And I wouldn't have been comfortable doing that until I had done that prep. If it was a $300,000 debate, especially with a conspiracy theory, you got
to be super prepared.
Like that's very domain knowledge heavy, and it's also like you need other things too. You have to have it. Like, you have to.
Yeah, conspiracy theorists are always hard to debate with, because debates are normally supposed to be logic based, and conspiracy theorists are very illogical. Like, if you guys were here when I reviewed the debate, I had some of the conspiracy theorists come on and argue with me about this shit, and they just came up with the dumbest fucking arguments the whole time. And one of the things that this girl kept repeating over and over and over is like, but it was a 50s style girl in the text messages. Like, holy shit, dude. This is absolutely absurd. They're like, this is like all you can keep repeating. It's just this, well, it's a 50s style girl in the text messages.
You have to have certain epistemology in place. Candace has a deranged epistemology. You have to be able to, you know, detect when the debate is in that territory, and be able to fight on that level. You have to be able to, if it ever.
Well, but that's where he failed. That is exactly where he failed.
Goes into the evidence level. You have to be able to go. So there's a lot of things that need to be in place for a high stakes conspiracy theorist debate to do well in.
Agreed.
Which is fine. Like, you can do that.
He just tried to he just tried to do the thing where he internal critiques and asks stupid questions about the other. Is that what he did in this debate as well, or?
It doesn't seem like he even knew that. Well, he didn't. He didn't know the charges.
No, the charges, yeah. And he paid $300K for the debate. That's fucking crazy. Only one man on earth can have that level of hubris. Jesus.
Also on the optics and stuff, like reading off of your phone, I just think that that's also a little bit like just keep it short and sweet. And there was, I just wanted him to like spend a minute being like he confessed.
I don't have a problem with him reading off his phone for a opening statement. I don't have an issue with that.
His fingerprint, his DNA, and just like go through all the evidence like very quickly and concisely and effectively. And it felt like it was meandering to get there, or it was trying to like preempt something Candace might say in the intro. And just, yeah, I just didn't think it was a good showing, but he won.
Oh, not okay. Yeah, I agree with that assessment.
Yeah. All right, folks, we're here to discuss anti-Semitism. Thanks everyone for coming. This is sort of born out of a conversation that initially I had with a YouTuber by the name of Conduit. Conduit makes some very elaborate videos about influencers and stuff, and you guys should all check out Conduit. But then LonerBox heard that conversation, and we had a discussion about, I think, what is anti-Semitism, and sort of discussing the nature of anti-Semitism and how one would go about demonstrating someone is anti-Semitic. And so, yeah, I think that that's where this conversation comes in. And, you know, thanks, Avi, for moderating this portion. I think the order of the agenda is we're going to start by LonerBox and I engaging. You're going to try to help us, you know, make sure that we understand each other. And then ultimately, Avi is going to present a case on Hasan and then also on anti-Zionism, right?
Yeah. Okay. So the order of the, yeah, I'm good with that.
Okay.
A segment on Hasan?
Yeah. you can stick around for that if you want, Loner, for sure. I would want you there. Okay.
He's probably going to be present in my arguments as well. So yeah.
Cool. So I wanted to start, and I don't know if LonerBox, you have a particular view about how we should begin. If so, I'll defer to you. But I kind of just wanted to start by understanding what we mean by anti-Semitism and like making sure we're not speaking past each other.
Okay.
Sounds gay.
I think when I come to defining anti-Semitism, like I think the IHRA definition is basically fine. It seems to be like the most used one. I think it leaves plenty of caveats in there to exempt standard critics of Israel or even aggressive critics of Israel. But I think it also is privy to the nuance of the way that like anti-Zionism can reach an overlap with anti-Semitism and how it can actually express itself in that form. So I'm happy to go to defend the IHRA definition and maybe to also...
I don't have a problem with you like using that definition. Like I just think that there's been like so much conversation about like whether or not my definition is correct or something. And that's where I'm like, okay, I don't think that they're like, I'm using Merriam-Webster. And I think what I understand to be at least one plausible common understanding of anti-Semitism, and that is that it's hostility towards or discrimination against Jews as a religious, ethnic, or racial group. And so I just wanted to first, like, yeah, we can get into the into your definition, which I think is a certain perception of Jews, including prejudice or hostility or something like that. But I just first wanted to like get agreement that like the definition that I'm providing isn't proprietary language. It's not something that's like so out there. It's a commonly used definition.
It's the problem is that it's one definition. There are many, and that for you to only limit it to just that one definition, that it's like, it's kind of lackluster to most people who actually like debate these issues regularly. Like for somebody like me who's debated like tons and tons of anti-Semites and white nationalists, neo-Nazis, and all of these people, like it just seems super, super lackluster in what it is that we're talking about when we get into these topics, because it wouldn't meet a lot of these types of people that I think everybody agrees is anti-Semitic. And so even Pisco would agree these people are anti-Semitic, but it wouldn't meet his definition.
Yeah, so I even wrote your definition here when it was asked, because there was a clip of it, and I think maybe I'm wrong, but it's you saying, I take anti-Semitism as indexed to individuals to be essentially prejudice or mental bias against someone on account of their Judaism and or a person who commits some non-trivial amount of discriminatory acts on the basis of Judaism. And I guess when we say Judaism, we also acknowledge that like religious hatred of Jews specifically is kind of antiquated. Like anti-Semitism, especially for the last 100 years or so, has basically been an ethnic attack as well. That's why conversion didn't save you if you were a Jew in Europe. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So I don't actually have an issue with this definition because, again, I have a very like hostile view of dictionary definitions. I think we tend to learn most words in life by not really appealing to them. Like we don't really get a definition and just go out into the world and start picking out the things that are X and things that are not X. Like when we're kids, we learn from examples. We point at things and that's a chair. That's not a chair, even though it's got 4 legs.
Yeah, if you haven't been here for my like debates on this with Pisco or others, my my definition that I use for like all of these types of things, whether it's like, you know, racism, homophobia, transphobia, anti-Semitism, like all of these, I use the same definition: unfair bias or unfair discrimination based on that trait. So it has to be like based on their Judaism, based on their race, based on their sexual orientation, whatever. Like it's unfair bias or unfair discrimination. And even like, I think unfair bias still meets unfair discrimination. So I think it's best to just call it unfair discrimination. Like even unfair bias is going to be a discriminatory sort of thought process. So I think it's pretty much just unfair discrimination.
In the back, like so. I think with like the application of your definition is the thing I was taking issue with. So we can start there if you want.
Yeah, I'd love to, because I think that a lot of has been made over this, like, you know, we use extreme hypotheticals in the context of a lot of these discussions, and Avi, like, you of all people understand this, that you can clip someone poorly using like these extreme hypotheticals. And so something was asked to me, which is basically, would you say that Holocaust denialism is inherently anti-Semitic? And when I say no to that, all I mean to say there is that the definition that I provided, and frankly, I think arguably your definition as well, although we can talk about that, it's just not the definition itself. Not that I wouldn't automatically assume that someone who is that's denying the Holocaust is anti-Semitic. And
I mean, that was the conversation with me, but that was kind of my whole issue, is I was explaining that even though Holocaust denial doesn't necessarily meet my definition, I still would call it anti-Semitic because it has negative outcomes for Jewish people every time. And I understand that within my definition, it doesn't say, you know, if it has negative outcomes, then that's anti-Semitic. But I'll tell you that, like, I don't know how to like explain where I would draw this line. And so Pisco says, you know, well, what if they just go and bomb Israel? Obviously, that's going to be a negative outcome for Jews. And I'm like, yeah, I can't. Obviously, that's not going to be anti-Semitic, but I can't tell you why I would draw the line. But I do think that even if somebody who denies the Holocaust doesn't have an unfair bias, isn't being discriminatory in any way. They're just very consistent across the board, illogical, conspiracy theorists, like just kind of stupid. I would still call it anti-Semitic. It doesn't. I think that it is just like a negative thing for Jews, to the point that I would call it anti-Semitic either way.
As we talked about with another caller with Avi, that might be an empty set. It might be that there's no person who denies the Holocaust who isn't anti-Semitic. But I don't think that my definition commits me.
Oh no. Okay, the empty set. No, that was North.
To any position on like how you would go about proving anti-Semitism, or commits me to any like weird situation there where I wouldn't obviously call, for example, like Hermann Goering an anti-Semite. Of course I would call Hermann Goering an anti-Semite, and that would follow. Avi, sounds like you want to say something.
Or even any anti-Zionist. Like, so for example, you can have. So here's what I think has happened. I think what's happened is when a couple of things has happened. I think one thing that's happened is I know so someone like me, I know what you mean when you say in a discussion, no, you have to understand, like, just so we're clear, the important part about my definition of anti-Semitism is denying the Holocaust is not necessarily anti-Semitic. Like, I remember that, and I muted my mic, and I could not stop laughing in that conversation. Yeah. And the reason is I know what you mean, but when I heard you say that, I know how so many normies and so many people are going to take that. They're going to be horrified.
Yeah. No, but you understand what I'm saying.
No, I do understand what you're saying. You're basically getting it. Yeah, it in the scope of logical possibility, it is at least possible. Although even it might, the probability may be zero even, but it's logically possible to have, like, for example, if someone like.
Wait, can we do that example? Wait. Can we do the one that? Do it.
Oh, sure. Yeah, we could do whatever. I don't have that example. I was going to use me as an example.
Go for it.
Yeah. So like if someone opened up my head and took out the the part of my brain, like went into the part of my brain that has like the memory of my education about the Holocaust.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, and just zap that and like.
Well, I think you could also just say that like somebody is trying to work on like a scientific process on explaining all of the evidence of the Holocaust, and so in order for them to do that, they need somebody else to challenge them on the evidence of the Holocaust. So they have this other person start with the conclusion that the Holocaust didn't happen, and they go from there. And that like this is an area where they're obviously arguing that it didn't happen in order to find the conclusion that it did happen. But yeah.
My memory of learning about the Holocaust is gone. All those parts of memory is gone. But everything else, I'm the same. And then if someone asked me like, "Hey, do you believe in the Holocaust?" I'm like, "What? What do you mean? Like, huh? Like, I think you're just making this up." Like that would look pretty bad.
Yeah.
But I don't think in that situation anyone would say that I'm anti-Semitic in virtue of that. However, like the disconnect, and so that's true. Like,
I want to ask LonerBox, is that true on his view? Do you agree that under the definition you use, or under, I guess I'll ask on that Avi in that situation would not be anti-Semitic?
Yeah, of course. Like, I'm not going to call someone with Tourette's racist if they call a black person the N-word.
Right. So I think that we agree. So in other words,
yeah.
What I'm trying to say is, I think you and I agree. I don't think that there's anything different about LonerBox's position on anti-Semitism given that example. Now, in the definition.
Wait, but no. What LonerBox just said doesn't actually apply to what it was that they were talking about. Whether or not denying the Holocaust is anti-Semitic isn't the same as whether or not the person is an anti-Semite. And I hate that people keep like conflating the adjectives and the nouns and the verbs. Like yes, if somebody has Tourette's, you might say that like in general it's going to be racist to scream the N-word, but like that person is not a racist when they scream the N-word because they can't help it. But like yelling the N-word is a racist thing to do. They're doing a racist thing, just not intentionally, right? Like that's different.
There might be some disparities, but as applied in that example, LonerBox wouldn't call that person anti-Semitic. I wouldn't call that person anti-Semitic, and Avi, you wouldn't call that person anti-Semitic.
I would not call myself anti-Semitic, and then
and but we all agree on that. So that's why, like, yeah, it sounds bad, but you know what I mean, and we agree.
Yeah, and so here's where I think the disconnect is. I think the disconnect is when it's so number one. I think it sounds like when you give this, even though it doesn't commit you, so you're right, it does not commit you to an evidentiary standard.
Correct.
You can take that definition and you can have very low evidentiary standards. Now, there's a question about whether you do have low evidentiary standards or high evidentiary standards, but you can have that view that about what anti-Semitism is, and you could also just see any slight bit of evidence and be like, oh my gosh, they're an anti-Semite. And have the view that every anti-Zionist is an anti-Semite.
Yeah.
Because out of a low evidentiary standard. Now, I don't think you have a low evidentiary standard, but you can. You're not committed to it. And so the disconnect there is, I think it sounds like when you have this, when you're communicating it in this way, where you say where it says things like that, some people listening might get the impression that you're setting this impossible standard, like this practically or this extremely high standard, because like, oh my gosh, he's saying Holocaust denial isn't.
Why would even Hitler be anti-Semitic?
Yeah, like who is anti-Semitic? How would you even go about showing someone is anti-Semitic?
No, I get the impression, but when I clarify after Avi, and I say, guys, I would presume anyone who denies the Holocaust is an anti-Semite. I feel like anyone who listens to both parts of that listens first to the statement about what I think anti-Semitism is, and then the statement. But of course, I presume that it's over and above any standard that people who deny the Holocaust are anti-Semitic. That at least the people who are usual in these conversations or who understand at least something about them, that should clear up that the evidentiary bar is not this, denying Goebbels is even anti-Semitic.
Right. So you would say like Holocaust denial, if someone just said, hey, you learned about this aspect about this person, they deny the Holocaust. You would say that is extremely strong evidence.
Correct.
Extremely strong evidence they're anti-Semitic to the point where I strongly believe it.
Yes. And I think you would too. And I think LonerBox would too, right? Yeah. I think we're all aligned on that. What I'm concerned with, though, and the reason why we went there, and I want to get Loner's sort of approach on this, is because I think there are people who baked into their definition of anti-Semitism is anti-Zionism. And there is some, I think, obfuscation regarding that, or some people who want to, instead of clarifying what they mean by anti-Semitism, they want to bake in the anti-Zionism into the definition itself, and by doing that, define anti-Semitism in terms of anti-Zionism.
Yeah, you can't do that.
But who are these people? Like, I know people on TV.
Well, I that is what North kind of did. North definitely was trying to like bake anti-Zionism in as anti-Semitism, as though anti-Zionism is inherently anti-Semitic, or that like this is one that I've heard repeated over and over, is that like, well, if you hate all Zionists, then you hate the majority of Jews, so it's pretty much anti-Semitic. Like, no, that's illogical. That doesn't make sense. That's fucking stupid. Like, it's like saying, you know, if you hate rappers, well, then the majority of rappers are black, so you're pretty much racist now. Like, that's pretty much like the same sort of fucking logic. Like, no, I can hate fucking rap and rappers and you know, that subset without hating the outer part of this. That's not logically how that works.
TV you do this, but like the IHRA doesn't do that. The Jerusalem Declaration doesn't do that, right?
It's not clear to me, right? Because in the at least one of those definitions, I think they define denial of Israel's quote unquote right to exist as anti-Semitism. I think that that's correct.
They say it in the and again with the IHRA definition in particular, before they go into those 11 examples, there's a sentence where they talk about how taking into account the overall context, right?
Yeah, but that would, I think, by definition, commit you to anyone who denies the right of Israel to exist is anti-Semitic. I think that that's right.
The example listed is denying So, wait, what's the question?
Whether denial of Israel's right to quote unquote right to exist is anti-Semitism by definition. On that definition,
they say, I'll give you the exact
on the IHRA
definition. They say denying the Jewish people their right to self-determination, for example, by claiming that the existence of a state of Israel is a racist endeavor.
Yeah. So on the IHRA, so when I look at so both the IHRA and Jerusalem Declaration have a definition, and then they have like a guideline section where they give examples.
Right.
Correct.
So I take that to be as follows: you either have to do one of two things to onboard the definition. Number one, you either have to bake the examples into your definition. You don't have to do that, but that's one way to do it. Number two, you have to accept them as propositions. So, and with the IHRA, you have to say like, you know, if complete the proposition by saying is anti-Semitic, and you can do that by saying, it may not be baked into my definition, but I accept the proposition as true, as just a synthetic fact, where in other words, you commit yourself to the empty set thing, where it's okay, everyone who denies.
Do you have a simple definition of bigot to go along with your simple definition of bigotry? I mean, kind of. Like, it would be somebody who has the unfair bias or commonly unfairly discriminates. That's how I would do it. So yeah, if you want like the noun, that's what it would be.
Denies the Jewish people their right to self-determination by claiming the existence of the state of Israel as a racist endeavor is anti-Semitic. It may not be strictly analytically by virtue of the definition, but I am taking that on board as a true proposition, as a synthetic truth. I think that if you do it that way, you still can onboard the IHRA definition, because the examples are not strictly part of the definition. The examples are guidelines that basically say, to take this on board, like, this is the things you need to accept. Does that make sense? The distinction between
that
the
makes
analytic
sense to
and...
me. Yeah, because so assuming that you accept the IHRA definition, you're basically saying it's either by definition true that denying or calling Zionism inherently racist or whatever that statement was is anti-Semitic by definition, or that it's true of every person who affirms it. In other words, right?
Right. Then you'd be in conformity with the guidelines. Then you'd be in conformity with the yeah.
And so I'll ask.
So that's what I take to be
LonerBox.
like taking.
Do you agree with that? Do you agree that that like it's a synthetic truth, by which you mean like everyone who denies or says that Israel was a racist endeavor is anti-Semitic, and or do you define anti-Semitism in such a way as that being the case?
You're saying everyone who claims the existence of Israel as a state of, as a racist endeavor is anti-Semitic by the IHRA definition.
I think you'd have to accept either that or that it's anti-Semitic by definition. Avi, maybe you can.
No, I don't think you would have to, because again, like
not by definition. You don't have to accept it by definition, but you can say it's true of all those people.
Like practice.
Because unless you think let me just back up a second. Unless you think it's a heuristic, because I don't think they're offering it as just general heuristics.
But no, I do. I think they're offering them as heuristics. I do think that that's what they're doing. I think they're saying these are heuristics, 100%. What is unfair, Tom? Shut the fuck up.
I could be, unless I'm mistaken. I don't think
so
the
either.
Jerusalem one does. But if you want to say it, if your view is that these are just heuristics, I mean, we can go with. I don't think that's true. But if they are just heuristics, then that would bring it more within the scope of compatibility with your notion. But it would also just deflate the strength of it, because well, people who do deny the Jewish state and do call it a racist endeavor, then you're ceding ground that's not so anti-Semitic. It depends. You're giving the Pisco answer. You're saying, oh well, not necessarily.
Well, yeah, but it sounds like they are as well, because in that paragraph before they list the 11 points, they say contemporary examples of anti-Semitism in public life, media, schools, workplace, could, taking into account the overall.
There goes being fair. I mean, maybe, I don't know, if I thought she was joking. I thought she was doing like a Pisco thing. Like, well, what does unfair mean? But I guess if that's not the case, my bad. Unfair would be like doing something in an inconsistent or discriminatory way. So if you're like an unequal way, you're treating people differently. So yeah, inconsistent or discriminatory.
Overall context. I think
okay. So then that sounds like the Jerusalem okay. So then there's different, because I don't think the Jerusalem definition offered is their guidelines is heuristic, but maybe the IHRA does. So so then if those are heuristics, then what I imagine Pisco is going to say is, well, denying Jewish people the right to self-determination by claiming their existence as state of Israel's racist endeavor, that's just not necessarily anti-Semitic. If we're talking about definitions, like that's the sort of thing, and then appealing to the IHRA isn't going to negate that if your understanding of that part of the IHRA is a heuristic.
Yeah,
but
I would say it's a heuristic.
I don't know. I've read a few things from the authors of the IHRA, but I think I feel like if you ask them, let's say there's person A who says, I deny the existence of the state of the Jewish.
So they're giving, I think, things that are generally considered to be anti-Semitic, but not necessarily. So one of the things that they say is criticizing the state of Israel. That's one of the things that is on the IHRA definition, criticizing the state of Israel, right? And so it's like a very common neo-Nazi argument to say, they're saying criticizing the state of Israel is anti-Semitic. They put it in their definition that all criticism of Israel is anti-Semitic. And this is even something that Anna Kasparian has repeated over and over. This is a thing that like the left has recently picked up and started repeating, is that the IHRA says all criticism of Israel is anti-Semitic. But that's not what they're saying. They are saying these are heuristics. And they even say, like, in the explanation, one, it's not a definition. These are examples or heuristics. And then on top of that, they're saying, they say later on, all criticism of Israel is not inherently anti-Semitic. And then it goes on to say, like, if they're doing it in a way that couldn't apply to any other country, that's when it becomes anti-Semitic. So like one example they give is like, Israel controls the world, right? This is not a criticism that applies to any other country. This is not a criticism that ever applies to any other country. It's just the fucking the state of Israel. And when in reality, it would make more sense if people said like the United States controls the world or some shit like that. Nobody ever says it. They do say it about Israel though. So like that's where they're saying like this is why it become anti-Semitic, is because it's obviously discriminatory and something that only can apply to, or only ever applies to Israel.
state because I think that I'm a multiculturalist melting pot guy, and I just think that historic Palestine would just be a better place if Jews, if Israelis and Palestinians shared it as a binational state. Then I don't think they would necessarily call that person anti-Semitic for believing that. But then but then person B comes along and says the existence of Israel is a racist endeavor. It's a colonial genocidal state that is by its very nature racist and genocidal and colonial, and it's really only there because like Herzl and a few other people had some idea to steal this land, and they don't really have any claim to they have no connection to Jerusalem or anything else. Then I think you're more likely to they're probably more likely to describe that person, taking into account the overall context, is
so I agree that, yeah, they're more likely is the key there. So but would they all, but Pisco's just going to say, well, are they always going to be? Because because that's going to be the key. It's like, let's say someone says, the Jewish state is a racist endeavor, just like any ethno state is a racist endeavor.
Japan,
right? You say it like that.
Like
Japan's a racist endeavor. Like they're all of that.
Yeah.
And there are such people like this, by the way, and sincere. I believe that there are such people who are sincere about that. They think that all of these states are like some globalists. Even I'm not going to say that there are no such sincere people.
So then, what if there's a journalist?
What if there's a journalist who? What if there's a journalist who says that all ethno states are all ethnic states? Even India, Pakistan, whatever. But the only ethno state that they ever actually write any articles about or write any screeds about is the Jewish one.
Yeah, that gets your yes.
No?
Yeah.
That's evident, but that's evidentiary,
right?
Yes.
Yeah, that would be.
Okay, I know, but I don't. Wait, is anyone here claiming that there's like a single sentence someone can say that makes them anti-Semitic, like unavoidably, other than "I hate the Jews"? Like,
even that.
Even
I hate the Jews.
Again, this is why I really wish everybody would stop fucking talking about whether or not it makes them anti-Semitic, whether or not they are the noun, an anti-Semite. Like, fuck that shit. Talk about what is anti-Semitism. Talk about what is anti-Semitic, right? Then, once you discuss like a bunch of different things and you agree these things are anti-Semitic, then you can talk about the fact that this person portrays a common practice or a pattern of anti-Semitic behavior. That's why I would call them an anti-Semite. But like everybody seems to keep starting with this, like, what is an anti-Semite? And then going to the examples. No, just say an anti-Semite is somebody who like commonly engages in practices that are anti-Semitic, and then move on to the other shit.
Yeah, correct. Yeah.
It's like what if they're being mind controlled in World of Warcraft? What if a priest cast mind control? Hey, I hate the Jews.
Okay. Right? So the answer really is no. But no one here is claiming to have that definition, right? That we tend to analyze whether or not someone's an anti-Semite based on some.
But that's what I mean, Loner. Is I don't think that this is an issue of Pisco has an out there definition. I think that you and I largely agree on at least how we apply.
I don't think your definition's out there. I think maybe in the last talk that we had, it sounded like there were some things that you said about bigotry in general, and some examples we used that I was taking issue with. Should we go with those and maybe?
I think so. Because I think so I think that would be fruitful because I believe, and maybe I'm wrong about this. And listen, I'm so open to this conversation. I'm taking a good faith, and I'm happy to give ground if I think I'm wrong. I feel like I treat racism the same way.
Yeah. Okay. Out of interest, when the IHRA does give like their little working definition, and it's like in a little box, like their dictionary style definition. Curious to see if you even disagree with it. It says anti-Semitism is a certain perception of Jews which may be expressed as hatred towards Jews. Rhetorical and physical manifestations of anti-Semitism are directed toward Jewish or non-Jewish individuals and/or their property, towards Jewish community institutions and religious facilities.
Yeah, I asked this question before. I asked this question before, and it's kind of like, what do you mean? Do I agree with the definition? Are you asking me whether I use it? And the answer to that is like, I don't use it because I think to me that a certain perception of Jews, like just taking that by itself, I think you need the guidelines to inform that a little bit.
Yeah, I wouldn't use the IHRA definition. This is like I think that they're way too broad in the way that they explain things. I think it's much more defined to just say unfair discrimination.
Because otherwise it sounds super vague and doesn't track the way I think. So for example, let me give you an example. Ben Shapiro says things like Jewish in name only, right? And he goes after Democratic Jews and said like either they're not really Jewish or they're not like in touch with their Jewish identity. I'm sure, Avi, you've heard him say shit like this. And that's implying a certain perception of Jews. But I don't think people would call Ben Shapiro, maybe you would, maybe some lefties would, because they call Netanyahu anti-Semitic. Would you call Ben Shapiro anti-Semitic? It's a certain perception of Jews, right? That he's pushing for.
Which may be expressed as
technically, technically, if you want to get really,
you would be that.
It, like, I love Jews is also a certain perception of Jews, but no one, this is so I think what Pisco is just going to say is like, okay, well that needs to be a couple issues. Number one, he would want it to be informed more. and it's the examples that are doing the informing, not all of which he agrees. He agrees
Right.
at least always. Little pet thing that is, that I noticed that should be patched up. It's a circular, because the word anti-Semitism appears in the actual definition. That actually makes it technically a circular definition. So which can be patched up. Like, I'm not saying circular definition, and I went like.
But I just mean, if you ask me, do I prefer it? The answer is no for these reasons. Like, it doesn't seem to track common usage, even if it's adopted, by the way, even if it is the majority adopted definition by countries, right? I wouldn't even deny that. I just think, like, if you're asking me, does that track how people use the term? No, because if I were to, at least not the term as it is laid out there, and then the second sentence there, which includes anti-Semitism in the definition, that's why I don't prefer it. I'm happy to use it, but I'm going to have to, I'm happy to use any definition. I'm just going to be like, well, if that's all we mean, depending on what the examples inform the definition, it's going to change, like, the weight of this label.
Okay, their inclusion, are you sure that inclusion is used in a circular way? I thought they were saying that, first of all, they're saying what anti-Semitism is, which this certain perception, which may be expressed as hatred. Then the time when they use the term is when they say rhetorical and physical manifestations of anti-Semitism are directed. Aren't they just saying rhetorical, physical manifestations of this certain perception, which may be expressed as hatred?
So if that is, it depends on whether that's just the statement about the definition they just gave, or if that is part of the definition. If it is part of the definition, it's going to be circular because.
Oh yeah, it obviously is. It obviously is not part of the definition. Okay.
What you can do is you can term substitute the entire definition into the word anti-Semitism there, and it's just going to regress on it. So, and it's not this is not a big deal. Like, this can very easily be patched up. Like, I can replace anti-Semitism, the word anti-Semitism,
hatred of Jews or dislike of Jews.
Yeah. Like such.
W. Loner. I mean, honestly, I feel like I like Avi. I really do. I like Avi a lot. I feel like this could have just been made, like, so much quicker and so much faster if somebody just said, like, okay, so can we just call it unfair discrimination? Like, I feel like everybody would have agreed, and then you could have moved on. And so it is, it kind of annoys me that they're even, like, still stuck on this part right here where I feel like it easily could have been moved past a long time ago.
Expressions, even like such expressions would work. Like, and that would patch the whole thing up. It's not, that's a moot point. It's a moot point that I raised just, like, because I'm from the philosophy land or whatever. Like, okay, but just to be clear, that's not a big deal. It could be patched up. Okay. But I think the bigger issue is, the
IHRA definition isn't really much of a definition. It's like a description of what they think about anti-Semitism, and it's kind of, I don't like the IHRA definition.
I'm sympathetic to this too. Like, I would want that definition to be more informed. Like, and they are informing it. You can inform it a number of ways. You can either, like, list out examples to ostensibly inform it, or you can have something in the definition that informs it itself, like, say, hatred of Jews, or
prejudice,
prejudice, or different treatment on the basis of, which is unfair, like things like that. I actually would like to see more things like that in the definition, rather than just saying, like, it's what was the way they phrased it?
A certain perception.
A certain perception. I don't think certain perception does it justice.
Okay. And when they say, I guess another critique you can make of it is that they don't really ever explain how their examples 7 to 11, which all concern Israel, and how they actually come back to expressed as hatred towards Jews, right? Like, they don't really.
Well, that's not in the definition there at LonerBox, right? Like,
no, they do. No, they do. Hold on. What did he say? He said 7 through 11. I'm fairly certain that they do. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Denying the Jewish people their right to self-determination, e.g. by claiming that the existence of a state of Israel is a racist endeavor. Applying a double standard by requiring it behave requiring of it a behavior not expected or demanded of any other democratic nation, using the symbols and images associated with classic anti-Semitism, e.g., claims of Jews killing Jesus or blood libel, to characterize Israel or Israelis, drawing comparisons of contemporary Israeli policy to the Nazis. Okay, so anti-Semitic discrimination is the denial to Jews of opportunities or services available to others, and is illegal in many countries. Here it is. Yeah, so it says manifestations might include the targeting of the state of Israel, conceived as a Jewish collectivity. However, criticism of Israel similar to that leveled against any other country cannot be regarded as anti-Semitic. So they do separate this by saying it has to be specific to Israel. It has to be something that is very specific to Israel. It can't be something that's just applied generally. That's how they separate these other three. So when you say like applying double standards by requiring its behavior not be expected or demanded of any other democratic nation, like again, they're specifically saying it wouldn't apply to any other democratic nation in this one. Denying the Jewish people their right to self-determination, e.g. by claiming that the existence of a state of Israel is a racist endeavor. So this is it, when it says e.g., like obviously, so it's just saying denying the Jewish people their right to self-determination. Again, if this is a type of self-determination that you would apply to other countries and other peoples, that's fine. That's not that they've already said that like that's not going to be part of their issue here. So it literally does separate all of these.
It just does seem to be the case that there's like some
I just
desire.
said that's a critique of it, by the way.
Oh yeah, no, 100%. I'm not sorry. My tone is giving off more negative than I intend. My bad. I honestly think that we agree more than we disagree on the definition thing, Loner. I really do think that. But I think that there's, on behalf of some people, they're trying to do the work of proving what most people would see as anti-Semitism.
That's fine.
My bad. Okay, we're reconnected.
While
Sorry,
he's doing
guys.
that,
Just refresh.
Yeah. Yeah, so I'm probably going to go into this whole thing about it's more like the practical use of the definition.
So that's that's the key thing, and that's what I think the mismatch here is.
That's what the IHRA definition is. It's only talking about the practical use of this. It's not really a definition.
Like I think the mismatch here is not about so much the definition as much as what people take from that, and the lack of clarity on how that it plays in with the evidentiary standards and how one in practice would go about providing evidence and convincing someone that someone is within the scope of that definition. Because it sounds like to a lot of people hearing this, and not without complete unreasonableness. Like a lot of people get this impression, so it's not like everyone is just completely insane for thinking this. A lot of people are getting the impression that when people clarify it in these terms, no one can be an anti-Semite in practice. It's like you're basically just going to shrug your shoulders on anything and be like, yeah, not necessarily. Like, okay, well, he's using this.
I resent that a little bit. I resent that a little bit because I feel like a lot of these conversations haven't moved off of the definition aspect. But I would just like instantly grant like Fuentes. I think TYT. I think who was Mike from PA, right? He said Jewishness is a demonic ethnicity or something. Like I will instantly start rattling off examples both from the left and the right about anti-Semitism, and I've done that before. And so here's what I want to clear up. This notion that Pisco has a proprietary definition, this notion that Pisco is making his definition in such a way such that he can never apply, I don't think that that's the case. And I think right now we've established that in the general concepts, there is alignment between all of us, really, I think, and how we would think about it. I don't think that that's the big issue. And I think that people are drawing impressions from the definition talk to inform, I think, a badly formed view on like my evidentiary standard.
Right. Yeah, no, we agree on the definition issue that it's not proprietary. So moving to the disagreement, I think I'll just give like one broad proposition you can do.
Just real quick, because I don't want Pisco to resent me for what I said.
Sorry, I just meant the idea. I don't resent you, the person.
Okay. Yeah. I'm just conveying what has been happening. And the other thing the other impression that they may have, by the way, is they may have the impression that someone like Pisco, even if you mentioned some some individuals there, Pisco, but those are some really hardcore anti-Semites that you mentioned. Like someone might say, like, unless someone gets to that level with because of some Pisco's definition, unless someone gets to the level of Nick Fuentes and like uses like the case slur or says like outright like I hate Jews, like yeah, maybe then Pisco will see it as evidence, but anything barring that, he's basically not. He's gonna like.
I would like to talk a little bit about that. I know Loner wants to say something, but like I want to walk. Okay, go ahead. Sorry, Loner.
Okay. This is a good ground. It's like, yeah, I think it's a good place to start because it's like right at the basics. I understand what. So if someone comes up with a definition and says, I think racism or anti-Semitism is like prejudice or hatred, like on the grounds or on the basis of them being Jewish or them being black or anything like that. I understand that. Okay. I don't actually think in practice that is the best description of how bigots operate or how bigotry works. I don't think most bigots hate X or Y group because they think that group, just because they are part of that
Correct.
group. Like just that's, I don't think that's the bottom of the pyramid, right? Like,
correct. This has been, I've been literally talking about this for years, that like this really frustrates me when people say it's about hating that group, because it literally gives this like this massive window to anti-Semites and racists to like, you know, oh well, this is when like if they say, oh well, I have Jewish friends or I have black friends or some shit like that. Oh well, now that actually makes a lot of sense. Why would you be friends with somebody that you hate? Like that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. So obviously, yeah, okay, so now you have black friends. Okay, well that's a reasonable comeback now. But we all say it's not a reasonable comeback to say that I have black friends, is because it's not just about hate. Like you can have black friends and still be fucking racist. Like, and so it really dumbs it down to a point of absurdity that like it's just, it doesn't actually get to the root of the problem.
I think people are bigoted towards particular groups because of something they believe about that group.
Well, they have reasons,
for example, yeah, but I think that the reason is the basis, and then like the ethnicity or something that comes above that. And I think that shows itself in the way that like, and I think this is why, for example, you can get things like people who are anti-black in America, but they might actually have no issue whatsoever with middle-class Nigerian migrants, or they might vote for Obama, or they might like Oprah, but you can still call them quite easily an anti-black racist because they tend to, you know, they're quicker to call a black person a thug if they commit a crime, or because they, you know, they vote in ways that are like disproportionately punitive towards black people. Like these are the kind of things that you can go with. But I think the basis of bigotry is like, for black people or Muslims or for Jews, it's usually because there's some kind of like narrative structure about a group that is actually the basis of the bigotry. So with black people, it's narratives of propensity to commit crime and sexual violence and thievery and whatever else, or like if you go deeper, it's the low IQ shit and whatever else. And I think with Jews, one of the popular narratives or prejudice narratives against Jews is that they have more power and more control over the world than they actually do. And that there's conspiracism, and that there's the use of like techniques or like rituals that are kind of like, some of which aren't even scientifically possible, like these kind of things. Like the conspiracism and the power dynamic is a big thing about bigotry towards Jews. When you know, Muslims is terrorism and all that kind of thing. I just wonder if you disagree with that understanding.
No, there's kind of two things I'm disentangling from that. Like one is that it's not pure hatred, right? It's not pure hatred uninformed by like explanations or rationales that the racist or the prejudiced person will give them, and I just view those as not incompatible, right? It is possible that you have an explanation for a prejudice, but you are still prejudiced. So if someone says, well, I don't like criminals and I think black people are criminals, then in that context, yeah, they have a reason for it, but why would that be like incompatible with them being prejudiced against black people? I think that it's totally consistent.
Yeah.
There's no problem with my definition or notion and with people having reasons for their prejudice or hatred.
Well, it's because when I was asking you certain questions, it felt like, I can maybe play clips if you want, but it sounded like when you introduced like some other qualifier or some more predominant qualifier, then that suddenly exempted them from the original hatred. So like, for example, I think one of the questions I literally asked was like, logically, can you be bigoted against like Israeli Jews, but not anti-Semitic? Well, so because if it's because of the Israeli nationality, like those particular Jews, then it doesn't necessarily make it anti-Semitic.
So can we deal with that?
But then I thought like, sorry, but then, sorry, what? Yeah.
So sorry if there's a lag. I'm sorry, LonerBox, please finish your sentence. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was going to say, because when you start to apply that, then I felt like we were suddenly entering a world where some people who were like lots of people who are bigoted or like Islamophobic or whatever else would be exempt from an accusation of bigotry for the same reason, because Islamophobes, like most of them that I know, or at least like as public figures, don't actually have a very, very like equal hatred when it comes to Muslims. Like usually it's based on like a level of how much they practice their religion or how visible they are, or like especially even where they come from. British Islamophobes have everything to say about Pakistanis and North Africans, but they don't really care that much about Kuwaitis or Bosnians or Kosovars or Uyghurs. Drew Pavlo is a good example. He's an Islamophobe. He loves Uyghurs, and he would welcome more Uyghur refugees into Australia because they align with his politics. But I don't think that exempts him from being Islamophobic. But I think when I asked you that, I gave the example of Tommy Robinson or Farage, because these people have Muslims in their lives who they love, right? Like the chair of the Reform Party is a practicing Muslim, Zia Yusuf. But I think your explanation to that was that, well, this is tokenizing them, and they're lying about how much they like this person, or like they're using someone that they hate for the whole group. But I don't think that's true. I think they like these people. And, yeah.
So there might have been a mismatch in me understanding. So like, I of course think there's nothing incompatible with having a friend who's a given race, or liking someone who's a given race and not also being prejudiced against that race. I don't think there's anything incompatible with being of the race that you're discriminatory against. Like, someone can be both Jewish and anti-Semitic. Someone can be both black and racist against black people. And so I wasn't implying that. What I was saying is that when
the issue there is, just to be clear,
yeah,
this is the subset question he's asking.
Yes, yeah.
So because I remember in that discussion there was a point where he asked you about the subset, and then it seemed like you didn't think that they could be racist against the subset.
So I want to clear up the Israeli Jews point. So the Israeli Jews point. So I will get to that. I just wanted to clear up this issue of like the Tommy Robinson example. And there, I would just say, yeah, there's nothing incompatible with him being friends with Muslims and also having a prejudice against Muslims. And I would be fine with that. And I just think that some of the self-serving rationales, when I say he's a liar, that's kind of what I was referring to. That maybe maybe he'll say, oh, I have a Muslim friend, and we wouldn't say that that's dispositive, or we wouldn't believe that absolves him of anti-Muslim bigotry. That's what I meant there. Not that I think that just saying you have a black friend cures you of racism. Of course, I think that that's ridiculous. And so on that particular thing, I think there was a mismatch. I wasn't trying to imply that Tommy Robinson doesn't actually have friends who are Muslims. What I was saying is you don't have to credit that statement as saying and believe him with respect to cleansing himself of prejudice he might otherwise have. That's all I meant there. And I can pause right there, or we can go into the subset question.
Yeah, well, what if it's about like whole like national collectives of that group, and it's it's particularly conditional on, because I think when we came to Jews and Zionism, it was because, well, Zionism is like an opinion, it's a political position. Well, when it comes to Islam, like there are lots of or different groups of Muslims, there are political attitudes that are implied by different groups as well. So let's say Tommy Robinson is actually at a point where he wants a Muslim ban, but he's going to exempt, like say Kuwait, because Kuwait is like a very pro-Western Muslim country. Does that exempt him from being bigoted against Muslims if in his mind it's like conditional on their opinions?
Yeah, so what you're basically saying is if he institutes a Muslim ban that discriminates on the basis of their religion, would that be...
Yeah, that's a little hard, because if excuse me, if we don't like a lot of different people because of their disposition when it comes to politics, obviously it would make sense that you could do it without being like Islamophobic. And I think that is like a hard thing to get into, but I would say that if you assume they have that disposition just because of their religion, I would say that's where it becomes Islamophobic, is like just the assumption that they have this that they have these politics because they're Muslim. Because I think it's fine to say like, oh, there are politics that are common for Muslims, and I don't like those politics, so I end up not liking a lot of fucking Muslims just because they have politics that I disagree with. I don't think there's an issue with that.
But gives us a rationale that is, well, it's because they're incompatible, their belief system is incompatible with the West. You're asking me whether or not I would think that that's bigoted against Muslims?
It makes exceptions for certain Western Muslims.
Yeah. So in that context, I think that, okay, I don't know, Avi, how would you go about answering this? I think that like in a situation in which there's enough evidence of circumstantial evidence of discriminatory intent, and where that's informing, like, think about the Trump Muslim ban, right? He said he wanted to ban all Muslims, right? But his actual order he didn't get every Muslim countries. He included like North Korea and I think a Latin American country involved there. But there's just additional circumstantial evidence that we think we would infer the discriminatory intent, notwithstanding the the carve-outs there. So I think that situation presents a case in which, it's testing the evidentiary standard. And with Tommy Robinson, I would just say, like, there's enough here to infer the intent of the policy that he proposed. But if it were really the case, Loner, and this is the bullet I think that you have to bite, if it really were the case that you didn't know that this person was harboring these feelings, right? And there wasn't all this other circumstantial evidence. And if it really was...
That you knew they weren't, that you knew they weren't harboring the feelings.
Correct. And it was an ideology test, and traditional Islam failed it or something, I think you'd have to grant that.
And it turns out that nothing else did fail it. That's part of the evidentiary process is going to be there. Okay, well, what are all the other ideologies that fail?
Right.
Did he also ban those?
Correct. Yes.
And if he didn't ban those, that's
evidence.
Also further evidence.
Correct.
That's evidence.
Yeah, yes. Well, that's why I don't like. That's why I think what's whether or not he feels a particular hatred for that group, in his conscious, to me, that's the part that I don't even think I necessarily need to call out to identify the problem. Or so for example, if Tommy Robinson, let's say he even took survey data from every Muslim country and just found the ones that, well, if they've got more than this percentage of anti-Western attitudes, then they don't get the ban. But then but that's because I think bigotry expresses its way more than, to me, it's not a state of mind. To me, it's a behavior. And to me,
that's the definition talk again, I think.
Yeah, but
wait. Behavior without a state of mind could also be
yes, correct.
Definition
and that's also in my definition as well. But to the extent that's included in my definition, yeah.
Yeah, but I think
for example, gerrymandering carve-outs.
Correct. Yes.
Yeah.
Someone starts gerrymandering carve-out. So, for example, if you saw someone saying, "Okay, I want a Muslim ban," and they say, "Okay, well, that's interesting. Why are you banning Muslims?" Well, you see, if they just happen to have 12% of this attribute and 17% of that attribute and 20% of this attribute on ideological attributes, then they're incompatible with us. And then when you look into it, it's just oh, well, this is just gerrymandered attributes that happen to capture the maximum amount of Muslim ones, and the other ones. That is strong evidence.
Yes.
They are an Islamophobe.
Right.
Okay. Even though by definition it is logically possible for them to do.
But I would say that, right? I would say that, and of course, I'm not someone, and people give this impression that I'm just going to look at the face of something, right? I think that his Muslim ban should have been struck down as violating the First Amendment's religion clauses, okay? And that's not because
Well, again, he is the one who kept making all of this shit about hatred. So, he keeps acting like it's I don't know why people keep acting like I'm someone who would do this. Well, because you are the one who also, in every fucking conversation about this, kept acting like it had to be about hatred, and your own definition was about them hating them every fucking time. And then you would even say, oh, well, just because somebody does X doesn't mean they hate that group of people. He's I don't know why people keep acting like it, because you kept making it about hatred. You kept dumbing it down to the version that all the fucking anti-Semites dumb it down to.
The policy was facially biased. It wasn't facially discriminatory against Muslims. It has to do with the circumstantial evidence of what Trump wanted to do, his statements and the attitudes and conversations informing the policy. That's why I think it was incompatible with the religion clauses. And so I'm not someone who's just going to look at what's the official reason given.
You think it was evidence that Trump is an Islamophobe?
Yes, it is evidence that Trump, I think, is biased against Muslims. Yes, of course.
Aviation and Loner trying to brainwash Pisco into thinking a person is anti-Semitic will always backfire, because people like Destiny are trying to brainwash his audience that Pisco's anti-Semitic. Well, okay, first off, this is not brainwashing. The fact that you're using common definitions that everybody uses and common definitions that or common examples that everybody uses. Not fucking trying to brainwash them into anything. First off. Second off, nobody is actually trying to say that Pisco's anti-Semitic though, except for Destiny. Destiny is kind of alone in that, but I had the same conversation with Pisco. I was very clear at the beginning that I wasn't trying to call him anti-Semitic. I do agree to some extent if you're saying Pisco has a bias to where he's going to really have a hard time accepting this because Destiny's trying to call him anti-Semitic. I agree with that. Destiny has made it to where this is really hard to have this conversation with him because it's going to be hard for him to separate these two things, but I wouldn't call any of it brainwashing.
Of course, yes.
Meaningfully strong.
Meaningfully strong. Yes, correct. I think that's right. Now, if there was other facts and circumstances, right? That informed, and these are some of these extreme hypotheticals that someone might, clip me out of context for, but I didn't want to give them. Suppose that you just had 99% of all Muslim individuals committing horrible acts of violence against individuals in these societies, and it really was informed by that rationale, this kind of like country protecting rationale. I think that would change our calculation about what we think is informing the policy, especially when it's not, facially discriminatory.
Right. So if someone said we're going to ban a subset of Muslims, and you're like, that sounds messed up. Like, what subset? Is like, oh, ISIS.
Yeah.
Like, okay.
You'd be like, and Loner, I think that you would agree with that too.
Yeah, I would agree with that. The before I forget where the fuck I was going to go. The issue I have there is that I think maybe there's the one part that doesn't really get factored in, or what I haven't seen from like the last conversation we had as well, was that I think another very strong indicator of bigotry, say when it comes to Tommy or people like even with.
See, this is so frustrating to listen to, because I don't feel like they're actually engaging with that, like, specific points. It's like I said earlier, what matters is the actual belief. So if you're assuming that the people have the belief unnecessarily, you just say that, like, oh, they come from this country, therefore I don't want them here because they have this belief. Well, just because they come from that country doesn't mean that they actually have that belief. Actually, the fact that they're leaving their country and coming here says likely otherwise. It says likely they probably agree with us more, and that they want to be part of our country because they agree with our beliefs more than they agree with that country's beliefs. And so the fact that, like, you're still, they can't come here, they should not be here, their beliefs are incompatible with ours, that's where the problem comes in. That's where the issue, for me at least, comes in, is that you're jumping to a conclusion about their beliefs just based on the fact that they're coming from a specific country or because they're Muslim. And that's where I have a problem with it. But ISIS is not like a general broad group of people to where, they could be very pro-America. They're ISIS, but they could, it's totally possible that they really like them. No, it's like literally built into the fucking belief. If you're part of ISIS, we already know you hate fucking America. You do not, your beliefs, we know for a fact, are not compatible with the United States. We know this for a fact. So in this case, you're actually signaling the actual ideology, whereas they came from this country. That's not signaling the ideology necessarily. And so this is where I think that the disparity comes in, that they just aren't addressing at all, and it's really frustrating to listen to.
Trump. It's not just like the.
I'm about to get back to eating my fucking sushi. I know I just said I was really fucking full like an hour ago, but as soon as I'm not really fucking full, I'm gonna go right back to eating it every fucking time. It's so good.
You can still, to me, you can still assume that their state of mind is like, I don't want to be, or I don't feel any like particular way about this group. But for example, say Tommy he just happens to see, well, it just seems like all the terrorism, comes from the Islamic, or all the grooming and the criminality comes from the Islamic world, right? And then he might even produce like a study from a think tank that says, well, 80% of grooming gangs are Muslim, even though it's a shit think tank. Or he might, look at, he has a few crime accounts on Twitter that he follows, and every single video is a Muslim committing a crime. He could genuinely and sincerely believe all that, and just think, well, I like Muslims, but also there's a problem here. Like,
can we deal with that in the context of American statistics on black crime? I would like to do. Sure, I think this is informative, right? It's like, you would not deny that it's an unmistakable fact that black people disproportionately commit more crime, and it's not racist to observe that. You would say, correct?
No.
Okay.
Yep.
And I think what would be definitionally racist is if you were to think, well, the reason that black people commit more crime is because they have a genetic predisposition to do so. And so the reason informing why one has that attitude, black people commit more crime, which you just granted disproportionately, right, is a true opinion, right? So it's an opinion. LonerBox, yourself, you hold that opinion, but that doesn't make you a racist, because the bias has to do with both unfair prejudice, and I also think like what's motivating the either the practice or the belief in a given context. And you can, so when it comes to the context of like Islamic terrorism or something, or it's a little harder there, because there probably is a non-trivial nexus between certain ideologies and their tendencies to do things in the world. I don't think that you would deny it either, right? I certainly think that, for example, Christian ideology plays a role into how they enact their beliefs into the world. And so it's a little harder, I think, when it's like these ideological bases of belief, whether it's like, and that's why sometimes I cringe at some of these terms, where I think that like you should be highly critical of certain religious dogmas or beliefs. But in general, I think what is supporting your belief or action is going to do a lot of work for me, and we can get to that through circumstantial evidence. I hope that makes sense.
Yeah, and I guess maybe we probably agree as well that with the likes of the Islamophobes, and one of the very good indicators of that, or a good piece of circumstantial evidence would be like obsession and like double standards, right? Like I think this would be something that is quite a good indicator in the sense that, okay.
Double standards would matter to me. Yeah.
I'm curious because with the definition of racism, anti-Semitism, this decision, you're familiar with like Alito's opinion on gerrymandering. That
Correct.
Came up.
Yeah.
What do you think about that?
So there is no contradiction in my belief and Alito's opinion on gerrymandering. The law that we passed, the Voting Rights Act, was specifically done to be independent of intent, right? Just so the Voting Rights Act used to, just in terms of result, if it resulted, irrespective of intent, in whatever they categorized as disenfranchisement, or I forget that now as I'm sitting here, the Calais decision, the specific terminology here, a system that resulted in a given outcome, that violated the Voting Rights Act. And so what they were doing in Calais was making it an intent test. They were making it sort of, you have to show purposeful discrimination and carving out the part of the law that said, we don't care about intent. We don't care about purpose. So there, I don't have an issue with describing, saying that's racist or not racist in the context of like, if it really was the case, right? If it really, really was the case that these individuals were motivated because of political reasons to do the gerrymandering they do, and you knew that, right? You knew that the rationale was just political. I don't think that you would call that person racist in virtue of that. But the law itself, said, we don't care about your intent. It's about the result, and it's to make it easier for us to prove, right? It says as a prophylactic measure that we don't care about your intent. Right. So that's what you take issue with, not. And so people who've been saying Pisco agrees with Calais, they're literally 2 IQ. They're 2 IQ because they don't know anything about the Voting Rights Act. They don't know about Calais. They don't know my opinion, and they're just memeing and saying random shit.
So it sounds okay. I understand. So it sounds like you're saying, okay, the difference there is the law doesn't care about intent.
Correct. And they rewrote the law to make it purposivist.
But you also don't necessarily care about intent to call someone a racist. You agree that someone could be a racist even if they're not intending to be a racist.
That's correct. Yeah. But okay. So if they drew lines based on race, right? If they literally drew lines and the factors they included was race
and didn't intend to do so,
correct. Yeah. So that would be the example of the discriminatory. But let's say they took an action and it was political, but it resulted in A, B, C, D.
So it's basically just like so it sounds like your interpretation of the law is the gerrymandering is just based on what is the best explanation of what accounts for these lines. It's not what the intent is. It's not okay. So that's it's what's the best explanation, and if the best explanation is race, then it could be struck down.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
Okay. So, but then would you apply that? Would you apply that to calling someone a racist? Like, what if the best explanation is that they're doing different actions on race?
Yeah, so if it's the best explanation, right, and if there's it's the most predictive, or it's the one that has the least issues, and you can do this with anti-Zionism as well. I want to have the discussion about like the degrees, whether I'd call someone an anti-Semite versus I would say that they're moderately anti-Semite, or like. So I want to sort of cabin that conversation for later. But yeah, I would have no problem if the best explanation for something is anti-Semitic discrimination or anti-Semitic belief or bias.
Do you have a view? So if that is the best explanation,
yeah,
then
I would have no problem. Some level.
Okay, now what kind of sushi is that? I don't know, man. VIP sushi. It's called a VIP roll at a sushi a hibachi place that I got it from. Oh. Tom looking at the remains and taking it deeper. He's so full. He wants to eat all the things. That's so good, dude. It's so fucking good, bro. I'm sitting here absolutely fucking stuffed, and I'm like, oh, I can get this down, dude. I can do it. I can do it. There's no way I'm about to leave this last one sitting on the fucking plate. I gotta get it down. Oh, it's fucking amazing.
Question. Do you have a view on whether the gerrymandering is best explained by political reasons or racism?
Yeah, so I think in the context, so in the context of the Trump-related gerrymander in with respect to Texas, let's say, I think that was what was probably motivating Texas. It might have been mixed motive, but what was motivating Texas, the gerrymander, was Trump's political outlook. Okay. No one doubts.
So you agree with the gerrymandering? So the gerrymandering there should stand.
No. Maybe you're misunderstanding. So they use race, however, in the gerrymander in Texas. People like Governor Abbott were saying this is going to be so great. We're going to make all these Hispanic districts. Right? We're doing this. They disclaimed the political rationale because they didn't want to be seen as. And so they said we're doing this to have more diverse districts in Texas. And there it is. Even though there's not that rationale of hatred towards a given group or prejudice towards a given group, they are using
the decision
race.
is based on race.
Correct.
It actually was explicitly used.
Yes, and they use racial.
Are there
metrics.
any other examples where? Was that the only case that this ruling applied to, or was?
No, there were other situations in like Louisiana where they claim it's for purposes related to politics, right? And it's explained by politics. And but
right. Do you have a view on that?
So my view is that the VRA, for certain states that have historical patterns of discrimination, carves out even in cases where you're not using race and where you're not having intentional discrimination, but it just results in breaking up coalitions of otherwise compact racial voting groups, right? There's the jingles factors that goes through it. As I sit here, I'm not recalling all the factors, but
so it's coextensive.
Correct.
But do you have a view on what best explains it? Do you think because coextension could be like, okay, well, it's
at this point I think the best explanation. Yeah. So right now I think the best explanation is the primary motivation for Republicans is political. They want to support Trump, and so
in Louisiana the gerrymandering should stand.
No. Because I think the Voting Rights Act law itself relates to the effect based on the.
I don't know why Avi's confused on this. I kind of want to skip over this.
On the previous case law, the effect on the group, irrespective of whether you.
Even if it's not the best explanation.
Yes.
Oh, okay, that's different. So your view is it's the law is very deflated on this, where it's just an outcomes based sort of thing.
And think about the logic of it, right?
Okay.
The logic of it is we're coming out of civil rights era, and we want to make sure that the kind of shit that they were doing there never happens again. And so and over time the law got more narrow, and in times like there was a court decision that said no guys, this is just about purposeful, and Congress went back and rewrote the law to make it more open to these kinds of cases.
That is like a functional anti-Semitism.
Correct.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, the question is, would you call it like a racist gerrymandering without the?
Do you agree with the functional anti-Semitism sort of thing that is?
I view that as tangential to the conversation here. If you're curious,
all right, sure, we can discuss that.
If you're curious, I think that at a certain point,
someone might ask that as a consistency check.
No. At a certain point, I think it should fall off, right? And some might argue that like there's an anti-subordination rationale inherent in our case law that like we should want to make sure that we're never in that situation of like discriminating against race again. So we should have these protections for a long time.
Yeah, I said to Pisco last night. We were debating last night, and I said to him at the end of the night, I said, I don't think you're anti-Semitic, and I was like, by me sweeping for you, I am now also. What is it? What is the term? Fuck. I forget what they literally just said it a second ago. I'm an op. No, that you're like pragmatically anti-Semitic. I forget the exact term that they used, but
I do believe
the law should change.
Yeah, at a certain point, I think the law should change. That's always been my view. And by the way, it's the same thing, except for the diversity rationale on affirmative action.
Functionally,
I think that affirmative action type policies are justified either in virtue of anti-subordination with specific distinct histories, like that's okay. But at a certain point, that should fall off too, except for the diversity rationale.
So the law should change in a way that the gerrymandering would stand.
At a certain point, yes, I agree. I don't know if now is the right time for that, given where we are as a country, but I don't think that for the rest of time that those functional laws should stay in place. But I do think that's tangential to our discussion.
Okay, sure, got it. Okay, sorry for the
no worries.
You're that's okay, but yeah, cool. just to shorten that, then does that mean that the people who were you saying that the gerrymandering that was done that was mainly or like even exclusively to help Trump, but it happened to discriminate against black people, like is the argument that you could or you couldn't call that a racist gerrymander?
Yeah, so I think some of these cases, unfortunately, are a mixed motive. I do believe that. And so it really depends on the specific circumstances. In the case of the Texas one, I think that there was a racial element in favor of Hispanics, because there was this like movement in the 2024 election where Hispanics went and swung, especially in Texas, towards Trump. And so I do think that was on the mind of a lot of Texas people. Now, do I think that that's the primary rationale? No, I think that the primary rationale is still probably to help Trump, but they used race as part of the metric there to do the
yeah. But
the
let's say the exclusive rationale was to help Trump. That's all they wanted to do. They didn't care about anything else.
Yeah, I don't think you would
they had to, step in a few black toes.
So I'll bite the bullet, and I'm going to ask you the same question. If all they were motivated with was politics, and if they didn't use race as a factor to consider when they're drawing the lines, I would not call that racist. Do you agree? Yes or no?
Bullet bit.
Wait, you're saying they didn't use race as a factor, but obviously.
Do you guys have you guys seen that fucking clip of Pisco? I don't know. To me, it came off so fucking a little cringe. He just kept yelling at the guy. Bullet bit. Bullet bit. You wanted me to bite the bullet. Bullet bit. Bullet bit. I said it. Bullet bit. Did you guys see that shit?
They realized that they had to gerrymander, like they had to specifically affect black communities to do this.
They knew it would be a result.
They didn't really care if they had to.
They knew it would be a result, but they didn't use race to draw the lines itself. They used some other metric. They used so they didn't include that. And so you can actually do this, right? You can have a race blind map drawer who like takes out race data when they're drawing their maps, and that is possible. And so assume that they did not use race in drawing the lines, and they were just motivated by political advantage. Would you call that racist?
Well, this is just for the outcome, so no, not necessarily. No, I'll use your language, not necessarily. But I would ask if they knew that they had to discriminate against black people to achieve this political outcome.
But they're not discriminating.
Anyway, even though that's just no. But if they did know that they had to discriminate, I mean, discriminate in the sense that that black voters had to necessarily suffer for this to happen.
I just don't understand what you're saying. So you're saying.
Well, that's the outcome.
What I'm, it's not even the outcome. It's not even the outcome. But it's not even the outcome. To me, it's the behavior itself. So it's going back to the question of the same.
Yeah, but they're not drawing lines based on race in that example.
I know, but okay, I know in that example. That's why I'm talking about another. That's why I'm trying to give you a hypothetical example where they only care about helping Trump, but they know they have to do a racial targeting to achieve it.
But then they would be using race as a metric to draw the lines, right?
Okay, yeah, but that's why I would go back to asking.
Or they can
the shopkeeper
not necessarily.
Who knows that he has to exclude.
So they can use
Okay, go on. Yeah,
sorry, yeah, I think I could give a hypothetical. So let's say they didn't use race, but they used like socioeconomic status, but there's some reason, we might have some reason to suspect the reason they're doing that is a proxy for race to try to like get that.
If we think it's a proxy for race, racist. If we think it's a proxy for political opinion,
but if we're sure there's no proxies for race.
Correct.
Okay. There's nothing about proxies for race happening there as the best explanation, or race itself.
And I want LonerBox to pick that bullet.
Like, I mean, then you wouldn't care. You wouldn't say it's like race. You wouldn't care even if it like results in every single black person.
Well, I would care for political.
In one box.
I could care for other reasons.
But not with respect to the.
Correct. Yeah. I would
even
care
if it results in every single black person on one end
and to be totally comprehensive, I would.
Oh, shit, you're muted.
You muted.
Okay, I would care.
Every time I hear that sound of like something plugging into a Windows computer and it goes doo-doo, I always hear the song by Usher and Lil Jon with like the doo-doo, 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 doo-doo. I think it's called Yeah. I every time I hear that doo-doo.
For reasons related to VR.
Is that just me?
Right, compliance? No?
Okay, now you just unmuted.
Okay. I would care for reasons related to VRA compliance about what I think the law actually says, and I want the American law to be followed. So that's reason number one, I would still care. And then reason number two, I care about Democrats winning. So those are two good reasons I think that I would have to still object to the gerrymander on VRA compliance grounds and on grounds related to Democrats winning elections. But I wouldn't call that, if I knew that, racist. And LonerBox, I don't think you would either, because I think it would commit you to weird shit.
I still don't actually know exactly what you're saying, so I'll just give a different example and it'll probably imply the same thing. So we went back to the shopkeeper who believes sincerely that he has to exclude black people and put a no blacks allowed sign on his door so that he can get better wealthier white customers and more money. He has no opinions about race whatsoever. Do we call this racist? And I'm still saying yeah. Because
so if you're actually discriminating on the basis of race, yes. So my definition and yours too accounts for that. And people, by the way, this is another example of bad faith. If you go to the conduit conversation, initially I say no to that. I think about it a little bit, and then I say, let me fix that. I was wrong. Yes, I would. And then later, even still in the conversation, I say, I was wrong about that, and I backed away from that. But people are clipping that one little bit and where I was wrong because I was only conceptualizing in terms of bias because I'm just reacting, instantly correct myself and acting as though my definition wouldn't account for that. And I think it would. But that's not the question, LonerBox. You have to bite a bullet one of these days, all right? The question is, if a person has a policy, right, that results in more black people having negative effects of them, but there is no racial motivation, there's no bias in other words, and there is no discriminatory action or policy or effect, would you call that racist?
Again, I think it depends. Like, I'm sorry, that's just not like that's not a simple question, because if you're a shopkeeper who sincerely believes that you have to exclude black people by putting a sign up saying no blacks allowed, you're spending 8 hours of your day in your workplace excluding black people from consuming and like deliberately.
You're fighting the hypo, LonerBox,
against them. So that would be that you're being racist.
LonerBox, you're fighting the hypothetical.
More police. If you have to put more police into communities where there are more crime, and it just so happens that the black communities have a bit more crime, then like does that make you racist for doing that? Then
LonerBox, you're fighting the hypothetical. I'm going to hold you to a hypothetical. I'm not saying that the sign says blacks need not apply, because you and I both agree that would be discriminatory action, independent of mindset, correct? So you understand when I'm asking this question. I'm not asking about a sign that says black need not apply. I'm asking about some other policy that has extreme negative effects on black people that isn't by itself discrimination, that it isn't by itself motivated by bias. Would you call that racist?
I can use your not necessarily if you want me to, but then I just need more information about what this policy is or how they came to that conclusion.
I think I can give an example.
Go for it.
Good one.
Yeah.
Let's say instead of blacks need not apply, it said heavily melanated individuals need not apply. And this we knew this person really just cared about melanin, like the molecular structure. Like it wasn't about like the color of the skin to them. It was like they really just cared about this molecule. Like they had an aversion to the molecule. And they didn't want
I think
that
you have
molecule.
to bite the
They had a
bullet.
religious belief against them. Yeah. So you would bite the bullet.
Yeah.
And that would result in like the only black people who would be allowed in the store are people with vitiligo.
Yeah.
Top to bottom vitiligo.
But the thing is, Avi, I think you would bite that bullet too, wouldn't you?
Yeah. Yeah. So you wouldn't say that's
by definition.
Yeah. So you would say that this. So even if it results, and that would result in
in 100%
essentially
denial.
every single black person,
correct,
not being able to enter.
It's something else bad, right? It's like an arbitrary policy.
What do you think it wouldn't? So you would think that again with the Civil Rights Act, like you wouldn't violate the laws on the.
Help me out there. The civil rights. So it might
do you
violate
think that
the
should be
laws
illegal? Do you think it should be illegal?
Yeah, I'm
like
not sure.
Said no melanated.
Yeah,
so
I'm fine with certain. So I'm fine with certain actions done to ameliorate harmful effects. That's not the issue, right? I could be consistently in favor of the Civil Rights Act.
You would say it should be illegal, but not in virtue of it being racist.
Because the policy is arbitrary, or because the policy is having such a harmful outsized effect.
And to be clear, if you actually were in the real world, IRL, someone said no melanated,
you would laugh at them and be like, yes.
And you would say they're racist. You
Correct.
would say like
100%. And Avi, you agree with me on this. Wait, one of you
guys.
Yeah,
I understand what you're saying.
Wait, no. Do you agree?
I agree. No, I will say it. I will say. I agree. With all the clear
caveats that we've just laid out.
Very clear.
I don't like that he feels like he has to keep clarifying this shit. Like, who the fuck is clipping this shit out of context? This is really fucking stupid if people are actually doing this. Like, the hypotheticals are obvious. Even in my conversation with Pisco, he says at one point, like, if we knew that somebody was like a pedophile, but they would never actually offend, and they would never like harm a child, would you condemn that like disposition, that they would want that desire to want to have sex with a kid? And I said, no, of course not. Like, if we know the outcome already, we know that they're not going to harm a child. The only reason I would ever condemn the belief is because I believe, that disposition, your desire to harm a child, that leads to you likely harming a child. That's what that does. That's the reason for it. That's like the reason we condemn this. If somebody went and clipped me out of fucking context where they're making it sound like I'm like, that's an impossible world where we somehow know this person is never going to harm a child. But if you're trying to like clip me out of context to make it sound like I'm biting a bullet that says that like, it's okay to be a pedophile, that's fucking bullshit, dude. That's fucking retarded. Like, I posted my own fucking clip on this where I'm the one saying this shit. This is the conversation, like just a small part of it right here, where like this is literally it's like 30 seconds where I say this.
This is the case. I've been very clear that like I'm the idea of anti-Semitism when it comes to, and I think this is the case for literally homophobia, racism, like all of these things, is going to be like outcomes based. right? It is going to be about like whether or not it ends up harming a community. Generally, the actions, like if we're talking about like a verb, it's going to be like.
I have no idea what you're saying right there. You're saying anti-Semitism is going to be outcomes based. What do you mean by that? You're saying definitionally it is?
So that's what I'm explaining right now. Is that like if we're talking about a verb, it's going to be like just some sort of like disproportionate bias or a discrimination, unfair discrimination or unfair bias towards a group of people. But whether or not that bias matters or that discrimination matters is normally going to be based on like a harm that's actually caused to that group of people or a likely harm that would be caused.
Really?
Yes.
So if you knew someone was racist, but you knew it, right? Like you knew that someone had a prejudice against black people who thought that black people were all scum and criminals, but they never acted on it and they kept to themselves. They never did anything racist in terms of actually discriminating against people and actually, not allowing them into the shop, whatever. Would you condemn his racist belief? Yes or no?
The belief, I mean, if he's expressing this to me, yeah, probably.
Yeah, so it isn't just about outcomes, right?
That it's because I believe that the belief is likely to lead to those outcomes. It's likely to lead to those actions.
No, it's not just that. If you knew someone was privately racist, even if it didn't affect anything, we condemn beliefs all the time. We think that they're immoral.
Yes, because they are likely to lead to those outcomes. Why?
We just do it. That's what people do. Like if people have horrible beliefs, let's say
This is
you knew
fucking
someone
crazy.
was, fetishized cannibalism, or someone, for example, the best case of this is
Every time I ask why something's bad or why you would condemn something, he says we just do. Like, what? that's not an answer. What do you mean? You just do.
schmetophilia, right? You would condemn that belief, that disposition.
Yes, but why?
Because you think, it's a bad belief to have. Not just
But
necessarily
why?
because of the outcome. Because you don't like it, right?
No,
Yes,
because
yes.
it's likely to lead to a negative outcome.
Even if you knew it wasn't, right? So you would say that you're indifferent to a schmetophile, even if you know it's not likely, if this person can't offend, even if this person is in no position to be able to offend, you wouldn't condemn that view? You wouldn't condemn that disposition?
No, if I knew for sure that was the case, no, of course not. The only reason that I would condemn it is because I think those things, or those beliefs and those biases are likely to lead to different actions, and those actions are going to negatively affect other people. Bully bit! Bully bit! Why? What do you mean why? I literally just explained it. What do you mean why? What do you mean why? Like I literally just went through. Like obviously I'm talking about the negative outcome. That's the thing that I care about here. I care about the negative outcome that is going to happen. It's the same with like anti-Semitism or any sort of moral framework. And so even when you talk about anti-Semitism, the fact that so this is where you have to get into like more pragmatics instead of the semantics. Is why do we use the term anti-Semitism? Why do we use the term racism? Why do we use the term homophobia? Why do we use those terms? Like you got to consider the pragmatics of the linguistics. As in like the reason that we have these terms is for red flags, because we believe that these things can lead to negative outcomes. That's what we're trying to pinpoint. When we call somebody racist, when we call somebody anti-Semitic, when we call them any of these terms, we're trying to pinpoint negative outcomes. And so when we call them this term, we say, oh, you're that thing. We're trying to show that like they are somebody who will likely lead to negative outcomes. So while something may not specifically meet a definition, it meets the pragmatics of the term. It meets exactly the thought process behind why we would use it. I'm asking why Papaya agrees with Pisco. Oh, okay. So why, yeah, how could you agree with Pisco there? He doesn't even have a thought process behind what he's saying. He's saying it just is because it is. It's just cuz. He literally gives the reason just cuz, like over and over. Outcomes aren't the only thing people care about. You could think some attitudes are immoral too. So wait, what do you mean attitudes are immoral? Wait, what do you even mean by that? Like, again, if the attitude is something that is likely to lead to a negative outcome. So it doesn't mean that this is 100% going to lead to a negative outcome each and every single time. or we have to know for a fact that it will lead to a negative outcome before we believe it's going to be bad. We can believe it is likely to lead to a negative outcome, and that's what a principle is, right? A principled position is, I don't care if it is 100% going to lead to a negative outcome each and every single time. I'm taking a principled position that says I am drawing a line that says this is always bad, regardless, because it is likely to lead to a negative outcome. Tom doesn't eat fruit, confirmed? What the fuck? Bro, I just ate fruit snacks the other day on stream in front of everybody. So like, this is the issue here is that, like, if you and I compare our moral values, right? We compare our moral thought processes and we go through it and we try to figure out which one is going to, like, negate the most negative outcomes while also giving people the most amount of freedom and leeway to where we're getting like the best of both worlds. Your worldview is never going to compare to mine. Like, your worldview will never, if somebody comes up to the two of us and they're like, hey, trying to figure out what's the best moral system to go with, can you give me like what's good about yours? And then this guy, you give me what's good about yours. Well, yours is going to say, well, we just do, just cuz. So that's that. Whereas mine don't have utility behind it. Mine don't have reasoning and thought process and logic. I can give you a system, not just, well, sometimes it's bad just because it is. And if they say, well, then how do I know which time it is bad because it is and which time it's not bad because it's not? So, well, it just is because it is and it's not because it's not. That's how you know. You're begging the question. Wait, are you talking to somebody else? I'm saying you're begging the question. For example, you might say it's wrong to be racist against blue-skinned people, even though that view isn't likely to lead to any negative outcome. But I wouldn't say that. You're begging the question that what matters about moral systems is what leads to the best outcomes. Then what matters about moral systems then? When you say, I'm begging the question that what matters about this thing is the outcome, that's literally what matters about everything. So I'm not begging the question about moral systems. This is literally what matters about everything. But what is the other answer? What is the other option? This is literally like how we get to, you know, gay people aren't bad or being trans isn't bad, is that they don't actually cause negative outcomes. They're not actually harming anybody by doing these things. Therefore, we don't consider this to be immoral anymore. I just told you you could care inherently about attitudes. But why? Like, I don't know what that, I have no idea what that means. You care inherently about attitudes. Like, what? So what if you care? Like, why do I care what you care about? Why does you caring about something, what does that have to do with morality? Why are you begging the question that what you care about has anything to do with morality? Why do you care about outcomes? Because it leads to the best world for the most amount of people. Obviously. Bullet! bit. I need to get that soundbite. Bullet bit.
Clear caveats, because I know how this is going to sound horrifying to normies. I know what you're saying. I get it.
Get LonerBox to bite one of these bullets. This is bullshit. This is bullshit.
I've already said not necessarily. Listen, Pisco, for the third time, I've already said you're not necessarily, right?
Wait, no.
Like,
So now, but it's gonna lead to weird results, right? It's gonna lead to you to be committed to insanely.
That's circular. You're saying you care about outcomes because it has good outcomes. Well, no. I said it has the best outcomes for the most amount of people. So like, I can say like it leads to the best life, but like when you say you care about outcomes for moral framework, yes, but I care about it for moral framework because it helps people's quality of life. They're all going to be outcomes. I can't literally, I don't know how I could answer the fucking question, because even if you say, well, I want it to be about what it is that people care about, because then people feel safe and secure, and what it is, you're still going to be talking about outcomes as well. Like there's no way for me to answer the question why without giving you an outcome. That's not circular. There are different types of outcomes that I'm giving you for different reasons.
Weird results where and I don't think that you're gonna be okay with them.
Wait, what's going to lead to weird results? If I say this person who puts a "No Blacks Allowed" sign on his door, he's definitely racist, even though
Holy shit,
his brain and I find out that he doesn't actually
care about race. That's not the example. Wait, Avi, I mean, I'm not.
Wait, the example he has an aversion. He has a genuine aversion to the melanin molecule, and you read his mind, and you really know that he has no problem with like the color black or anything, or the race itself. He just has the problem. Like if African Americans didn't produce that amount of melanin, he would have no problem with them. Even if they were black for some other reason, he would have no problem with them. Like it's just this molecular structure. He's able to perceive it somehow, and it causes just this horrible feeling for him for whatever reason. And you knew like that. That's all it was. What I would tell you, what I would say is, okay, this is.
My point is, you can have an outcomes-focused morality, but that's just as justified as an attitudes-focused morality. Okay, well, I mean, if I say that my morality is based on like whether or not cats like it, I mean, is that just as justified? If my cat likes it, then I think it's good. Is that just as justified? I think so. Okay, I think that's fucking bullshit. I think that you have a really fucking immoral framework then. I think you have a very immoral framework, because it's going to lead to bad outcomes for society.
In this logically possible world, okay. However, just caveat.
Mm-hmm.
Caveat the hell out of this. Yes. However, in the real world, I am.
Like, I'm not. When I think of what morality is, okay, morality is like a system that social animals have in order to get along. So it's some sort of code that they have in order for them to live together, because not all animals are social animals, but the ones that are social animals, we have to have some sort of code in order to live with each other and get along with one another. So because we are different types of animals that are capable of being critical of our own framework, we're going to look at it and try to create the world that is going to make us get along the most and the best. And so obviously that is just inherently outcomes based. If you say like, oh, well, what is morality? Morality is just a code for people to be able to live within a society. That's what it is. And so obviously I can start from there and then say, now I'm going to design it based on that. Whereas if you think morality is just your fifis, then yeah, of course, you're going to come to like an insanely immoral disposition on like gay people and trans people and literally everything else. And then you're going to say, well, I think mine is just as justified. But how? Like, we can go throughout human history and see this is what morality is, and what people mean when they say morality is. They're obviously talking about something that's going to have like, it's a good code for people to live amongst each other.
Essentially always going to say someone like that is a racist motherfucker.
And
I think your framework is really immoral because my cat doesn't like it at all. Fair enough.
would too, and I would too, and I would too, and I would too.
I don't disagree with any of that. Like if you're giving me this like completely like, yeah, I don't disagree with that either. But
that means you don't have to. That means we're once again not unaligned, right? You and I both agree on the hypothetical. We agree on every. What have we disagreed on so far, LonerBox, in that hypothetical?
Not in the hypothetical. The thing I disagree with was that last time it seemed like you were quite firm on the idea, and maybe something's changed, but it seemed like you were quite firm on the idea that you have to. It's a state of mind. And without the state of mind,
I think his view might have changed.
Yes, no, again, he kept saying, in almost every conversation, Pisco has said over and over, but why does that mean they hate Jews? Why do you believe that makes them hate Jews? Like, he said this over and over. It was definitely a state of mind issue.
No.
And in the conduit conversation, he literally said it was about intent.
In the conduit conversation, the first conversation, he asked about the racist sign. I said no. Then I thought about it for 5 seconds, and I said actually yes. So that's where
your view changed.
My view, like if I thought about it, yeah. I mean, like yes, in the moment it changed.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure
in the moment
past,
you like buried around the view.
Yeah,
I
had a brain fart, and then I committed to it in good faith.
Okay, that's fine.
But when I brought it to our conversation LonerBox, I accounted for that too. I said so. If you can go back to the VOD, everyone can watch. I wasn't the person who said you need a state of mind, but I did say that that's a big feature of what people I think often talk about is state of mind, as opposed to like innocent discrimination, or sorry, I should say discrimination without the racist motive. That's why I was saying there's a centrality of focus on intent and ideas, because that's what I think we most care about in these spaces, or that we're most talking about in these spaces.
Okay, I really felt like it took quite a while to get there when we were talking, but yeah, I understand.
But to be clear about the LonerBox, we don't agree on the racist shop example, right? We don't disagree on that, correct?
Doesn't seem so, no.
We don't disagree on a racially motivated shopkeeper, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And we both bit the bullet on a melanin whatever example where you can really isolate it. Okay, so then we perfectly agree so far. I don't think that there's been any disagreement on the definition and on any of the applications of the extreme hypotheticals. No disagreement.
Should go to the subset analysis, the subset example.
Israeli Jews.
Conversation.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that you did in the initial conversation. I did hear you going back and forth in that conversation about whether the subset precludes being racist.
Yeah. So let's talk about the bias against Israeli Jews specifically. I had a hard time conceptualizing as the first time I heard of it. Like, you're not anti-Semitic against all, or you're not prejudiced against all Jews. You're prejudiced against the subset of Israeli Jews. That's what was being raised, correct?
Yeah, for what it's worth, in the Arab world, that's just a very normal opinion or a normal phenomenon. Yeah, sorry.
The phenomenon of being
it's normal to not really give a shit about American Jews, but to really, really hate Israeli Jews, and even just to call them the Jews. That's why when Arabs say the Jews, like sometimes they're talking about all Jews in like in a Quranic hatred or whatever, like with the axis of resistance, but sometimes they are just talking about Israelis. Like quite often.
So I think that example is pushing on some of our just the same evidentiary concerns. If you really knew that someone was prejudiced only on Israeli Jews, then I think you would say that and nothing else. You would say they're not anti-Semitic with respect.
Okay, I think I found it. Wait, no, I didn't, did I? Fuck, I don't think I did find it.
I just bit your bullet, right? You said in a way that negatively affects Democrats. Bullet bit. Yes, I would.
Sorry, not just Democrats. We're talking about like if it turns out like there's a migrant killing a innocent white lady, would you go and talk about how?
I would give my take on it. Yes.
Why the case of the prosecution is good and.
Yeah. I would give a better take than whatever the Fox person is, and I would try to get some clout myself, and I would make the caveats that are necessary and say like this, by the way, doesn't speak of most, as you guys all know, immigrants do less crime overall.
You would give caveats even unprompted, right?
What is that?
The outcome I got from our conversation last time was that you would be looking for this condition to be met for you to think he's not a hostile platform.
What do you mean by hostile platform? Do you understand? What does that mean?
A platform like Fox News, a platform like a.
There's some conditions under which there's some conditions under which for some platforms, right? There's reputational risk, right? And then I'm going to be like, well, we need to weigh the reputational risk. I'm not even going to go on Nick Fuentes ever, right? Or Myron Gaines ever to have a nice friendly. Okay, so put aside reputational risk. I'm sure I've never said that you should, in platforms which is massive disagreement with Fox News, that you should never have constructive, pleasant dialogues with these people. I would go on Fox News to give legal commentary, if asked.
Would you go on Fox News to have a legal commentary on a case where, for instance, let's say it turns out
the Democrats are negative? Yes, I would. Bullet bit.
Or like
yes, I would. Bullet bit. I just bit your bullet, right? You said in a way that negatively affects Democrats. Bullet bit. Yes, I would.
We gotta get that. We gotta get that soundbite. Bullet bit. Bullet bit. I'll save that for later.
Respect to Jews, they're anti-Semitic with respect to Israeli Jews, or they're discriminatory with respect to Israeli Jews. And I don't see,
even if they weren't discriminatory against Israeli Arabs, it's just Israeli Jews.
I think that's the situation, right? Like it has to. That would be anti-Semitic with respect to a subgroup, which is to say the Jews live in Israel.
Okay, and when you would say that is
yes,
okay, so you can be anti-Semitic subgroup.
Yeah, of course. Yeah,
so it would be an anti-Semite of sorts.
Of
like, you
sorts,
would still be
yeah.
anti-Semitic.
Yeah.
It would just be a different type of anti-Semite.
But then the question was asked.
What if they only hated the Israeli Jews? What if they only happened to hate most of them because they were Zionists, right? So they hate like 98% of Israeli Jews, but it's because they're Zionists. They like Kadash and they like Omer Bartov.
Yeah, I don't think that's anti-Semitic. You can hate people for being Zionist, and it just so happens to apply to Jews. But I don't think most Zionists are Jews. So the majority of people that you hate are not Jewish. Like, I don't know how the fuck you can say that this is like a Jewish issue when the majority of Zionists aren't Jewish. Like, it doesn't make sense. Real quick, we got 36 minutes left on the clock. We're at 0 out of 25 minutes. If you guys want to donate to the channel, please use the tips link pinned at the bottom of chat. That makes it to where I get 100% of the donation. If you send it through YouTube, I only get 2/3 of it. YouTube takes 1/3 out of every single donation. But if you send it through Stream Elements, I get 100% every time. Plus, with YouTube, it takes about 2 months to get to me, whereas with Stream Elements, I get it immedioso. So, consider using the tips link pinned at the bottom of chat. Currently, I think it still only allows people to donate through PayPal. So, if you don't have PayPal, you're not able to do it. I understand. We will still accept super chats, but highly recommend Stream Elements. Highly recommended. It's great. It's great, guys. It's fucking awesome. I donated one time using Stream Elements. Best time of my life. Best time of my life.
And they like fuck Avi Schleiman. But they really hate Christian Zionists as well. Yeah.
Right. Then it's just a question of like what you believe their actual, where the prejudice or where the discrimination is being targeted towards. If someone gives you someone who,
yes, it has to be on the basis of them being Jewish. If it's on the basis of them being Zionist, it's not anti-Semitic.
Is not prejudice and not discriminatory against an Israeli Jew who is non-Zionist. I think the conclusion from that.
Why are you sub to some blonde chicks OnlyFans? It was still the best time of my life using Stream Elements.
And then you genuinely believe them, is that they're not anti-Semitic against Israeli Jews, right? If they're not exhibiting that prejudice or discrimination towards Israeli Jews who are non-Zionists, then it's not the mere fact of them being Israeli Jews. It would be that plus Zionism. But then if they start applying like the same lens towards Christian Zionists in Israel, and they let's say they don't apply it towards, it just feels like the Zionism starts doing all the work and it starts answering the question. I don't know about you, Avi. What do you think of that?
Yeah. So it sounds like the answer to the subset question is they still may or may not be, on definition at least, they still may or may not be anti-Semitic. Just the mere fact that it's only toward a subset doesn't preclude anti-Semitism. And we just look at what's best explaining their views within their actions within subsets. So, for example, if it's hatred of Israeli Jews, okay, what hypothesis best explaining the hatred of Israeli Jews is go into evidence. Is it do they have the same hatred toward Arab Israelis? Turns out no. Do they have the same hatred toward Israeli Christians? Turns out no. It's just Israeli Jews. Then it doesn't seem like an ideology is really. It seems like it's not.
No, Pisco LonerBox already said that the hatred would be just as equal for Christian Zionists as it would be for Jewish Zionists. LonerBox just said this. I don't know why the fuck Avi is changing the hypothetical or changing the thought process. Let me rewind. He did say that, right? I'm not crazy.
Really, and they like Omer Bartov, and they like fuck Avi Schleiman. But they really hate Christian Zionists as well. Yeah.
Right.
They really hate Christian Zionists as well. Why is Avi changing the fucking hypothetical here? Why is he changing it? That's not how that works. You can't unnecessarily strengthen the argument if it doesn't actually apply. This is one of, again, like, love Avi. I don't know why Pisco fights so hard for him to moderate these things when I don't get it.
It seems like it's not Zionism doing work here. It seems like there is some racial or ethnic sort of or religious sort of work thing that's doing work here, and that is anti-Semitic.
Yes,
and that is strong. Then that would be strong evidence that it is anti-Semitic.
Yeah.
However,
it's a specified.
If someone's just broadly, if someone's just broadly saying, okay, well, I hate Zionist Jews, and I also hate Zion to the same degree. I hate Jews of any other race to the same degree. Like there's nothing over and above. It's not like I hate every Zionist, but I really hate the Zionists when they're Jews. It's the same. I just hate Zionists, blacks, and same. Then it seems like the best explanation is the Zionism there.
Yeah. No.
So the answer is it depends.
Yeah, I think that's
you can be.
Correct. Now, the difficult situations are like these hypotheticals where it's like, okay, would you call them anti-Semitic? Let's say they love every other Jew in the world. They spend all of their time, 24 hours, doing charity for Jews across the world. They just really, really hate, and they really have a prejudice towards Israeli Jews. Or like, let's say something else weird. Where these hypotheticals are like, they only hate Jewish bankers. They don't hate bankers. They don't hate Jews who are non-bankers. They just hate Jewish bankers. Now, those scenarios, it's hard for me to envision. Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, I can. Let's go through one of each time. So someone does a lot of stuff for the anti-Zionist Jews.
Yeah.
Like they love them, they hang out with them, they praise them. They may even say that I'm the real person fighting anti-Semitism. They make it up in Oxford, like, or for someone.
Yeah, wearing a Mao suit.
Yeah, they may say that. But then they hate Israeli Jews, but they don't seem to hate Israeli Arabs to the same degree, and they hate Jewish Zionists. But they don't, and they may hate also Arab Zionists, but they don't seem to hate Arab Zionists to the same degree. And they don't seem to hate Zionists of the non-Jewish varieties. They don't use the same slurs to Zionists of the non-Jewish, non-white variety, perhaps. They don't use the same vitriol to the non-white, non-Jewish Zionist, perhaps. If the Zionist is black, if the Zionist is Arab, they still treat them differently. They may not like them, they may hate them, but they may not be as vitriolic toward them than they are toward
then
Zionists
absolutely
when they're Jews.
Yeah. So absolutely.
And they are still anti-Semitic then.
So on that view, I obviously I think that there's we will get into the degrees conversation and the different like layers and whether that constitutes hatred, but I think that is a form of anti-Semitism prejudice, and it would explain also good relationships with non-Zionist Jews in America, all that other stuff.
Yeah.
And I'm totally open to that, 100%. But
second example, bankers.
Yeah, go.
Second example, bankers. So again, same analysis. Oh, you hate Jewish bankers. Okay.
Oh.
Well, what about when it's a non-Jewish banker? What about when it's a black banker? What about when it's a Arab banker? What about when it's a Palestinian banker? Again, if it's just a different view there, if it's the same hatred for every sort of banker, then it's what the best explanation seems to be covering all of it.
Yep.
You hate bankers.
100%.
If it's just if it's just bankers and Jews, then the banker or the Jew is the effect modifier there, but that's the problem. It shouldn't be an effect modifier.
Correct. No, I totally agree with that 100%. And I think LonerBox, you do too. I think we're all aligned on the definitions. And I think the question, before we get into the evidence stuff, I think the question is like on these different degrees. But I'm happy to like pause it in the LonerBox if you have any questions.
Yeah, well, to bring the example that Avi had with the person who's bigoted against Israeli Jews, to bring a real world example of that, which happens all the time, is like this person hates Israeli Jews, but they like the ones who are anti-Zionist, but they don't really care for Israeli Arabs. They don't mind them. They do hate Israeli Christian Zionists, but they only happen to remind you of that when you call them anti-Semitic, right? Or like they just say, yeah, I also hate Christian Zionists in Israel, so I'm not anti-Semitic. And that's the only time they ever bring it up. Then the rest of the time, they're just always talking about Israeli Jews who are Zionists.
It's the also back pocket.
They're also back.
Yeah,
no,
because,
listen, that's into the evidence shit. But no, that's absolutely something that I would consider. The degree to which one affirmatively raises something, the degree to which it's a also ran kind of deal. Like I'm sensitive to that stuff. I'm sensitive to a lot of these tropes and a lot of these this
I'm
bullshit stuff, I
sensitive
call it out
to all
on my own streams and in my own
bigotry.
debates when I feel like I'm talking to a groiper just based on how they talk, or when they use terms like goy slop. And so I'm sensitive to that, and I'm also sensitive to the point you just raised, LonerBox. I just don't think that that's captured in our definition conversations. People want to claim that I'm like, now maybe my thresholds are different before I'm willing to call someone something like that, but that is evidence that I'm willing to consider, and I don't dismiss it out of hand, which I think has been like the caricature of my position, is that I dismiss these things out of hand and I don't consider them. I'm just, those hypotheticals were informative for the hypotheticals we've used are informative for the definition talk, and we haven't gotten to the evidence part, in my view. Can I do a little?
Avi,
Okay,
I was actually wondering, maybe Avi's got an opinion on this. What if you take that same person who's against Israeli Jewish Zionists? They also hate the Christian, the Christian Zionists in Israel, but they're a bit more ambivalent or a bit more on the fence about the Arabs who live in Israel, but they especially hate Arabs in Israel who are actually Zionist. Can you know the whole thing about like Sinwar, like he killed Palestinians, he killed Israelis, right? Yeah.
Like the traitor thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that would again. So that question would depend.
Yeah.
It depends on. Okay. So for example, like this is actually something. Well, before we get into that, so you're talking about like the traitor sort of view. Like, okay, well they're a traitor, they're a collaborator. Yeah. So then it's just like what's doing the explanation toward. Just let me exert the hypothetical. They hate Israeli Jews. They hate Israeli Christians to the same degree as they hate Israeli Jews, and they hate Israeli Arabs who are Zionists way more. Okay, then it seems that's all there is. The same. Yeah. No, and that just I mean, they could have. Then it depends. I mean, they could have multiple reasons.
Ham Flask tipped $5.
Hey, yo! Ham Flask! Good sir! Thank you for the $5 dono. Let's go. W's in the chat for Mr. Flask. Appreciate it, good sir. Let's get them cheers in the chat for the donoers.
For doing it. So someone can have a traitor sort of feel. It may not be because they're Arab and Zionist that they hate them more, that they'll call them collaborators. It could just be that they feel that they're betrayed because.
Ringalotus tipped $5.
You guys hear the donos, right? I just want to make sure. It's not popping up on my side that you guys hear it, but I hear it. I just want to make sure you guys hear it. Ringo Rotis with the $5 dono. Thank you, good sir. Thank you. That gets us to $10 on the goal. We got $15 to go. If you guys want to donate, use the tips link pinned at the bottom of chat. Yes? Okay, cool.
Because of their relation, like their.
But that relation is inherently ethnic, right? Yeah. I mean, like that seems like
I would argue that even if they hate the traitors more, that could still actually even support the anti-Semitic view. It can still support because they hate the Arab-Israeli collaborators because they see them as like a group that should be like on side against them, which is the mostly Jewish group, right?
Yeah. So my what I would want to know is, okay, so a couple things. Do they think so they don't think that the Arabs are the only person who can be traitors. It's just that they're.
Wow, Avi's stuttering. He lost the debate. He lost. Avi lost. That's it. He stuttered. That's it for him. Adios, Avios.
My what I would want to know is, okay, so a couple things. Do they think so they don't think that the Arabs are the only person who can be traitors. It's just that they're.
That's what the girl that I debated the other day on the Candace Owens Andrew Wilson debate. She like at the end of the conversation, she was like, well, you have to admit I was right on some things, because there was a couple of times you didn't have any, you were quiet for a while and you were stuttering. And I was like, no, I'm almost positive, like any period where I was fucking quiet, it's because I was sitting here going, but not because I didn't have any sort of fucking argument back. That she's just like, well, you have to admit I was right on a lot of things because you were quiet a couple of times. Pretty sure it was not what you think. Pretty sure that it's not what you think was happening.
traitors with respect to them, like their position on the family tree. Like it's not necessarily even that like I'm looking at all the ethnicities and I see like this is the ethnicity that's capable of being a traitor. It's
Because
just
if, wait, can we
incidental
pause
to
right
where
there?
I am.
Because if that were the case, it would rely on a preconceived notion of what an Arab should do, right? And it would imply some sort of like preconceived notion that you're not really an Arab if you do X. But the thing is, that's going to bring in like Shapiro, and I want to see how you interact with that and like the not a real Jew that discourse that maybe Shapiro engages in. I don't think you would call that anti-Semitic.
Well, actually, wait, before you answer that, on the other side, you see it with settlers as well. I've heard from multiple settlers, actually, that they'll try to make this defense that actually the biggest enemy of settlers is not Palestinians, it's Israeli leftists. That they actually have a lot more vitriol and they talk a lot more about their hatred for Israeli leftists who want them to leave the West Bank than they actually do for, or even Western leftists even more. So, but then to me, that actually almost like furthers or is just part of their bigotry towards Palestinians.
Yeah, I think it's okay. So I think
in group to be with them against the other, you know.
Yeah, I think it would depend on why they have this additional responsibility. And again, separate from evidence, like just the definition, if it's in virtue of just the mere fact that they're this ethnicity or this Jew, like just being this ethnicity conveys a responsibility. Just being Jewish conveys a responsibility to be Zionist. Just being Arab conveys a responsibility. Like it inherently comes with a responsibility to be anti-Zionist. Just like that, those sorts of that, yes, that is racist.
Wait, so then the question is, I think that you're committed to Ben
However,
Shapiro being anti-Semitic on that view.
Wait, but hold on. But however, if it's incidental to some other thing, if for example, if they say, okay, well, the biggest damage, if someone says, okay, well, the biggest damage Arabs do to the pro-Palestinian cause are the Zionist Arabs, that's the biggest damage. And it's not because there's anything inherent about being an Arab that conveys like this responsibility to be an anti-Zionist. It's just because they're so easily used as tokens or something, which is all true. They are easily used as tokens by the other side. They're not naturally any sort of person like that. If they're talking about that sort of thing, I don't think that would commit them.
Okay, so let me give you a quote. A quote. This is a quote from Ben Shapiro.
Give you a quote.
Asked about why
from
Jews
Ben Shapiro.
vote for Democrats. He says most Jews are not particularly Jewish. He says it doesn't mean you're going to shul every Shabbat. I'm talking about like in any significant sense of identity. Judaism is just a thing that a lot of and he goes on. I didn't capture the full quote, but essentially he's basically suggesting that these Jews, in virtue of how they vote, are somehow less than Jews, or that there's something that we can be gained from. So would
in
you
a
call
certain yeah. So I would say that's so I'm going to do the same two things: definition and evidence.
Yep.
So definition, if what he's saying again, if what he's saying is they are somehow less Jew, they are not Jewish, or they're less Jewish in some false way, like not a trivially true way, like that, like we'll do semantic analysis. But if he's saying that. And if he's saying that there's like, there is an inherent responsibility they're failing at because they're Jews and they should be doing this.
We get a poll on the screen. The question for you today, chat, is how do you identify? You got to put the number in chat. So if it's a liberal, put 1. If it's a progressive, put 2. Conservative, put 3. Centrist, put 4. However you identify, just put that number in the chat, okay? So as soon as I put a 1 and I hit enter in the chat, I get it adds my vote to the liberal side. If we can mine didn't go through. Why did my chat not go through? There we go. Okay. Okay, YouTube chat's just kind of... All right, so yeah, so now it says there's 1 vote for liberal. It's at 100%. I probably should have put the numbers instead. Okay, hold on. We're going to reset this. I shouldn't have put the percentage. I should have put the number instead. So we're going to reset this poll real quick. All right. All right. Okay. Start over. Okay. Now we're going to do the numbers instead. There you go. All right. So yeah, you can vote on the poll. Put the number in chat. You can only vote once. It's not going to let you vote more than once. So there you go. 1 for liberal, 2 for progressive, 3 for conservative, 4 for centrist.
It's because they're Jews and they're not, then yeah, that is definition on my notion of anti-Semitism. However, if he's saying, well, by Jew in name only, what I'm really saying is I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that there's inherent responsibility they're feeling because they're Jewish. I'm saying most Jews are Jew in name only because they really there's a denotation connotation failure. When they say they're Jewish, that connotates that they care about the religion. That connotates that they care about the culture. That connotates all these things. And if you actually look at it, in reality, they really genuinely do not. Like the denotation is mismatching the connotation.
Okay, but
when you actually investigate it.
Let me ask your gut, right?
What if they said you're only Jewish if it's on your mother's side? What if you're only Jewish if your mother was Jewish? What about that? How about that?
Right? When you hear Shapiro like go off on some of these Jewish Democrats, doesn't it feel there's an extra like, I know that we don't have the evidence right now, and I don't have it feels like there's an extra because like you're a traitor to the Jews and like you guys are doing the work. Don't you feel that?
So I do. Yes, the answer is yes. I do feel it, and I'll give you my. I hate to, so I'm willing to do this without looking at the evidence. I'll give you my gut without looking at the evidence. I suspect there's both things at play here. I suspect there's a more minor component of the genuinely anti-Semitic than the other. I think that Ben Shapiro genuinely is recognizing something that is true, by the way. Like, it is true that there are people who are like basically Jewish in name only. That when you actually look like Jewish Voices for Peace, they really are Jewish. And actually,
they're a gino? A fucking gino? Gross. That sounds disgusting. Ew. I bet ginos smell like fish.
Actually say
in religious terms, not in ethnic terms.
They're Jewish. No, even
in
cultural. We'll get to that. Yeah, even like
they're talk about how they're freaking Lebanese, right? Like how their main office is in Lebanon.
They're Jewish in politics only, is the way I like to say it. But that is really true. Like when you look at the way they try to engage in Jewish culture, it's basically the way in which it would be like someone taking a feather. If I were to take a feather, put it in my hair, and be like, I'm Native American now. Like, it's that sort of slop.
Or macaroni.
Like it's the Hebrew words are written wrong. The cultural symbols are done wrong. The holidays, all of the aspects of the cultural holidays are done.
You could put a feather in your hat and call it macaroni. How about that?
Wrong. They don't know any of this. They don't know the culture. They don't know the religion. It's very, very clear that when you really do look at it to someone who does know it, that they are just putting just random.
Yeah, so far there's 15 votes. We got 12 saying they're liberal, 1 saying they're progressive, 1 saying they're conservative, 1 saying they're centrist. That's 15 votes so far.
Jewish slop together, and it seems like they're just doing this for political reasons. Just like if I were to take a feather and put it in my hair and say, I'm Native American now, land rights acknowledgements are bullshit. See, I look at you can't call me not a Native American. I'm doing the culture. Like, every Native American would look at that and be like, what the fuck are you doing? Like no, that's not how we do the headdress. That's not how we do any of this. That's the way I see JVP. Mm-hmm. Like, they have completely bastardized anyone who like has any knowledge of Jewish culture and religion. So there is a truth to what Ben Shapiro is saying. There are groups that really do this, and it's so obvious they're doing this for political reasons. Like, there is a truth there. I also do think that at the same time, I also do suspect there is a little bit of flair on that. There is a little bit of oomph on that, and it raises my suspicion that there might be something more to that beyond groups like JVP. It might be he may have a little bit of a thing against Democrat Jews. And he might think that there is like a responsibility toward Democrats because they're Jews. That they really should recognize and wake up and like their race is on the line here. There might be something. I have to look for it. I need to have evidence. But I need to stress there is a truth to this. There really are groups like that are Jewish in politics only.
And if you were convinced of that, you would be comfortable calling Ben Shapiro anti-Semitic in some sense, and maybe we'd have to clarify what sense that is.
We'd have to the degree, but if it turns out, if I look into that and be like, oh, actually it's not just like the JVP stuff that's best explaining that, which is like just true stuff. It's like more than that. It's like your average Democrat is like has a responsibility. What best explains Ben Shapiro's actions and the way he talks is Jew qua Jew, then yeah, of course, I would say like
I think that's consistent. I think that's fair and consistent. Should we talk about degrees or LonerBox? Sorry, I know that we're.
Would you feel the same way about because I would probably want to put like for Ben Shapiro, like from what I've seen of him, he does seem to actually be quite
anti-Semitic in that respect.
Actually, yeah, I don't mind saying that, but I do think it's worth delineating like because you can say the same about like so many big, like Tommy Robinson again. He spends more time fighting with like white people from Hope Not Hate and Antifa than he does with fucking Muslims, right? Like most of his fight videos are with white people. But I think there is something different about a hatred or a bigotry towards an outgroup and a disappointment with your in-group for not being on the same side against the outgroup. Like defining,
of course,
like Tommy Robinson defining white people and how they stand in the war against Islam, or for someone like Ben Shapiro or the Settlers defining other Jews for how they stand in the Israeli cause against Palestinians and the Arab world. I think there's maybe a bit of a difference there because I think
there's even a difference of like there's a lot of Christians who will fetishize Jewish people, right? Now, a lot of times somebody will say, well, wait, Tom, you think that racism is only when somebody is you said it's discrimination towards a race or towards Jews, but then you say it's only if it has bad outcomes. But what if it has good outcomes, but we would still call it racist, like somebody who thinks all Asian people are smart, or like a Christian who fetishizes Jews and thinks that they're all the chosen people and they're all so magnificent and everything, right? What about that? So, well, no, those do still lead to negative outcomes. That's why they're bad. That's why we call it anti-Semitism, because the fact that they treat them differently and now have higher expectations of like an Asian person, just because you're Asian now, you're supposed to get straight A's on all your fucking tests or some shit. Like now somebody who's not your stereotypical Asian is now going to be looked at as like, oh, so you're not one of the real Asians because you don't get the fucking good tests. Like you don't get the good test scores, eh? Like that it is still, because it leads to negative outcomes in those cases.
Like it just seems to be that the more bigoted you are, the more of a high standard you're going to hold for your own group. For your own group.
I agree with that, and I'm happy to say that.
That's a bigotry of closeness. Yeah, there is a rival hypothesis. That's the bigotry of closeness.
But if it was someone like Reza Guru who does the whole professorial thing of like, well, you see, the American Jews are a different part of the Jewish story. They're the Jews that got away. The Israelis are the Jews who lived through history. You know, the Americans are the European Jews. They're the ones who were able to find a home before the end of World War II. The Israelis were not, and then that's why there's like that disconnect and how like the kind of like almost like bitterness that he has about being judged by American Jews who kind of didn't really face the same problem post-war. To me, that's not really a bigoted thing going on there. But yeah.
I'm happy to give ground that these are like true conceptions that I would recognize of bigotry or prejudice or discrimination, and that's the same way in which I see like Fuentes has many kinds of prejudice, and one is I think against white people who are traitors, right? Like, and he would say that like if he's very angry against like certain white people because they're not living up to the standard of whatever white nationalist grounding that he.
Yeah, so Fuentes is racist against white people.
Professes, and so I have no problem with that. It's just like it will lead to counterintuitive labels on people that I'm glad that we're all accepting it, but I think we have to specify the kind of bigotry and the degree of it to get like to be fully, I don't know, accurate about what we're saying. And maybe we can talk about that next. Cool.
If you guys don't have any further on that, we can talk about degrees, like the notion, the importance of targeting degrees correctly.
So I think that like everyone's a little bit racist, and I'm sure that there's even notions of implicit bias that if properly evidenced I would accept, or like unconscious bias or these kinds of things. But I am professing a certain hesitation with like the loading of
just
calling someone a racist or an anti-Semite. And the reason for that is I think when you use those without any qualification, those terms, it implies the hatred version of the prejudice. That is to say, Hasan hates Jews, or Cenk hates Jews, or Nick. Whenever you say that like kind of unalloyed term, the term in and of itself, I think it implies a set of things that like, fuck, I don't know if I want to commit myself to that version of it. Where like you can see, for example, some of these people, it doesn't seem like they hate Jews. They might have this version. Like, it would seem weird for me to call Ben Shapiro an anti-Semite in any world, notwithstanding the fact that we've identified a way in which perhaps this, this bias of closeness or this prejudice of closeness that you've identified would definitionally make him anti-Semitic, at least in some respect. But I don't think in any world I would ever catch myself calling Ben Shapiro an anti-Semite. So what do we do, Avi?
Yeah. Before we go into that, would we
So, okay, so an anti-Semite, again, this is where, like, I really am annoyed with this fucking conversation, is because they have to keep making it about the fucking noun. Why? Like, why do we give a fuck about the noun so much? An anti-Semite. Talk about what is anti-Semitism. What does it mean to do something anti-Semitic? Like, that's the thing that matters. What, like, this is kind of fucking annoying.
Would you have an issue with accusing... because I know what you mean, calling someone a racist or an anti or whatever is different from saying that they've like exhibited some behavior, right?
Yeah.
Like, or okay, but I don't think we'd have any problem, or I don't have any problem of saying that Netanyahu was being kind of anti-Semitic when he decided to reinvent the fucking narrative in the Holocaust to make it look like it was Hashmi al-Husseini's idea, right? Like that's
notice the qualifier, by the way, kind of.
Kind of.
So that's
part
part
he
of
was being anti. I can say he was being anti-Semitic as well.
Yeah. No, I'm not saying it's a bad thing. By the way, I'm not saying that qualifiers are even a bad thing. I think they're a good thing in this, because this is exactly what I think is good to capture degrees. I think you can always qualify. You can say, and I don't care how you qualify. I mean, well, I do care how you qualify, but there's plenty of ways of doing it. There's plenty of ways of separating Adolf Hitler from
Ben Shapiro.
You know, I know I do, obviously, but there's ways of separating Adolf Hitler from even like Anna Kasparian.
Sure.
Like there's ways of separating Adolf Hitler from Nick Fuentes. Like, yeah. So if it's an important difference there, there's two goals. You want to.
But not from Donald Trump. Everybody says Donald Trump is literally Adolf Hitler. Everybody says that. Literally, all of the Democrats say that Donald Trump is literally Adolf Hitler. Is what everybody says. We all know it. All the Democrats say all the fucking time that Donald Trump is literally Adolf fucking Hitler. Fuck, why did you have to get caught right there, you fucking piece of shit? Okay.
Not overshoot, but not undershoot either.
Yeah.
Okay, it's important to you don't want to denigrate people be more than what they're due. I don't want to say that. I don't want to give off the implication that Anna Kasparian is an anti-Semite in the same sort of way that Adolf Hitler was.
No, I do. She is the same as Adolf Hitler. So okay, this is the problem: is that it doesn't mean much to separate those things. So just a minute ago, when I was talking about the fact that we use these terms to find red flags, pragmatically, when we're looking at these words, the thing that we want to like find is we're trying to say this person is a red flag. The reason that they're a red flag is because what it is that they're doing is likely to lead to a negative outcome. The negative outcome in a lot of these cases is normalizing discrimination against these people, making people think that it's okay to come up with crazy conspiracy theories about Jews so that they can think a bunch of wild shit about them, like they're drinking the blood of their kids and shit. And then obviously that's going to lead to a lot of people hating them. And so why the fuck? I hate my life.
I do, however, in no world, I don't want to give off the impression that I don't think Anna Kasparian is anti-Semitic.
But yeah, when you normalize the hatred, things like the Holocaust is what happens. When you normalize the conspiracy theories, things like the Holocaust, that is why we're afraid of these things. That's why we avoid them. It's the same with slavery and for black people, and we have fears that like this sort of discrimination, we've seen historically what this shit leads to. So
like I do like Anna Kasparian is anti-Semitic. I want to give off that impression. And even people who are not at the Anna Kasparian level, I want to say, so you can say, okay, is this person anti-Semite, anti-Semitic? I'd say they are not. I could say they're meaningfully. I don't not at this level, but they actually are meaningfully beyond everyone's a little bit racist, anti-Semitic. They are something like, I would say something like that. And this is important because imagine if you don't do that. Imagine if you if you always have this threshold where they have to be at the Anna Kasparian level, the Nick Fuentes level, if they have to be at that level, that especially with like especially now that we've done all the definition stuff with the high evidentiary standard, this is like, you can imagine how anti-Semitism is going to run rampant. There's going to be meaningful levels of anti-Semitism
without any
check. Any check. It's going to be all like, it's just going to go, a whole bunch of shit is going to be unchecked.
No, I totally agree with that, and I think that's fine. So would you take issue with someone saying like this? Listen, I don't think Anna Kasparian hates Jews. Let's be honest about that. But I do think that she has exhibits meaningful levels of anti-Semitic behavior, and I think that there's a bias there. If I said something like that,
Yeah.
What would you
There's
take issue with
prejudice.
that?
There's no. I think that's fair. I think Anna Kasparian goes a little bit. So then it's just like, I might dial that up just a little notch, but broadly I agree with the strategy.
Okay.
I agree with the strategy is like, okay, just try to target the level. Like I think Anna Kasparian, I would say, is meaningfully anti-Semitic. Like she's meaningfully anti-Semitic. I don't think she consciously hates Jews. I don't think it's like a conscious thing. But I also think most meaningful forms of anti-Semitism also aren't consciously hating Jews. Like
most.
Yeah. So
most.
And I think it's far. I want to be clear. I think it's far and above and beyond this level of we're all a little bit racist, aren't we all?
That's so funny. It reminds me of the joke that LonerBox told at the start with anti-Semitic more than is absolutely necessary, or hating Jews more than is absolutely necessary.
Anna Kasparian is anti-Semitic. She doesn't hate Jews, but she is anti-Semitic to a degree that is highly abnormal. Like that is highly abnormal. Yeah. Not even to say that's defined based on normality, because everyone could be anti-Semitic. The Overton window could shift, but it's highly abnormal with respect to what should be.
You would
happening.
expect in a non-anti-Semitic,
everyone's
anti-Semitic.
In a little bit anti-Semitic context.
And to be clear,
Aram Sound tipped $10. Ya la bums I tells ya, lazy brick bums. How is Tom going to afford an thigh and head shine lotions and cremes? How if you don't send him money for thigh and head shining cremes and the lotions? Be best people, Tom is bald.
Was that supposed to be Jamaican? Is it just me, or did that come off very fucking Jamaican? Y'all are bums I tell ya. Bums I tell ya. Lazy broke bums. How is it Tom's gonna afford the inner thigh head shine lotions? Be best, people.
Jason Watlington tipped $5. Just learning you are bald. I'm so sorry. I hope you get better soon.
Nope, I beat it. I beat baldness. Long time ago. I beat that shit. And autism. That's why I'm sticking around for Pisco. He needs a mentor, somebody who's been through it before him. Thank you for the donos from Mr. M Sound and Mr. Jason Wallington. Let's go! Let's get the cheers in the chat. Cheer up those chats. All right, what's our poll at? We have 18 votes now. Still 14 liberal, 1 progressive, 1 conservative, 2 centrists. The conservatives and the progressives should link up and form, a red shirt, brown shirt alliance over here. Well, we have hit the goal. Let's go. Thank you, everybody. Thank you to my Oilers, my donors. Resetting the clock.
I agree with that. I heard her say on Piers Morgan something about someone's Jewish identity causing them to react a given way. The dancing Israeli memes, for the same reasons of Holocaust denialism, that to me is strong evidence. And so just so people understand where I'm coming from, yeah, I'm willing to absolutely grant that. And I also agree that our epistemic or our evidentiary bar shouldn't be insanely high. And we might have differences in it, but I agree with the basic premise that you just laid out there. And I want to let LonerBox talk, but before we get into the specific evidence that we should bring to bear, I think we agreed on everything so far. I don't think that there's been we've worked out, I think, every disagreement so far, and I want to make sure that's right from Avi's perspective and from LonerBox's perspective. That so far we have all agreed. We worked some things out, but there is no disagreement yet. Correct?
That would be a good one. We should get the Telemundo guy. The goal.
No major. We might have some quibbles. We might have some quibbles on like degrees and stuff. Like depending on where the conversation goes, and we could
some quibbles.
All right.
Over coffee.
As long as we're really clear about the whole we're not just trying. Yeah, I mean it's the degree thing and the evidentiary thresholds. Like I want to be very clear. Like, you would say, to be clear, the dancing Israeli memes, like the whole thing about definitionally, it's not necessarily anti-Semitic.
Yeah, no.
That's not like Factorio. No, that's no. That's gone out. It's not definition anymore.
Correct.
It's not definition time. It's evidentiary standard.
Yeah, dancing.
That's strong evidence. She's fucking anti-Semitic.
Yes, correct. And to put extra emphasis on it, I put even a higher burden on political commentators who are well read. Okay, that implies that you've had time to look into this shit.
Yes,
so yes, that's all gone now. So now that we're actually applying it, there you go. Right. But the problem is, so many of the people who are calling in didn't even clear the starting gate, and that's where these false smears have been allowed to persist about me that are motivated by lies of people who should know better. And here we are at the actual application stage, and what do you know? Instant grant. Of course I believe that. In fact, I've called it out before multiple times. I have a track record of doing so. Say less about Myron Gaines. You think I would ever sweep for the anti-Semitism of someone like Myron Gaines? Would I ever be like, well, technically you could? No, come on. I know that Myron Gaines is a more obvious example.
Yeah,
but
you want to do.
Yeah, but the
Anti-Kasparian on the left.
Yeah, sure.
Anti-Kasparian's a better example.
I feel like I'm fucking. Is it James Franco with the fucking at the gallows with the noose being like first time you've been accused of being racist or supporting dehumanizing stuff on the internet?
No, I hear you.
Once in Peter's chat, if you think I support Palestinians getting shot in the head.
And by the way, folks, I like LonerBox a lot, and so please be fair with him and Avi as well. I'm sure we disagree on a lot of other stuff.
Left has two options, right only has one. Well, because I don't want to take up the whole fucking chart with a million different things and start putting like third positionists and shit like that on there either. But obviously, by far the majority of my audience is going to be on the left, so I'm trying to create.
But I think that they're both coming to this conversation with good faith, and I appreciate the combo. But now we can actually apply.
Are we getting smeared already in your chat?
No, I haven't seen a ton of it. But yeah.
Oh, just a little.
But I also haven't like looked a shit ton. Just
right. That's fine.
Avi, what do you, because it seems with Anti-Kasparian, like we're kind of like, and it seems that Avi and I probably agree on this idea that most seeing like in this space, especially from the left wing, is coming from people who don't seem to consciously hate Jews, right?
Yeah, I don't think that progressive anti-Semitism or like left-wing anti-Semitism, however you want to couch it, is usually overt, conscious Jew hatred. I don't think that that's how it usually manifests. I think but
they have a political belief system. Mm-hmm. It seems to be a political belief system that happens to, on so many different occasions, point towards and manifest itself as hateful or discriminatory or like a hostile behavior towards Jews, right?
Yes. Oh, absolutely, absolutely. And that ends up, and in many cases, that ends up resulting in them taking actions. They may or may not be aware of it, but they may taking actions that saying things the way they treat that are not best explained by things in full, by things that aren't Jews qua Jew. Like it results in that. You see that. And there's just, like we just agreed on an example, like Anna Kasparian. Like she's anti-Zionist, but that doesn't explain all of her behavior.
Correct.
And anti-Zionism does not explain all of it. There's Jew qua Jew as the best candidate explanation for some of that behavior.
Yeah, one of her tweets was, you think you're the chosen people, but you're so fucking evil. It's like, wait. Do Israelis consider themselves the chosen people? Or do Jews consider themselves the chosen people? Like, she's always doing this thing where she's like, oh, I'm not talking about Jews. I'm talking about Israel. I'm talking about the state of Israel. But then she does shit like that. It's like, you guys call yourselves the chosen people, but you're so fucking evil. It's like, well, all right, that's not about Israel, dude. That's not fucking about Israel at all.
Yes, I agree. And that's not to say, and by the way, I had a really great interaction with her at Word War Debate. That's not to say, and I obviously I hope that people are able to clear these prejudices from who they are or from what they believe in shit. But yeah, that is my position, and the fact that we had a good interaction on Word War Debate isn't precluding me from saying what I think. And so yeah, it's not to me. I want to be clear about that these conclusions I'm reaching in good faith, notwithstanding the fact that it might upset some people.
I'm gonna put you to the test when I present the evidence for Hasan Piker's anti-Semitism.
Sure.
And we're gonna see.
But the thing
we're
is,
gonna
Avi,
see. I'm gonna do it. We're gonna see where your threshold is and if it's reasonable.
Yeah, and Avi, just to be clear, why would I have you on here if I was scared to address it?
Yeah, because so like in the last conversation I had with you, Pisco, I was kind of like juggling with this notion, which I know is never going to happen, but was this idea of thinking that like anti-Zionism can be kind of treated in the same way as being against Islam or being against Christianity, in the sense that like you can really dislike this belief system and have lots of criticisms of everything else without being a bigot. But it can also eventually like reach a level of extremity that it expresses itself as a bigotry, in the sense that like anti-Zionism, because it's so different to what, or because it's expressed so differently to how we typically understand anti-Semitism, that it should just occupy its own space of bigotry, where you can be anti-Islam, you can be anti-Zionist without being bigoted, but there's a big prevalence of people who do hold this foundational belief, anti-Zionism, anti-Islam, but they are actually bigoted, and it reaches an extreme. The problem, however, is that you're never going to get this understood in the English-speaking world. The English-speaking world is never going to agree that, or to come to some collective understanding of how anti-Zionism can be used in the same way that like Islam as a political belief system that manifests itself as hatred towards a minority group, which is why although I don't think it's perfect, I think this is why the levels of extreme anti-Zionism that do manifest as hatred can easily become anti-Semitic, which is like 9/11 dancing Israelis. Okay. So we seem to all agree with that as well.
In fact, I think that almost every anti-Semite is probably an anti-Zionist. I think that there's basically a circle. Apart from exactly. Except for the people of that type of.
Well, actually, there are anti-Semites who are Zionists. They think all Jews should be sent.
Okay, like Ben Shapiro.
It's I should say it's highly correlative. I would say. But no, I'm happy to grant that it's something of interest, something of note. I'm not the same way, by the way, that there's very strong associations between a lot of these right-wing nationalists' political sentiments and anti-minority bigotry or that's a strong correlation. Now maybe there's something else that you're trying to imply there that I'm not understanding, LonerBox or Avi, but I agree that there's a correlation there, and depending on how the anti-Zionism or the the right-wing nationalism manifests, I might think about a statement differently and think that the best explanation is the prejudice.
Yeah, because because I have a proposal that can maybe get around that, maybe get some disagreement. I might need to ramble for a bit, but there's this problem that a lot of critics have with the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism, where they see these words in the box that talk about hatred towards Jews. And then I think another scholar talks about hatred towards Jews as Jews, but then they list a bunch of examples of it, the last 4 of which at least are nothing really to do with Jews. It's about Israel. And people they say that the IHRA definition doesn't really ever explain how the extreme anti-Israel stuff gets put into the definition of anti-Semitism. I think that's a good critique, and I think the way that it's kind of solved.
It does! It does! It does! It says it! It says it! Right here! Anti-Semitism frequently charges Jews with conspiring... no, wait. Sorry. My bad. Criticism of Israel similar to that leveled against any other country cannot be regarded as anti-Semitic. Anti-Semitism frequently charges Jews with conspiring to harm humanity and is often used to blame Jews for why things go wrong. It is expressed in speech, writing, visual forms, and actions, and employs sinister stereotypes and negative character traits. This is saying criticism of Israel similar to that leveled against any other country cannot be regarded as anti-Semitic. And if you think it does, then you're regarded. So again, when we look at any of these things talking about Israel, it distinguishes what it is that it's talking about, saying that it's different in the fact that you can't just take any criticism of Israel and say that that's anti-Semitic. It has to be things that are very particular towards Israel. No other countries.
Is this paper that I read talking about the distinction between social or interpersonal anti-Semitism versus political anti-Semitism. So the 20th century political anti-Semitism, mostly from the Nazis and in Europe, was this idea that Jews were a certain subset of Jews, a bunch of them were controlling the media, and they were controlling international institutions, and they were stabbing Germany in the back in World War I, and they're the reason Germany loses wars, and they're the reason Germany's in World War II. They're behind communism, everything else. And because they are so secretive and because they're so malicious and because they're such a closed off community, there's not really any way to defend yourself against this problem unless you eradicate the Jews from Europe. That's like Hitler's prophecy in a nutshell. And I think it also explains why the drive to exterminate all of the Jews was specifically Europe. When they were in North Africa, they didn't rush to do the same thing there. They discriminated them, but they didn't put death camps in Morocco and North Africa, as far as I can tell. They weren't there for that long. Maybe they would have, but it was mainly European Jews, and that's where the conspiracy was coming from, that's where the protocols come from, etc. So there's this political narrative about a group of Jews in particular, like the conspirators, and it manifests itself obviously as the unprecedented level of hatred towards Jews. The way that people solve this issue for the IHRA definition and Zionism is that these examples that they give, if you believe that Israel as a Jewish state is on par with Nazi Germany and apartheid South Africa, i.e. two states that have since been abolished, then people who support that state's existence are also on par with being a Nazi, which would entail the vast majority of Jews in the world, and that many of them actually hold it quite essential to their Jewishness. It's like, how do you advance that political narrative without your behavior manifesting as hatred towards Jews as Jews?
How do you advance that narrative without, I guess I'm not following, without...
The narrative that Israel controls the world, Israel controls America. Israel's behavior is, if you only listen to the ex-political commentator, you would think that Israel is literally committing more crimes than any other country in the world, or all of them combined even. That it's on par with Nazi Germany. Anyone who has any sympathy for it is also tantamount to be like supporting Nazis, so the logical conclusion of all of those premises would be that the majority of Jews in the world are Nazis and should be treated as such. And how do you advance that political narrative without your behavior and without spreading behavior that expresses itself as hatred towards Jews?
I mean,
it's going to be very hard to do that, and rightfully so. It should be hard to do that. Like, because again, this is going back to the definition thing. Like, yeah, it is definitionally possible to have those views and not be an anti-Semite. But again, most rational people should take that worldview and hear that and be like, yeah, this is good evidence they're anti-Semitic.
Yeah, if you think that most Jews are Nazis and that the Jews control, pro-Israel people control the world and
everything like that.
Yeah, that would be highly informative, of the definition.
And it's also possible in the sense of actually substantially, highly possible to hold all that entire political narrative that I just said, because I just gave like 5 or 6 sentences there about what these people believe. It's possible to believe all those things without thinking you have any issue with Jews.
Okay, well, let me tell you.
It's possible.
But can I tell a different story? All right, let's say this story.
But it's actually very possible. It's actually 20, 30%, or 50. That could be the case more than half of the time, right? Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't know what I don't know what the percentage is, but yeah, when I see I don't know I don't know the percentages, but when I hear that, when I hear what
it's possible, Avi, I mean, these people are everywhere. I mean, people who think that Israel is like the Nazis, that everyone is towards it. These people are everywhere. Yeah, who believe this?
Yeah, and I think it's good evidence they're anti. Yeah, and I think it's good evidence they're anti-Semitic. Again, it doesn't have to be conscious hatred. It doesn't have to be like conscious hatred for them to be anti-Semitic. It could just be that because a lot of people with those views are going to end up treating Jews who are Zionists different from non-Zionist Jews. They may treat Israeli Jews different from Israeli Arabs. Like, that's all. There's going to be a high degree of overlap with that, right? Because when I hear people who say stuff like that, it very rarely just ends there. When I look at the way they operate, there's different standards that they have. Because like that, the person that you like, Hasan Piker, who I'm going to talk about, like, he's an example it fits the bill. But I with the caveat we haven't discussed about the conscious hatred, but he's an example that fits that bill. And not surprisingly, when I look at his behavior, it's not explained. Like, it is not explained just by
anti-Zionism,
Zionism or stuff, but by anti-Zionism. It is there's Jew quad Jew there, and it doesn't have to be conscious.
Yeah,
like it doesn't.
I never said that it needs to be post my correction after the conduit, like 5 seconds after conduit laid out that example. I never said it requires conscious bias specifically. Yeah, okay. But let me can I tell a different story of that, like a similar set of facts. I don't know if similar, but like, you guys tell me what your reaction to it. So someone thinks that Benjamin Netanyahu is the modern day Hitler. Someone who thinks that Israel has a great deal of significant influence on American foreign policy. Someone who thinks that support for Israel is an anathema because it's support for genocide. Just on
LonerBox, how are you?
I'm all right. How are you?
Doing well. So okay, so I was listening to this and I wanted to like verify real quick. So when you're talking about the points 7 through 10 on the IHRA definition, you said that a lot of the criticisms is that it seems as though they're not really separating criticisms of Israel from criticisms of Jews, correct? To where it seems as though all criticisms of Israel could be considered anti-Semitic according to their examples given. Yes?
No.
No?
No. So that this is a common lie that people tell about the IHRA definition. They are very clear. They even say it at the top there. Criticism of Israel, similar to that leveled against any other country, cannot be regarded as anti-Semitic.
Correct. Okay, so that was my issue. Okay. I thought that's what you were saying. So can you explain to me what it is that your issues are with 7 through 10 then?
Yeah, no, what I'm saying is, and I agree with them, by the way, I just don't know if this is like, if the definition by itself explains why it goes from that bit in the box where anti-Semitism is a certain perception of Jews, which may be expressed as hatred towards Jews. They don't really explain to someone who doesn't really know that much about why specifically criticism against these particular points against Israel, these 7 through 10 or 11, why these are fitting the definition of just hatred against Jews. If that makes sense. They don't really explain like how you get from the standard idiot's definition of anti-Semitism, which is you hate Jews as Jews, and how you get from that to the obsessive hatred with Israel and why that becomes part of hating Jews as Jews.
I'm not even understanding why that would be a criticism if that's not the definition that they use at the very beginning, where they don't say that it's about hatred of Jews necessarily, right?
Well, they say maybe expresses hatred towards Jews, but the problem is, and
Correct.
This is the struggle that everyone has, is how do you explain to someone who only has like a 10-year-old's understanding of anti-Semitism, like, Nazis, Jews bad and everything, how do you explain to them how these 7 through 11 examples that are about Israel, about why denying the Jewish people the right to self-determination, like why that gets involved in that category? Like that's the big challenge that everyone has when they do this discussion about anti-Semitism, right?
But wouldn't that be the same? So that's kind of where my issue comes in, is I feel like it's the same where it says that like if these are criticisms of Israel that are not being cast towards any other country, that these are like criticisms that are specific to Israel, like the fact that they run the world or something like that, why does that explanation not apply to these as well?
Well, because that one, first of all, which example are you referring to there when you say that?
Well, any of them. I feel like it applies to all of them. Like denying the Jewish people their right to self-determination is the one that you used. And I'm saying that normally for any sort of peoples, you wouldn't deny their right to self-determination. But because this is a criticism that is specifically only regarded towards Jews, that seems to be a separation, or towards Israel, that this is a difference for them, that it's a type of discriminatory thought process for Israel.
Because the difference is that Israel is a country, first of all, is not obviously didn't exist for most of the time when the Jewish faith existed and where the Jewish ethnic group existed. And when people are trying to do this separation of anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism, the argument they make that, again, this definition just doesn't really elaborate on why that's the case. They don't explain why someone hating Zionism, because again, like Zionism overlapping with Israel here, would why it can't just be seen as dislike of a political ideology that went into the foundation of a country, as opposed to bigotry against the ethnic group.
Because they feel like they took it away from Palestinians, that it could be justified without ever including Jews.
Yes.
Okay.
Like you can just be like a perfectly like I love all the Jews. I just don't like what the I just don't like what the Jews did after the Holocaust or whatever, like by stealing a country, and that's not really the best way to save themselves. And that's why they don't have the right to self-determination, because other people were there, like that kind of thing. Like I don't think to the average person who just learned about anti-Semitism in school or whatever, it's going to easily from this definition, understand why these last 5 points about Israel like are good examples, or why they belong in the same category as someone like fucking Hitler, right?
Okay. Yeah, everybody has that like really stupid standard, like they have to hate Jews, which I'm almost positive Pisco in your first conversation did keep making it about whether or not they had to hate Jews, and I think he did the same thing in the conversation with Conduit, the same conversation with North. I had a conversation with him about anti-Semitism as well, where he didn't do that, but I made my definition just purely based on like discrimination towards Jews based on the fact that they're Jewish. Why are you going with the IHR definition and not something more like just because I feel like the IHR definition at some points is too specific and at other points is too broad, whereas like just saying discrimination based on their Judaism is probably the simplest form to go with. Why did you choose the IHRA definition?
Because, well, one, just because it happens to be the one that is recognized by the majority of Western countries, as well as a few South American and a couple of Asian countries. It's also one that is used by police forces and by judiciaries in countries that seem to have the best record of dealing with anti-Semitism within their populations. So, yeah, I just feel like that's a definition that's well enough established, and also because barring its flaws, or barring the fact that some of these bullet points are harder to explain than others, all definitions have problems like that, especially for such a complex issue. The other thing I appreciate about it as well is that it does quite easily recognize the way that anti-Semitism as a form of bigotry has always shapeshifted. It used to be a religious hatred about Judaism, then it became an ethnic hatred or a racial hatred, and now it's become this kind of like, and throughout the 20th century and today, it's become this kind of like political hatred as well, that's also overlapping with a national hatred because Israel's been born as a country, and I think this definition just kind of encapsulates all of it fairly succinctly, without doing what its critics accuse it of doing, which is, it doesn't say that you can't criticize Israel. It says you clearly can. So
yeah, I feel like it all. Yeah, I feel like it all just like does succinctly fall under like discrimination of the people based on their Judaism. But I like obviously yes, like other countries use this for legal frameworks, and that is. I feel like for a conversation like this, it probably, for a legal framework, I think it's a little bit different than the way that we would apply these pragmatically all the time.
Well, it's also even for like a debate context, or like it's interesting to argue with someone who's opposed to it. Like, let's say someone thinks that I don't actually think it should be it can't be anti-Semitic to deny Israel's right to exist, or the Jewish right to self-determination, or to say that the state of Israel is a racist endeavor. It'd be interesting to talk about someone who thinks that it's not anti-Semitic to think that Israel is the only country in the world that doesn't have a right to exist, right? Like to make them justify that. Or the same thing with the Nazi comparisons. Or it's like, maybe you can explain to me why you think Gaza is like the Warsaw Ghetto. Let's talk about details. Or maybe you can tell us why you apply this standard of behavior to Israel, but not to any other country, like that kind of thing.
Do you think there are justifications for that?
Justifications for what?
For having that thought process about Israel, but not necessarily other countries?
No.
Because I was talking to North about this the other day, and he was saying that one of his issues with Pisco is that because he doesn't apply Zionism to necessarily be like anti-Semitic, that he felt like he's ignoring like one of the biggest forms of anti-Semitism. Whereas I think that there could be justification for this, especially since it was like ever since the UN came in and after World War II, everybody kind of agreed that like we should just leave our borders where they're drawn now and everybody stay still. And then we were like, but not Israel, because obviously it's a very different standard with like the French and the British leaving at the time. So the fact that this is an area where it was somewhat colonized after the UN, I think that the time period in which it happened, I think, could have more of a or it wouldn't necessarily be discriminatory for them to have a different feeling towards them versus everybody else, where even though everybody else probably took over those lands just in similar ways, they didn't do it as recently.
there were a lot of things that you said there that made me very confused about what period of history you're talking about. But wait, so is your argument that because Israel's inception was more recent and that's why it's more up for question, or?
Yeah, obviously, because I think all of us would look at what it is that like the United States did to Native Americans and say that this was wrong, or what it is that the British did to in Australia and say that this is wrong, or in New Zealand, but we would say that like those people have already been so established there that it's a little bit too late for us to expect them to give everything back over and just dip out. So at this point, like the fact that they've been established long enough and there isn't currently a fight in a war over this means that like it's not as emergetic as it is like with Palestinians, where it was a lot more recent and they are still fighting over this, to where it's a very different situation.
Okay, India and Pakistan were formed in the same year as Israel. 14 million people, 7 million on each side, were forced out of their homes and had to flee to the other side. Like 7 million Muslims from India went to Pakistan, 7 million Hindus, about 1 million people died actually in that process.
Yeah, there's abuse, the Armenian genocide. Yeah.
Turkey became a UN member state 3 years before Israel, and like 20 years before, in the 20s, they had a population exchange of a few million people between Greece.
And is there still like a land back fight over there where people are dying over this currently, to where it seems like a more necessary?
Or the millions or the hundreds of thousands of people who crossed on either side of the Korean conflict as well. The difference is that when Korean refugees ended up in the south, they got refugee status and then they got assimilated into the new country they ended up into and became citizens. Whereas the Arab world specifically saw Palestinian refugees and denied them citizenship in every country barring Jordan. So Palestinian refugees from the 48 war who are in Lebanon are to this day still they don't have a state. They're second-class citizens in Lebanon. They cannot become Lebanese citizens because the Arab world sees accepting those refugees as ceding to Israel, as basically saying Israel won. Whereas like with Turkey and Greece or India and Pakistan and Korea, the receiving country took in the refugees and made them citizens. This didn't happen with Israel and the Arab world.
Okay. All right. I know it's late for you, and I told you I'd be quick, so I got one more question. At the beginning, Pisco was talking about the fact that he wouldn't consider Holocaust denial necessarily anti-Semitic. Whereas, like, if I think that this is something that somebody actually believes, I think that I would always consider it anti-Semitic, but not necessarily because it's discriminatory all the time. Because some people it may not fall into like a bias or a discrimination. Somebody could just be like a conspiracy theorist all the time. It could be consistent with their other beliefs. It could be they could just be very illogical, and so this isn't like a discriminatory thought process from them in any way. But I think that just based off the fact that denying the Holocaust openly and ardently is probably harmful to Jews overall, that this would be considered anti-Semitic to me. But it also doesn't fit my definition of like discrimination either. It would fit your definition under the IHRA definition. So would you consider like openly, ardently denying the Holocaust necessarily anti-Semitic?
When people say not necessarily, like that, this means that you can envision an edge case 0.1% of the time where it's not the case, and then you can say not necessarily. So I could literally say that for pretty much anything. When it comes to Holocaust denial, yeah, like you're all the time being anti-Semitic. Like, because to me, I consider bigotry not just to be a thought process. Like, obviously, a thought process helps, but it doesn't.
But are you saying you're using it as a sign of anti-Semitism? Because I'm saying I don't think it's just a sign of anti-Semitism. I think literally just denying the Holocaust is an action.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, because I think bigotry can also be a behavior, regardless of why you're doing it.
Correct.
Like, yeah, and obviously there's different degrees of how excusable that behavior is, or like how, for example, if someone gets a fucking Phineas Gage accident and it changes nothing about them other than it turns them into a vocal Holocaust denier, it's like, okay, while they are being bigoted when they're doing this, but it's like, okay, they got a fucking brain injury and there's literally nothing they can do about it. So as long as we don't, give them a microphone, then you're good, right? So, or if someone with Tourette's just keeps on saying, I hate N-words, I don't even know if that's possible, but if that such a person exists, you're going to obviously you can still say it's like racist behavior, but no one's really going to hold them morally culpable for it. But I don't think there's any issue with calling it like a particular bigoted behavior, even if they don't necessarily have the discriminatory mental priors against that particular group.
Okay. Yeah, what is one of the frustrating things about this conversation over and over is that Pisco keeps making it about whether or not he's going to use the noun for like anti-Semite. They are an anti-Semite versus like the adjective of them doing anti-Semitic things, and it really drives me fucking crazy because there's a very like subjective line as to whether or not you would call somebody anti-Semitic, but normally, by far the majority of time, it's going to be because they've done enough things that you consider to be either the verb or the adjective anti-Semitic. And so I hate that he keeps making it about the noun. Well, does that mean that they are an anti-Semite, or are they inherently an anti-Semite? Or I don't know. Like, who gives a fuck? Are they doing things that are anti-Semitic over and over and over and over? Like, can we just talk about that? And so it's I don't know if you guys ever get to that point, but so far.
Yeah, well, maybe not in that one, but it seems to be for Pisco that it's about them doing it to a point where you can figure out whether or not it's actually their mental process that's making that discrimination. Whereas for me, it's more just like, are they exhibiting enough of this behavior?
Correct.
So for example, if Netanyahu does like some weird Holocaust revisionism to make the Palestinians look more responsible, which he has done, I would say he's being anti-Semitic by doing that. He's doing an anti-Semitic trope there, like Netanyahu is. But I'm not going to say he's an anti-Semite just for this one thing. So I think you can carve out this, but to me, it's like that's pattern of behavior. Whereas I think for Pisco, he's more concerned with finding the state of mind, I guess.
Yeah. Okay.
But yeah, it's pretty frustrating. I don't know if you got to the bit where I talk about like the political anti-Semitism.
No, I think we were just getting into it before because you were going over the IHRA definition one more time, saying that like because it has grown into political anti-Semitism. So that's when I messaged you. But there's like a 20-minute clip on my Twitter, and I would highly recommend going and looking at it, only because with me and Pisco talking about it, only because I'm trying to get into like the pragmatic, like linguistic aspect of anti-Semitism, like the fact that we use this to label somebody as a red flag because these actions have negative outcomes. So the things that we call anti-Semitic, we're just trying to label them this so that people understand their actions have negative outcomes for Jews. But then when we get into the moral aspect of like what is bad, he kind of just starts saying like, well, some things are bad just because they're bad, and other things aren't bad just because they aren't bad. But there's not like I think he said he was a determinist in that way, to where like it just is, and it's not like some part of some sort of utilitarian framework or anything like that. It's not an outcomes-based thought process. It is just.
So you consider it bigotry if it's about outcomes? It's like the outcomes of their behavior.
I'm saying through a pragmatic framework of like linguistically. Okay. When I say pragmatic, not like as in like, but like linguistic pragmatics. That like when we're talking about the reason for the term, it is to label something a red flag because there are negative outcomes from it, right? That's why we have the term anti-Semite. That's why we have the term racist. That's why we have these terms, is because we're trying to label the red flag for the behavior, because the behavior leads to negative outcomes for that group. And so obviously that's going to be like, well, if it's negative outcomes, we're going to get into like some sort of moral prescriptions on that.
Okay, but I wondered, maybe Pisco brought you this example. So let's say there's like a murder that happens in the UK, and when a murder happens, like a terror attack, and everyone's like, oh, please be Muslim, or please be trans, or please be white, like depending on which political affiliation they're in. What if the perpetrator is Muslim? Then we know all the anti-Muslim bigots are going to be begging for that story to come out. Are the police being anti-Muslim if they reveal that the perpetrator was Muslim?
I don't think so. And this is I've said this a bunch of times. I don't know that I'm capable of drawing that line on when it does and doesn't become that. But I think it's obvious that is like what we're testing for in these cases. But that doesn't mean that it's like necessarily definitive within like what the word means, but it does mean this is the utility of the word. It means that this is what we're trying to grasp at, and so you have to take that into consideration when using it.
Interesting. Okay. Are you just going to be watching the rest of this debate then when you stream?
Yeah, probably. I mean, Avi keeps acting like he's getting ready to really press Pisco, so we're gonna.
Well, on the whether or not Hasan's anti-Semitic.
Yeah, so I do want to see that part as well.
That's quite funny. Okay, well, I'm probably going to sleep soon, but if you have any questions for tomorrow or the rest of the week, you can let me know. Okay.
Okay, appreciate it, man. Have a good night.
Cool. Take care, buddy. Bye bye.
Later.
Those three beliefs.
Bro, it's got to be so late there. Like, where is he, in Scotland? It's fucking... Wait. It's 5 a.m. Holy shit. He always streams really early for me. So I always think, like, he's a fucking early bird. He gets up early, but it's just early for me. It's not early for him. He's a fucking degenerate. Japan. Pisco's in Japan, not LonerBox. I was talking to LonerBox.
By themselves, would you say that those are would that be evidence in your mind of anti-Semitism? Except for maybe there's like a correlation thing there.
It's a weaker form of evidence. The answer is yes. The answer is that. So yeah, it's the same. But it's the same category is
anti-immigration. But like, what about if I give you this person?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So you're treating that
even a bit weaker, but like again, that's predictive power because there's weaker. It's weaker predictive power, but yes, like all else equal. If someone says like I want to just shut down the borders, like my credence that person is a racist is going to go up.
Okay, go.
Sorry, that happens every time. I have an issue with Discord to where my audio goes through OBS, and so because it goes through OBS and then to me, I have like a 2-second lag before I hear them. And so because I have a 2-second lag, it lots of times I keep interrupting people unnecessarily. I don't know that I'm interrupting them. So I've changed it to where it just goes straight to my earbuds. But when it goes straight to my earbuds, I have to change the audio through OBS every time so that you guys can hear them. So when he first jumped on, he's like, "Hey Tommy, how's it going, buddy?" Like, you guys couldn't hear him because I hadn't switched it over yet. But then I always forget to switch it back off as soon as I go back to the fucking video, so my bad.
I'm not gonna.
I buy that. I agree. And by the way, I agree. But like, you would never say if you heard that, right? If someone said, "I want to close the border. I think we need to deport all the illegal immigrants," you wouldn't feel comfortable going with that alone, being like, "You're a racist."
No, not that alone. I'm gonna say you're a racist. No, but my credence goes up.
Yeah, I agree.
And it's gonna be cumulative, and it's gonna be cumulative with other things that that I see them do or not do.
Agreed. Yeah, 100%. I think we're all aligned, folks. 100%. I don't know so far. But like all this prep work.
Again, we'll.
So did you have any? So Pisco, did you have any comments or criticisms or anything about that? What I said about political anti-Semitism versus mental or social? Or interpersonal?
Yeah, I guess I'm not sure. I think that like the set of facts, the distinct history that you've laid out, would inform how I interpret different statements. I suppose if that's what you're asking. And I think that would be true of any. Like, I'm sure different prejudices have different distinct histories that would inform like how I interpret someone saying, quote, I'm not saying this, quote, Jewish rat. I would think about that differently than someone, perhaps calling another group a rat, right? Or another, like, I don't know, because there's such a connotation there. And similar in terms of like the power dynamics or you know, specific history laid out in European Jewry or whatever, like all of that to me makes sense to factor into the analysis. I don't know if it changes any of the groundwork we've done, but I don't know. Does that sound unreasonable?
Yeah. What do you maybe ask one more thing and we can
go
go
for
to Hasan Abi. Actually, I have two more things. Well, okay. Do you are you familiar with the 3Ds test?
No.
Okay. It's this guy who wanted to
suck
kind of
all
give like
three
a
of
framework
these nuts.
for how you separate like when anti-Zionism becomes anti-Semitism. And the kind of test he comes up with is this like 3Ds. And it's like, are they exhibiting like a high enough level of behavior when it comes to the following? Well, one would be demonization. Like, are they...
Factorio. I didn't know Tom Foolery Show was autistic. I'm not. I beat that. I beat autism. I just still like playing it.
Are they treating the state of Israel or Israel as like at its very core completely and absolutely evil? Like it can't ever exist in a non-evil way. It just like it has to go kind of thing. And also like the constant comparison or the obsessive comparison with Nazi Germany or with states like South Africa that have been previously abolished. Like when it reaches that particular threshold. The second would be double standards, and the third would be delegitimization. Which again comes into the demonization.
Not on Sharansky. Yeah, not on Sharansky.
Yeah.
3Ds.
What do you think about that as a kind of test for?
It's things that
seeing when a level as anti-Zionism has become anti-Semitism.
Yeah,
it's an evidentiary. This is an evidentiary heuristic, by the way.
Yeah. No, I would agree that it's a heuristic. Yeah, 100%. But I wouldn't be. But like I said, like if the best explanation is, oh, this person is just.
I can't. If you guys haven't been around for a long time, I take a medication that makes it to where I can't remember words a lot of times. And so while I'm talking to somebody, I will often realize I'm about to use a word that I can't remember right now. So I have to like stop and reroute what I'm saying to find a different way of saying it without that specific word. Heuristic is one word, and it's literally the same words. Like it's always the same words that are apparently in a part of my brain that are just locked up behind some sort of fucking safe. So heuristic is a word that I can never grab. I can never grab it. And 3 different times during the conversation with LonerBox just a minute ago, I wanted to say heuristic and I couldn't get it. I couldn't fucking get it and I couldn't find it. So it drives me fucking crazy. It's it's like that. There's a couple others like the term for what, like where colleges are supposed to conservatives say colleges are letting black people in at higher rates. And then like the Supreme Court ruled it to be like unconstitutional discrimination. Affirmative action. Yes, affirmative action. Can't fucking get it. Can't get it, can't grab it. Like it is always locked up. Can never fucking get it. It's what medication causes that? Suboxone. And it's really annoying because there don't seem to be any studies on this. There don't seem to be any like real analysis. It doesn't seem to be listed anywhere officially as part of like the side effects. But you go to like forums and shit from people who take Suboxone, family members with somebody who takes Suboxone, girlfriends, wives, brothers, sisters of people who take Suboxone. They all talk about the fact that like all of a sudden they started taking Suboxone and now they just keep like forgetting words. They can't grab words and they sit there all pissed off trying to like play charades with me to get me to guess the word for them. And it's weird. But every time I talk to my doctors about it, they're like, yeah, I don't know. There doesn't seem to be any reason for it. Don't have any explanation. Like, well, it's fucking stupid that nobody's looked into this yet, but whatever.
It's like anti-Western pilled and like thinks that all of these states are genocidal, and they do apply that consistently, and it is something where they just like are super anti-ethnos. Like I'm going to consider the totality of circumstances, but yes, I mean double standards are good evidence. I believe that Avi's going to present a bunch of double standards evidence in a moment.
Oh yeah, I've got a few of my own. Yeah, and I guess the last thing, I guess, it doesn't seem like we have any disagreement over calling like particular behaviors anti-Semitic
Correct.
as well. So, or like propelling narrative. Like, so like would you say? You can say not
Zionist
necessarily if you
occupied
want, but
government is
it's all
strong evidence to
anti-Semitic,
me. It's strong evidence to me that someone is anti-Semitic
Yeah,
because
same
of
with-
its particular usage, and I think that that's a fair read. If you can believe, though, like to me, it's just the term usage there. You can believe that Israel has a great deal of influence over American policy. I think that that's like an accurate statement in this administration, and I think and I don't know that that's like. In fact, I would affirm it.
Not quite Zog. Yeah, you're not zogging when you say they have influence.
I think it's exaggerated. It has influence, but I think the degree of influence is highly exaggerated.
Yeah, but like that could be your position, right? And someone who thinks it's less exaggerated.
Yeah, and someone think it's more exaggerated. Yeah,
Right.
sure, someone can think it's more exaggerated. But again, when someone does have an exaggerated view,
That's
is
gonna
evidence.
increase of credence.
That's going to increase my credence that they're also anti-Semitic.
But and that's just in terms of like the propensity stuff there.
And
but,
it
like,
should.
Yeah. In the same way that's like someone supporting Trump, and you will grant this, you would say is more likely to be racist.
Yeah, someone supporting. Yeah.
100%. Okay.
Yep.
And Avi voted for Trump, FYI, if you guys don't remember. Are you in recovery? Not like, I guess, yes, you're supposedly, I guess you're always in recovery, but I would say I'm a recovered heroin addict. But I have like a number of other reasons for why I would take Suboxone as a substitute for pain medications. And so I continue taking Suboxone today anyways, but obviously like being in recovery or whatever is going to be part of that.
So yeah, that all flies with me. I think that's cool.
Although the degree is probably a bit more when someone is exaggerating Israel than just merely supporting Trump, to be clear.
Yeah.
Like I don't think that's necessarily the same degree.
Is that gut? It's a little gut intuition. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Can I quick fire a few of these ones as
Sure.
examples? Go back to Brooklyn. Go back to Poland. Anti-Semitic?
If you're telling who to go back to Brooklyn?
Israelis
to go back to Brooklyn?
Israeli
I think
Jews,
yeah. So my intuition is that you're basically saying they should go back to where other Jews are or something. And so I would take.
Oh, hey, I'm a Suboxone lifer too. No way. Let's go. Yeah, there was a period, and I guess I'll make the same mistake again here. But there was a period where people used to like constantly ask me about like my private life and things, and I was always very open about the shit that I'd been through in my life. And so I've like committed a lot of crimes, been to prison, like been a drug addict, like had a lot of shit early in my life where I was like 16, 17, 18, 19, like and then went to prison, got clean, been clean ever since. I'm 37 years old now. It's been like 18 years, so no big deal. But I would talk about the fact that like I used to like commit all these crimes, used to be a really like incessant liar, and just like would lie about everything because I always had to hide what it was that I was doing from everybody, and it was almost like a game because I had to get good at it in order to like trick people so that nobody ever knew what the fuck was going on with me, so that I could always keep getting away with like drug dealing and doing drugs and all sorts of other shit. And people would go clip that shit and then go like, dude, Tom admits to being a fucking liar. Tom admits that he lies all the time. Look at the fucking clip. And it's like, dude, got clipped out of context all fucking over the place in the most malicious fucking ways. And until like Not So Erudite came in, and she's like, why I've worked with drug addicts for a long time. Like he was literally describing the way that he was doing shit when he was a drug addict, and they're like, yeah, but like that sounds crazy. Like what the fuck? You don't just stop because you stop doing drugs. She's like, no, it does. Like that's literally all drug addicts. Like that's all addicts, all drug addicts. This is the way that they all act. This is the way that they all talk. This is the way, like any drug addict, recovered addict, they'll look back and say like, yes, I was just a horrible liar and untrustworthy person. And but there's always a ton of people who actually have, lived the life, played the game, know all the same shit, and they're like, yeah, that's obvious. Normies finding out what a drug addict is. Yes, well, I mean, literally, there's some great fucking clips of this that I could show you guys of JSTLK sitting there listening to me like talk about robbing people and robbing folks and like doing crazy shit, like going and robbing other drug dealers and pretending to be the cops and pretending to be SWAT so I could break into drug dealers' houses and steal all their drugs and run out with it. me and my friends would do this shit, and he'd be like, yeah, right, that's some crazy shit, like that's some like high level heist shit. Nobody would do that. Like nobody believes him when he says shit like that. And Not So Erudite again is like, this is not crazy, guys. Like this is not even like out of the ordinary. This is not something unexpected. Like, talk to any fucking drug addict. They will all have the wildest stories you've ever heard of. Like, talk to anybody who was a drug addict for a while. They will all tell you just the most insane shit that they did, because they're not normal productive members of society. They're fucking crazy people. It changes your brain chemistry. You are a nutbag. You're going and doing the most fucked up shit, like, all the time. But yeah, it's like JCLK said, oh yeah, I don't believe that. Nobody believes that. No way he did that shit. He's a fucking liar. We all know he admitted to lying. He admitted to being a liar. Nobody believes that shit. Like I said, I was like, Brad, you just don't get out enough. Like you're just too terminally online. You don't know anybody. Apparently, you've never met drug addict before. I had a buddy go to prison for murder. Oh shit. In high school, I knew 10 people that died of heroin. But yeah, I had rich parents, avoid the dumb shit. I knew a guy who robbed my house. Yes, well, I was one of the rich kids who was still a drug addict, who was still running around, had 2-parent household, all that shit. Still, I got addicted to my pain medication when I had a bunch of surgeries when I was about 15, and then continued doing it for years and years, and eventually, gradually needed to move up to harder and harder drugs until I was injecting heroin and had to work and sell in order to sustain the habit. And so, yeah. How do you control your addictive tendencies now? So that's really like a big part of what Suboxone is for. Suboxone makes it to where you don't have cravings much at all. And then even if you do have cravings and you go and try to shoot up heroin or do any heroin, it has opiate blockers in it so that you literally can't get high if you wanted to. Like you literally can't get high if you want to. So the opiate blockers within the Suboxone will totally cut off your receptors to make it to where it won't even read it. You can't get high. It is what it is. Now, with that said, I take Suboxone, and it is, it's something I take on a daily basis, and it's almost like a synthetic sort of opioid to where it makes it to where my body will think that I'm taking heroin, but I don't feel any different. I don't get high or anything like that. You take Suboxone. I take 2 a day. If you took one of these, broke it up into 16 pieces, took 1/16 of it, you'd be fucked up off your ass for 3 days. I'm not kidding. I don't know how the fuck this shit works. It doesn't make sense to me. It's based on like your brain chemistry and your tolerance and all of that shit. But I literally snuck the shit into jail for a while and was selling it to people. And I would break it up into 16 pieces and hand one off to each and every single person. And some of them would break it in half again and share it with their roommates. And they were all like throwing up, choking, like you could look at them. Their eyes they just looked completely fucking gone, glazed over, pupils disappeared. Like it's, the amount that I take, you could take 1/70th of it one time. You'd be fucked up for like 3 days. I'm taking 70 times that much, and I don't feel a difference. So yeah.
I would take that as to be an anti-Semitic remark in most cases. Avi, do you agree?
Holocaust and
yes.
Curious, you don't get high, but would an opioid still help with pain management? So it's a little bit different from like a regular opioid. So if I took something like OxyContin, like that would be very different and would further my addiction, which is why I don't want to take OxyContin. And so instead of taking OxyContin, I take Suboxone instead. So that's, yeah.
That I would take that to be meaningful evidence that someone is anti-Semitic.
Okay. Holocaust inversion?
Meaning that
You know what I mean
they're
by that?
saying that that Israel is doing something akin to the Holocaust.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that, like, in the same way that Avi described raising credence just in terms of probabilities, I would say it raises credence, but I don't think the comparison in calling Israel Nazi-like or doing a Nazi-like thing, even if it's ill-informed, even if it's wrong, that strikes me the same way as go back to Brooklyn. I don't know why, but
That would be a weaker credence.
Yeah.
It would be a weaker update
Okay.
than go back to Brooklyn, but it would be an update.
Yeah.
Okay. I think we already covered whether or not like a Muslim ban.
To be clear, the Brooklyn one for you, Pisco, that's a
It's very
meaningful
strong.
update.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's very
Yes,
strong.
that's a meaningful. Okay.
Yeah. That's very strong. And it should be. And I think people should be aware of that shit. I mean, that's. And I would never fucking like. I just can't imagine myself telling
Getting addicted to pain meds is not a moral failure. Yeah, obviously. Like, especially when we're talking about the fact that I'm 15. I just gotten 4 surgeries in one. I had to sit out of school for a couple of years and had like really bad medical problems, and it turned out that there were 2 cysts inside of my nasal cavities that they were the size of golf balls that were pumping poison into my bloodstream and poisoning my heart, just the same way if you like break up pills and snort them into your nose, it'll go into your bloodstream. I had 2 cysts the size of golf balls that were sitting in my nasal cavities that ended up pumping poison into my bloodstream and were poisoning my heart and were causing all sorts of fucked up side effects for me for a while. And I went to just tons and tons of doctors for a long time. Wasn't going to school. Had to like quit my football team and basketball team and everything. And then, yeah, a while later, they finally found the cysts, and I apparently couldn't smell for about 4 years. Had no fucking idea. And so they took out the 2 cysts, and then they also had to take out my tonsils and adenoids. Apparently, they were literally like, I don't understand like the tonsils and adenoids very much, but from the best of my memory, I was 15 at the time. From the best of my memory, they had like soaked up like all of the fucking pus and poison and everything. And so they had, once they like went in to take out my cysts, they realized that these were just totally fucking poison and had to take those out as well. So I had to get 1 cyst, 2 cysts, tonsils, adenoids, all out 4 operations in one sitting, and then ended up getting liquid Demerol and liquid morphine as pain medications. And while I was actually in pain, I didn't like taking it because it made me feel weird. I was already in fucking pain and really didn't like the way that I felt. I didn't want to all take pain medication and feel even worse. I didn't like it. Like as a kid, I hated it. So I wouldn't take the pain medication for the first couple of weeks, but then after it started to go down, I was like, I'm still in a little bit of pain, I'll try this. And then I liked the way it felt. So then, even after I wasn't in pain anymore, I continued fucking taking the shit as a kid, and then telling them I was still in pain, asking for more. And then once they wouldn't give me more, then I went and found it myself. And so, yeah. But you guys have to understand, I'm almost 40, okay? This was the beginning of the opioid epidemic, okay? We didn't know you could be addicted to fucking pain medications. It's not like the world didn't know. Like there were scientists and people within the know that knew. There were studies that, there were people that knew. But the general population did not know. It was not common knowledge that you could get addicted to pain medication. Like, it was not, everybody didn't. So it was just like, oh, your doctor prescribes that. How could that be considered a drug? How could that be considered addictive? Your doctor gives it to you. Like, it was just a very different mentality back then. And so me taking pain medication, like, who cares? Like, that's not bad. So yeah, it was just a very different thought process back then.
Israel, go back to fucking Brooklyn. It just seems very anti-Semitic. So I have no problem saying that. I have some questions for you too, LonerBox, but you can continue.
Yeah, of course, yeah. I think we already covered whether a Muslim ban half of the Gulf could still be Islamophobic. That's fine. We covered 9/11 and dancing Israelis.
Yep, that's also very strong evidence for me. Something that I would highly factor in for similar reasons, by the way, to the to Holocaust denialism. And so yeah, that's.
The Venezuelan boats are bringing in fentanyl, though. Diorito? They're bringing in the fentanyl.
That's high credence for me.
Okay. I wanted to show a Finkelstein clip from 2015.
Wait, I have a question. Avi, do you think Finkelstein is anti-Semitic? Meaningfully?
Yes. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, I thought you
in
were
2015. In 2015, he was talking about how spikes in anti-Semitism occur in the West when Israel's
Appreciate it,
fighting with
Frostman.
Palestinians. So defensive shield, cast-led. And he said, literal quote word for word, that's not anti-Semitism in any meaningful sense. That's a state that calls itself Jewish, carrying on in a horrifying way, and so people react to it against Jews.
Wait.
Okay, I finally figured out a good way to get these like uranium-235s, but I honestly don't know what the fuck I'm supposed to use them for. Like I've gone through like all the shit that I have, and I can't find like anything that I would even want to use it for. I'm compiling it. I don't know why I'm compiling it, but I'm compiling it. I remember back when I first played this game, I had to use this shit for a bunch of other stuff. I felt like just to make the fucking white potion things, but maybe I'm wrong. I don't remember what I needed this shit for. But now I went and set it up because I thought I was going to need it for the white science packs, and it turns out I don't need it for the white science packs. And so now I'm totally like, I'm just using it just to make the uranium round magazines. That's it. But those are, I only need the fucking 238s for those. I don't even need the fucking 235s, so trust me, you'll want them. But for what? I've already finished like all the shit for the original, and now I'm on to the other shit. I feel like I needed them the first time, but I don't know what for.
Say that one more time.
Anti-Semitic statement. So he said that when anti-Semitism rises at the same time that Israel is increasing their fighting with Palestinians, he said that's not anti-Semitism in any meaningful sense. That is a state that calls itself Jewish, carrying on in a horrifying way, and so people react to it against Jews.
I'm not sure what to make of that statement. I mean, like, are you saying that he's suggesting that the response of anti-Semitism is like rational? Is that the kind of?
It sounds like he's saying it's not. So when Jews and
or expected.
It sounds like he's saying when Jews in Europe get attacked,
Also, can somebody tell me how to like automatically send this shit back? Like on my space platform, I obviously have the white science packs that are being created up here, and I always have to manually go in and click for it to get dropped down, but I don't know how the fuck to make it to where it automatically gets dropped down.
when Israel's fighting with Palestinians, it sounds like he's saying that's not actually anti-Semitism. People reacting to Jews in a because they've seen Israel conducting itself in a horrifying way.
Well, the fucking Spidertron, I was ready to make it, and I could have made it easily. I had literally everything for it. And then I upgraded to Space Age, and it changed all the fucking ingredients that I needed for the Spidertron. So now I can't do it, and I have to go and upgrade a bunch of shit in order to make it.
To me, that just because I've heard people do this as well, but to me that just sounds like he's covering for anti-Semitism in a way that you would never cover for any other bigot.
It's like you know when
that's not
like
Islamophobia when someone attacks a Muslim because ISIS did something in France or did something.
Yeah, so like I see this. I know what you're talking. I see this a lot too. Like there was that there was like an like there was an attack on Jews in America, and then it gets reported, and then someone will comment on Twitter, "Oh my God, how horrible is this? It's so bad that Israel is committing a genocide in Gaza and causing anti-Semitic attacks in the United States like this. We really need to do something like that." Is that the sort of thing you're talking about, Loner?
Yeah.
So in other words, charting an increase in anti-Semitism towards Israel's own actions.
Yeah,
what if that's true though? Like,
yes, they will every time they're blamed. So every time Anna Kasparian is blamed for anti-Semitism, she'll be like, "What? I'm not the one causing the anti-Semitism. That's Netanyahu who's doing that. It's not my fault that Netanyahu is genociding people, causing all the anti-Semitism." It's like, well, even if that was the case, you're the one who's doing the anti-Semitism, so you're just saying he's causing you to do anti-Semitism, so now you're not responsible for your own fucking actions? Because well, it makes no sense.
I'm saying it's not even anti-Semitism in a meaningful sense. It's something different.
Then yeah, I think denying anti-Semitism when it's clearly anti-Semitism,
even if they're not denying it in a meaningful sense, I think even if this is true to some degree, because it's not even if it's true to some degree, even if that is true, which by the way, we can get into that. But even if that's true, even if that's true, we can get into the effect size of that, and if that's really accounting for everything. But even if that is true, so I do think that just that in of itself is going to still be evidence of anti-Semitism and meaningful evidence of anti-Semitism. particularly unless I saw that they did this ridiculous that they did this sort of let me just reframe all the condemnation and blame and sympathy into anger at Israel. If I saw that.
Oh yeah, I don't have logistics set up. I don't think in any way, anywhere. Okay, well fuck, I'll just keep doing it manually.
That's attack. Let me reframe the attacks on Jewish people, the anti-Semitic attacks on Jewish people, into anger against Israel at every step of the way I can get.
Raises credence for you.
Unless I saw them do it, absolutely raises credence. Particularly if I don't see them doing that to any other group, to any other state. I don't see them doing that for Muslims. I don't see if there's an anti-Islamophobic attack. I don't see them going around saying, "Oh, how horrible that ISIS exists. How horrible that ISIS caused and how horrible that 9/11 happened. That caused all of this."
Anti-Muslim,
Islamophobic, anti-Muslim bigotry. Yeah. We really need to do something against the Taliban. We really need to do something. They don't do that. They never do that.
Yeah. So like,
okay.
In other words, if you made the argument that like, but some people have made the argument that like, the terrorism by Al Qaeda or ISIS has caused massive increase in anti-Muslim bias, and you have now you have some organizations that like CARE, the Council on American Islam. I forget the exact name of that organization. That I feel like sometimes that's some sweeping, but you do have some groups I think that like that meaningfully say that this shit like doesn't represent Islam and they blaspheme Islam. Very memorably I think not Washington. Holy fuck, George Bush said you blaspheme Islam or whatever when you take these actions. And so I hear you on that. I think it depends on the person, but no, that would be something that would raise my credence as well, 100%.
Yeah, especially if you saw like every time it's like you see this commenter, this replier guy going out every time there's an anti-Arab or Islamophobic attack. They're like, man, it's so horrible that ISIS exists again. It's so horrible that the Taliban. It's so horrible that that Islamic terrorism exists. That's that Islamic terrorism causing the Americans,
causing me to be anti-Semitic, causing me to be Islamophobic,
to hate Muslims.
And explain the pathway there, because those statements are the kinds of statements
they don't do it. They don't do it for any other group. It's so obvious that they have this that they're doing it. They're only doing this rechanneling of this. Oh my gosh, helpless rechanneling all the sympathy for this Muslim.
Yeah, go ask Nick Fuentes if you think it's fair that people are anti-Semitic, or if you think if we can blame Netanyahu for people becoming more anti-Semitic, and he'll probably say yes. And then you say, okay, do you think does it make sense then that people are going to be more anti-white because of slavery? And he'll say, fuck no. So, yeah,
person rechanneling all the anger to the Muslims assailant,
but
rechanneling
it
to Muslims,
and it's not explained by anti-Israel bias because
it's not, or it's not explained by. It's not explained by. Yeah. Wait. I'm doing it in the example where someone's doing it against Muslims.
Oh, yeah.
Against. It's not explained. It's not explained by anti-Taliban bias. It's not explained by it's not explained by mere anti-terrorist bias, because they're not doing, the people who do that, they're not doing that against settler terrorism. They're not doing that against other forms. They're not doing that against atrocities committed by Israel. They're doing this. They're very, and it's very clear when you look at the people who are doing this. It's very rare that you see them doing it for both sides. They're only doing it for one. And it's not merely terrorism that's explaining this. Same thing for people who are doing this, the reply guys that are doing this with Jewish people. When Jewish people are attacked, they're like, oh man, state of Israel again, state of Israel causing Americans.
Something that would change the magnitude of how you would perceive that is, let's say someone said, well, I don't know about that, all this stuff. And let's say you believe them. I only focus on terrorism attacks in America. And in America, it seems like, that's why I'm not calling out.
Fuck. Sorry, you keep,
3-1-2-3-1-2-3. Hello. Testing?
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Okay. Let's say that someone provides a rationale that you believe. Well, the reason I haven't called out this other terrorism and done this thing.
Oh man, you messed it up. We can hear you again. Hold on. No. You messed it up. We can hear you again. You got to fix it. Pisco, you got to fix it. We can hear you again. You got to. It's all fucked up again.
Thing is, I didn't know about that. Let's say that you believe them, or I only focus on shit that happens in America to the extent that like America is the set.
Yeah,
if you believe them, mitigating.
Yeah, there's both. Wait, no, but there's both. First of all, there's a number of reasons. I mean, I'll get to the general strategy.
Yeah.
But in that particular case, that fails on a number of things. First of all, there
Okay. So I think I got everything pretty well set up to where I can leave the fucking planet again. I think I can do it. Now, once I leave, I should go to the volcano planet, right? Volcanicon or whatever the fuck it's... Volcanus? Volcanus? It says anus.
Are terroristic hate crimes that are committed against.
Like, that's why I want to go to whatever planet is going to be the fastest for me to get off of and come back. So that I want to go to the anus, right?
Against both Muslims and Jews in
America.
The United States.
100%. No,
in America. In America. And the question is, so then, but look, the question is, why are you aware? So the first thing is the awareness thing. Isn't it interesting that you only seem to be aware of one of those and you don't ever seem to be aware of the other? Well, again, if what best explains their lack of awareness for one and the other is just the race,
right? Then the awareness aspect,
and that is that is actually
an
anti. Yeah, that throws all the way down. Now the other thing is like and just so you know, with auxiliary hypotheses in general, if you start the more auxiliary hypotheses you stack, because there could be plausible auxiliary hypotheses that exonerate someone, but the more you do that, the more you tie that into your theory, the more the overall credence of your theory goes down. Because now your theory of your rival hypothesis needs to be true, and any of the other auxiliary hypotheses for any of the times, any of the carve-outs doesn't really match, also has to be true. The overall probability goes down.
It's kind of like explaining a theory of the world's shape, that maybe you can have in isolation some explanation that accounts for the seasons or something, but when you try to make sense of all the other phenomena that you're experiencing, you want something that explains.
You have to start stacking on other things. Yeah, there's a normie term for this. It's called mental gymnastics.
Yeah.
Right. You can go. So yeah, if you have to start every oh, okay, well in this case, well why didn't I do it for when the person who goes and does the, let's just call it the the sweep, like the sweep that we're talking about, the reply guy sweep. That reply guy sweep we're talking about. Well, why didn't they do that for? They say it's for terrorism. Okay, well there was a pretty terroristic attack against a Muslim here. Why didn't they do that? They were just weren't aware. Well, they weren't aware of it was work. Oh, because they it was a while ago. Okay, well why didn't they do it on this one that was more soon? Because they didn't have their coffee that day. Okay, well why didn't they do it against this other one? Because they didn't think it rose to the same level. Only 2 people were killed, and they only do it for 3 people killed. Like, you see, this is starting to get
Mehdi Hasan's argument on like Shapiro and shit on that front.
What is
on like anti-Arab?
I don't know.
Okay. So like, we have some statements from Shapiro where he says, what did he say? That like, hang on a second. That Israelis like to build, Arabs like to bomb crap and live in open sewage.
Okay. Said, yes, I think now I don't know if he's walked that statement back though, but yes, like that was what they
did. And you know what he said? He did walk it back, and he said, yeah, I feel really bad for it. I just didn't know, how fucked over Palestinians have been by their leaders who just want to destroy Israel all the time. Like, so he kind of massaged it into a way that like it's still Palestinians are responsible for like their own self-destruction, right? It's just,
and let me just be clear about what constitutes an adequate walkback here. Like, so what does not constitute an adequate walkback, and this is going to be relevant for Hasan. What does not constitute an adequate walkback is something like, I regret this because I was misinterpreted, or outright lying about it, or I regret doing it because it's given my opposition ammunition. So yeah, like I'm gonna stop responding this way in the future.
I would agree with that.
Like that is not an adequate walkback. What is an adequate walkback is, I feel bad about what I did. I had no idea about the situation going on here. Like this was messed up for me to do. I'm not going to do this in the future. Like that, something like that is starting to get to a good walkback.
And similar thing on like a statement like Palestinians are rotten to the core.
Okay, so I'm going to test this because I don't know if there's like a fucking asteroid belt that I'm going to go through. So I'm going to save this, and then I'm going to send the platform to the anus. And then I'll reload afterwards just to see what it fucking looks like.
You would say that statement is racist, but you would want to see the walk back and the nature of it before. Okay.
I would want to see that. I would want to see an adequate walk back on that. Yes.
Okay. All right.
Absolutely.
Before we get to the
And I think we probably agree as well that like if someone like Nigel Farage, coming back to the earlier question, was like if Nigel Farage is standing on a stage and he's saying, "I've always been an adamant fighter against Islamophobia," which is why I am so angry at the cynical attempts by Hamas and the Houthis to make their attempts in attacking civilians into a representation of the Islamic faith. I would never. It's just so horrible that they do that, putting Muslims in danger in the UK with their rhetoric of victory to Islam as they bomb sailors. Right? We know that's kind of insincere. Right?
You mean the self-serving statements?
Yes.
Yeah, like
and also just like the I'm kind of basically blaming the people on the outside and for the biggest attacks that happen on the other half of the world. Yeah.
Yeah, no.
Donald Trump said he loves Hispanics.
Yeah,
he did.
Right,
my last one is Pisco. Do you know what taquilla is?
Oh, I heard someone on Patrick Bet David's show. Maybe it was the guy Adam. He was like, "This is like the Muslim doctrine of lying or something." Is that right? I don't know.
So what it really is it's for Shia Muslims, like minority Muslims, who use it in the sense of being a persecuted minority for over 1,000 years and sometimes having to conceal your faith so that you don't get persecuted or killed. So an example would be an imam in Iraq who's a Shia stops doing taqiyya, and so Saddam murders his entire family, right? Like, but
that's an example of what?
Online.
Oh shit.
Of the.
That's an example of taqiyya, right?
Yeah,
like he stopped doing it, and then because he's kind of like outed himself and his positions, then he gets fucking murdered by Saddam, and Saddam murders his entire family, right? So that's like an example of taqiyya, is you're doing it to escape persecution, like as a minority. Sure. Obviously, the Patrick Bet David types will just say, well, every time a Muslim lies, because they're religiously permitted to do that because of taqiyya. So every time when the fucking Al Ali hospital blast happened, Twitter probably more mentions than ever taqiyya. Like, would you say that people who do that habitually, whenever they see like something wrong being said by a Muslim or something they think is wrong by a Muslim, that they just say taqiyya, is that Islamophobic?
If they reflexively disbelieve,
refer to a misinterpretation,
as a lie,
that they believe in as a false misinterpretation of that person's religion, that they, even if they believe in it, they reflexively just refer to it. They haven't actually gone and done any research into it in depth at all. Like similarly to how they do with the Talmud, they just reflexively throw something out without even knowing what the Talmud is. Whether it's taqiyya, or like,
I'm not sure if the ignorance is doing more to feed into that credence. Because I know there are the terms for like Jewish lies or Israeli lies or propaganda in American circles, but
they wouldn't. But if someone said, "Well, wait," but because they rarely do this to one another, because again, turtles all the way down. Why are they ignorant? Because okay, if they're ignorant about everything, sure, I agree. If they're just ignorant about everything, but if they are ignorant about the Talmud and they just believe it, but when it comes to some sort of like Christian belief that may be anti-Semitic, they know all the scripture, and when it comes to taqiyya, they know all the defense.
Or to put it more simply, there are very few people online or people anywhere who will reflexively say taqiyya when a Muslim says something they think is wrong. There are very few people who do this, and also at the same time will say hasbara every time a pro-Israel point comes up.
Yeah, or somebody who continuously calls shit. What is it? Pollywood.
They don't like.
Yeah, I think
like
the overlap is
everyone who
probably
uses these
incredibly
terms
small.
habitually, if you use hasbara habitually, you are definitely not doing the same thing with taqiyya and vice versa. Which is why
I would apply
these
probably
expressions are usually
whatever the standard is there. I'm likely to apply it the same way. That is to say, someone who reflexively does hasbara, and it really for me, the thing that most moves me is like instantly disbelieving something. I guess the ignorance point also is relevant. But yeah, no, I would apply those things similarly. So whatever symmetry you have there, I'm sure that I would accept it.
Yeah, also just this idea that like lying and propaganda is like a particular country or a particular group gets its own one. You know, like they're like a special type of culturally or
if you hear hasbara,
lie, like taqiyya and hasbara. Yeah.
If you hear hasbara, do you? Let's say that is a term, right? And so what do you take with the term hasbara? What do you conclude when someone is using the term hasbara?
Well, hasbara, when Israelis say hasbara, when people who actually came up with the term are using it from the country, it typically means that Israel needs to do a better job at explaining itself on the world stage, like to their allies and shit like that. But obviously to, the very anti-Israel side, hasbara just means like, well, lying habitually to protect the idea.
Yeah, it's like there was a bunch of times where I had debates with people over whether or not we should have better rhetoric. And there were people who kept coming on and they're like, why are you saying we should have better rhetoric? Rhetoric is bad. And I was like, what do you mean rhetoric is bad? They're like, it is. Like, we've always heard like this person is using rhetorical tricks or blah blah blah. And It's like, no, rhetoric isn't bad. Like, I understand that like a lot of times it's used in a negative connotation to say that somebody's being deceptive. Just like propaganda isn't necessarily bad, but it's used in a negative connotation a lot of times. That's this obviously going to be the same with things like Hasbara, is that it's just like a rhetorical strategy, or it's meant to be like propaganda, but it doesn't mean that it's necessarily bad. It's just like trying to be more convincing.
IDF or
yeah, but what conclusion do you draw from
It's been
machine, right?
in practice in the West, it's largely used as a way to single out pro-Israel propaganda as a very special evil type of propaganda that you can refer to that uniquely denigrates it over and above any other sort of propaganda.
Got it. So if someone said Israeli propaganda,
or even Jewish, it's overlap with Jewish as well. But yes.
Okay, but if someone says Israeli propaganda, you don't think it carries the same connotation as Hasbara?
No.
Okay, got it.
Because everyone propaganda. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Sorry, this will overlap us into Mr. Piker. Okay.
Yeah.
Pisco, do you know what the double genocide theory is?
Double genocide theory, that two countries could conceivably do genocide on each other?
No,
I don't know.
So you'll only ever hear it from like communists or like pro-USSR people. Basically, there's this whole trope that they'll talk about, is that if someone ever accuses Stalin or the Soviet Union of having committed genocide, say with the Holodomor or the Crimean Tatars, they will say that this is a form of Holocaust denial to call that genocide. They'll say it's a double genocide theory, which is where people will try to sort of downplay the specific horror of the Holocaust and the specific intent of the Holocaust by putting it on par with the crimes of the Soviet Union. And they'll say that, well, because the Holodomor is not quite a genocide in the same sense the Holocaust, the intent is just not as well proven, that you're actually being anti-Semitic or you're doing Holocaust denial to accuse the Soviets of genocide. This is like a thing that tankies or communists, like really hardcore campus.
Yeah, to avoid the genocide in Ukraine being labeled, basically to sweep for Stalin and for the USSR.
Yeah.
Okay.
But there's also like, it is based on something real, right? Like historians are much clearer that the Holocaust is a genocide. There's much more consensus about the Holocaust being a genocide. The Holodomor, actually, I think most historians who are like prominent on.
Did you say for some reason? Because that was literally the thing that caused us to define a Holocaust. We never had, a genocide. We never had the term genocide before the Holocaust. The Holocaust was the thing that said, oh, we need a word for this sort of like systematic process to wipe out an entire group of people. Like, this is something that we need to have a term for.
On that topic, don't think it was a genocide. But yeah, people will take that further and say, well, because you're trying to put both of them there, you're propping up the other one, or you're by definition downplaying the other. Like you're downplaying the Holocaust because you hate communists so much.
Yeah,
and that's why they'll say it's like a.
So what's the conclusion there?
As in, there are people out there who will call you an anti-Semite even if you just say Stalin committed genocide in Ukraine. Right? These people exist. Now, let's assume this person believes that it is actually anti-Semitic to compare the Holodomor to the Holocaust, but they're happy to do it every time Israel commits a crime.
Sorry, so they're applying a
They're happy to do the Holocaust comparison to Israel, yeah.
Yeah, so they are quite willing and ready to take a more expansive view of genocide, or a less strict view of genocide, with the archetype as the Holocaust in the context of Gaza, but are just, whether it's in the context of the Holodomor or I suppose the current Russian invasion of Ukraine, they just are inflexible. And that's not like the Holocaust. That's what you're saying? Double standard on that?
Yeah, to the point that they're so offended by the Soviet Nazi comparison that they'll call you anti-Semitic or a Holocaust denier for making the comparison.
Yeah, I think that would be a double standard that raises a credence. I think that I would grant that, yeah. No problem with that. Question for you, Avi. Has anything that I've said in this conversation meaningfully raised a credence about me being anti-Semitic?
No.
Okay, thank you for that. LonerBox, what about you? Do you have any thoughts on that?
No. I think the answer to the question is no.
Okay, yeah. Awesome. All right, hit me, Hasan.
Once please do you think I support Palestinians getting raped?
Yeah, stop. Don't be nice to Loner. I'm demanding it, please. All right, resolved. All right. Hasan Piker is meaningfully. Oh, wait, or Avi, you define it however you want. Your proposition or your.
Yeah, I think Hasan Piker is meaningfully anti-Semitic. By that I mean he is not anti-Semitic in the sort of way that we're all a little bit racist. This is not your, this is not your, your aunt or whatever who has a problem getting, has a little bit of an aversion getting into the taxi with an Asian driver or whatever. Like it's not at that level. It's at an abnormal level.
Okay.
Like this is not, it's not normal, and it's enough to warrant when someone asks the question, do you think Hasan Piker is anti-Semitic? It's enough to warrant, yes, you can qualify it. You can say, okay, not at the level of Hitler, but not at the level, maybe not even at the level of Nick Fuentes, but the answer is yes, meaningfully anti-Semitic, like anti-Semitic in his actions, in his.
So you notice that he is doing what it is that I recommended. He's not saying he is an anti-Semite. He's saying he is anti-Semitic. He's using this as an adjective to say he does things within his actions, within his attitude that are anti-Semitic. So he's saying like he does things, he does anti-Semitic things, which is the verb or the adjective, like, but he's not using the noun to say he is an anti-Semite. He is not doing that, and that is the thing that I've been recommending this entire time. Is that like this is the way you ought to explain this
in his speech, in his double standards, in his we'll do all the D's, in his delegitimization, in his demonization, and his double standards, and it is not normal. Like this is not a small little degree here. This is a meaningful degree. I want to show meaningfully that. Incidentally, because a lot of the defenses here for Hasan Piker is that he also did this for this other group. By the way, I think Hasan Piker is meaningfully prejudiced against white people, even though he recently, said in the past as well, he said he considers himself white. But I actually think Hasan Piker is also prejudiced against whites, and he is actually to an arguably, he said some even more wild things about white people. Yeah, even arguably to a greater extent, he said some more wild things about white people. So just like someone again, consistent standards here. Just like if someone were to say, well, I just say this about Somalians. There's this slur I've used it for Somalians, but I'm only talking about some sort of their ideology. And here's proof. I've also said this slur against Arabs. It's like you would laugh. Like that wouldn't do anything for you, and it shouldn't, because that's an important defense to keep in mind.
Oh shit! Oh shit! I got there and I'm turning around. Fuck. Shit.
Bringing evidence, and a lot of the defenses. So when I bring evidence, just so the audience is aware, I'm aware there are responses to the evidence I'm going to bring. I'm going to address them. I will. So before you start jumping, oh no, that's not. He didn't say that because they're Jews. He said that as like a broader insult to like all sorts of groups of people. Like, I'm aware of that. I'm aware that people say that. And I'm going to show why that's ridiculous.
Okay. Can I ask you on your position, your conclusion, baseline conclusion? Do you have a view about whether he has a conscious hatred of Jews, or would you characterize it as hatred based on what you've seen?
I would characterize it as a hatred of sorts. I don't have a view on whether it's like a conscious sort of hatred, like Jews. It could be subconscious. Like it could be a subconscious sort of hatred. But from what I've seen of him, it is not normal for people to talk the way he has talked about Jewish people without some sort of hatred. At minimum prejudice, probably hatred.
Okay.
Now, is that conscious? Is he aware of this? Like, is he aware of, like, no, sometimes you're not aware of your feelings. Like, sometimes you don't have a full grasp on articulating them. Sometimes it doesn't bring it. Fine. I don't really have a view on that part of it. But yeah, like and again, consistent standards. I think that when I'm going to show you, if you were to see a right winger doing this, talking about it the same way with Somalians and Arabs, saying it in the same way, with the same vitriol, you would think the same, and you wouldn't buy the excuses. You wouldn't buy it like, oh, well, I'm just talking about an ideology. It's just their ideology doing it. And when you do a full analysis on where they use it and where they don't, that doesn't work. It doesn't meet the muster, and you wouldn't believe that in any other context.
Okay, so my position is, I'm not convinced. Convince me.
Yep. Cool. So let's go through. Oh, okay. Go for it.
I won't make it like a 2v1. I'll
all right. Well,
you can. I don't mind.
Okay. I mean, it's quite a friendly 2v1 to be fair. I think Hasan is anti-Semitic by his own standards. That double genocide theory thing, Hasan repeats that ad nauseum. He habitually says that if you compare Stalin to Hitler or the Holodomor to the Holocaust, you are Holocaust denial, anti-Semitic. He believes that, yet he's happy to do that problematic comparison between Israel and the Holocaust and the Nazis. It doesn't make any sense. To the point that he said that anyone who even shows any kind of Zionist tendency should be treated as a rabid neo-Nazi. By his own internal logic, he's an anti-Semite. And also by the logic of a normal person for many reasons. But yeah,
I hear you, but I care about my notion of anti-Semitism. So,
but given if I could prove what I just said, would that by his own logic definitely?
If you could prove that by his own logic, then that would show, I think, that he's a hypocrite. It wouldn't show on my lights that he's anti-Semite, because what I care about is
the evidence.
But yeah, I think that probably would be evidence on my credence, but I don't think by itself would. And just to be clear, I care about, and I think we all agree, and we have the same notion, or roughly the same notion of the definitions of these terms. So I don't think it's going to be an issue, but I hope that makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, so one more thing before we do it, because I know you wanted me to talk about like self-serving statements and stuff.
Yes. Yep.
Even though we touched. Yeah. So I'm also aware that Hasan Piker has made all sorts of. Yeah. Hasan Piker has friendships with Jewish people. Hasan Piker has made self-serving statements. Hasan Piker has got up and been like, "Oh, I'm the real champion against anti-Semitism." And it's all sorts of like, sort of slop like that. The reason none of that is helpful is because, again, just like all sorts of evidence for Hasan Piker's anti-Semitism is deflated by the countervailing hypothesis of anti-Zionism, there's a countervailing hypothesis that very easily explains all of the exonerating evidence, which is self-serving behavior. What would be helpful, so all that stuff is not helpful. What would be helpful, and I'll give you an example, when it's not self-serving. If Hasan Piker right now were to stand up and be like, I condemn Anna Kasparian for her anti-Semitism. Like someone who he's close with, someone who would hurt him a bit. It would be tough for him.
Well, okay, they're not close. She hates Hasan Piker. She fucking hates him. Like, just to be clear, they are not close by any meaning of the word. Like, no sense of the term are they close. She fucking hates Hasan. She really does. She has a very strong hatred of Hasan. She is Hasanophobic, for sure. Now, I think it's not that they're close, but that, like, the fact that he would be condemning an anti-Semite in this case, that's what would matter to me, is like somebody who resembles a bit closer to what it is that he's doing. If she condemned him or he condemned her, like, that would lend credence to each one of them to say, like, okay, there likely is some sort of like line to draw here where that I'm just not seeing yet, but they are not close, like, in relation at all.
To do that, someone he has a good, close relationship with and is aligned politically with. If he were to condemn her anti-Semitism, that would be evidence. That would be helpful countervailing evidence for me. I would be like, maybe I should maybe that decreases my credence. Okay, that's the sort of evidence that would be helpful.
Not Fuentes, and not like Trump, but not like these kind of
characters. No, because that's self-serving again. Yeah, because that's all self-serving. That's like very easily.
And chat, does that make sense? I'm looking at you now. I hope that makes sense, because that's my intuition as well. That like, and I wanted to raise it because, of course, you're always going to find self-serving statements from Trump, and we got to be consistent in terms of how we.
Okay, I think I figured out the best way to do this. I probably do need some more accumulators on here, but one of the mistakes that I realized I had was I had too many of my laser turrets all the way around, whereas I'm realizing now I don't really need that. I just need them at the front for the most part, and then maybe like a couple far to the side just in case they do tend to like be zoning in on the back corners. I'll put a couple there just to guard my my asteroid collectors. But outside of that, I think, and then also like having like a line where there's the front ones that start shooting, and then it gets worse the closer that it gets, so that I'm not using so much electricity the entire time. I think I got it.
Apply that as evidence, and I am not.
I'm going to turn around and go back. now.
By Trump's self-serving statements that he loves all Mexicans, he loves Muslims, love him, all that stuff, and so I hope that that makes sense, folks. I agree with that.
Okay. So I'm going to.
All right, we'll watch the stream too. Yeah.
Yeah, and I want to know, like, can you hear it, and is it playing and everything?
Let me know when it starts playing.
Okay. All right, starts playing now.
Whether they should continue to be allowed to be exempt from the military, but there has been a failure for that to happen.
Bro, literally both options are hilarious. The ultra-Orthodox Jews leaving Israel, fucking hilarious. Okay? If they serve in the military and then they get their fucking untrained, inbred asses shipped into southern Lebanon.
There's the fucking inbred again.
Again, very funny. I don't know if it'll happen, but I'm totally on board with this. I think it's hilarious. Let them serve. Let them fight, dude. If they want the smoke, if they don't want to be conscientious objectors, which some are, and you know, that's valid, and I'm with them all the way. Okay. But get
for Orthodox.
Okay. So a couple things. Let's before. So that was the clip. Let's understand the context of the clip.
Okay.
And if you ever need the full bot, we're happy to go through the full bot as well. So let's go step by step here. What's the group? The group is mentioned. It's not Orthodox. It's ultra Orthodox.
Okay.
The context. Do you know about this group, ultra Orthodox?
This group is that they are exempt from military service under Israeli law. They are less secular than many Israelis, and that there's a big sort of like discourse about and vying for their political power, oftentimes in coalition governments, and that they exist as a kind of a sect that is focused a lot on especially male rabbinical training. That's my understanding. It's pretty general.
Okay, so there's more. So that's true. Let's focus. Do you know anything about the ultra-Orthodox as it relates to potential countervailing hypotheses? Like, is this explained by Zionism? Is this explained by? Go ahead.
So that there's a more emphasis for Orthodox Jews and ultra-Orthodox Jews to like marry within the sect or marry within or have definitely no. Like,
no. I'm asking like. They're insular, but that's not what I'm getting.
Okay.
At. So I'm asking. Okay, so yeah, the point being here is that the ultra Orthodox group, this is the group that is
inbreds.
Broadly
is that what
non-Zionist? The clear majority of ultra Orthodox group. This is a non-Zionist group. The clear majority of ultra Orthodox.
Was Pisco just making the case for them being inbreds?
Identify as either non-Zionist, or in a minority of in a smaller minority of cases, anti-Zionist.
Mm-hmm.
They're broadly not a Zionist group. The context here is they are trying to resist conscription into the IDF.
Oh, it's the direct opposite kind of rationale that you would expect if someone who is anti-Zionist.
You would expect Hasan to celebrate this.
Yeah.
You would expect Hasan to celebrate a group of non-Zionist Jews resisting Israel, resisting conscription into the IDF. You would expect him to simp for them.
Yep.
You would not expect him to call them inbred.
100%.
And next point is Hasan. Next point is this. Listen carefully.
Yep.
Let him serve. Let him fight, dude. If they want the smoke, if they don't want to be conscious.
Notice how if they want the smoke is indexed to let them serve.
They don't want the smoke. Yeah.
But also, they don't want. But also, listen to this.
Conscientious objectors, which some are, and you know that's valid, and I'm with them all the way.
He knows this is the group where you would expect conscientious objectors to come from.
But he still wants them to serve.
He knows, and yet he's still
calling them inbred.
Wants them to. And he still called them inbred. He can say he can caveat with they want them to serve plausibly with saying, oh well, if they want the smoke, but like that wasn't indexed to whether they're inbred. He's still calling them inbred.
Yeah.
So let's see what we have here, just to be clear on everything. This is a predominantly non-Zionist group.
They're fighting against
They're fighting against Israel. They're fighting against the IDF conscription. They're trying not to serve. They're trying not to go into Lebanon. They're trying not to fight Arabs. And also, not a settler group either, by the way. They're not settlers. By and large, only 14% of ultra-Orthodox Jews are settlers. And by the way, in the small minority when they are, do you know why they're settlers? It's not like the Dati Lumi. They're not ideological settlers.
Is it
They're
like
settlers
economic?
because they can't afford. Yeah, they can't afford to live anywhere else.
Yeah.
And this is not a settler group, not a Zionist group, fighting fighting IDF conscription, and by the way, not an ethnic supremacist group either. Because notice he's not talking about the chief rabbi specifically. You could say, well, the chief rabbi specifically, he wasn't aware of this. He was made aware later in the stream. The chief rabbi specifically, said something bad about black people. He's not talking about the chief rabbi, and he wasn't even aware of it when he said this. He's talking about the ultra-Orthodox group. And unless you want to take a Groyper argument, which the Groyper argument for why ultra-Orthodox, it's like, oh, because chosen people equals supremacist group. It's like, no, that's not how they interpret that. But
okay, we have some chat objections, and I want your reaction to them. Is that okay?
Yeah.
He just said he supports the conscientious objectors. Your response?
Yeah, then why are you calling the group inbred? The contention is not whether he's.
Yeah, so he's insulting the group as an entirety. He's insulting them as an entirety. He's talking shit about them as an entirety, and then giving a caveat at the end of all of his insults. He wants them to serve. He wants them to. He wants to insult them. And then he also will make a caveat at the end that they're the people who are more likely to fight against the conscriptions. So the conscription normally is the thing that you would think makes him hate them. The conscription is normally the thing that he would say is what makes him dislike this group of people. But here, it's obvious these are non-conscriptors, and yet he is still hating on them. So it means that is a caveat to his hatred. It is not a determining factor.
Supports conscientious objectors. I wasn't bringing that. Correct. Do you think that I was bringing the conscientious objectors to contend to act as if he didn't support conscientious? Yeah, he supports it. But the point is that it's evidence that he's at least somewhat aware that this group is the sort of group where conscientious objectors will come from. Why are you referring to why are you calling it inbred? Why? And he didn't condition. Wait 1 second. He did not condition the inbred status on whether they would be conscientious objectors or not, or whether they wanted to smoke.
It is worth mentioning. It is worth mentioning that the ultra-Orthodox, as far as I know, are not so much conscientious objectors. They're just objectors, right? Because they believe like the IDF defends us with weapons. We defend Israel with Torah. Like so I was told. By
that's true. Yeah. So that's So not exact yes and no. So there's both of that. The subset of the ultra-Orthodox objectors will fall into two categories. There'll be conscientious objectors, like the anti-Zionist faction of ultra-Orthodox. Those actually are conscientious objectors. Like Neturei Karta, that is conscientious objectors. But the other form of objectors, yeah, there's a more like I'm just doing my own thing objector. I'm just doing the Torah thing objector. And by the way, even when they say that, it's not saying like, oh, that's a pragmatic like defense. When they say things like, oh, the Torah is what's keeping, Israel safe, really, by divine thing. That's a pragmatic thing they talk about. Like, they don't actually, like, their whole philosophy isn't actually about, let's learn Torah to keep Israel safe. That's just something they say to the state to try and resist conscription. That's like a pragmatic thing that they do. So there's both forms of objectors. There's conscientious objectors, and then there's like pragmatic objectors. There's objectors because I want to learn and not serve. Yeah. But either way, what you're talking about it, the point is Hasan is at least aware that this sort of thing is the sort of group where you would expect this to come from. And so, he agrees with that. But why the hell are you calling them inbred then?
So, response from some, and
also since we're doing that.
So this is, this is kind of important. I posted this on Twitter 2 days ago, and it said, "This is the way that you argue that Hasan is a Nazi." Avi is doing exactly what it is that I said here. So you want to build evidence. You want to show this thing, and this thing. Now, if he just calls them inbred, is that necessarily anti-Semitic? No. If he just calls them a Zionist in a hateful way, is that necessarily anti-Semitic? No. If he just calls them bloodthirsty, is that necessarily anti-Semitic? No. If he just calls them a pig dog, is that necessarily anti-Semitic? No. But each one of these things is building the likelihood of it. You say one, okay, it could be, not necessarily. Well, now you say the other, okay, well, now it got a little bit more likely. Oh, well, then you say the other, now, okay, well, now it got a little bit more likely. Well, now you say the other, okay, what the fuck? And so now, if you're calling them inbred, Zionist, bloodthirsty pig dogs, then did you say Hasan is a Nazi? Wait, are you joking? Did I say that? I don't think I did. Wait, did I say Nazi? Maybe I meant to say anti-Semitic. Did I say Nazi? Are you talking to somebody else? I don't know. Anyways, so this is the video that I put out. It's like just a short
So
segment.
what's the anti-Semitic slur that he uses?
Yeah, you definitely said Nazi. Okay, my bad.
Pig dog.
Okay, so what's the evidence that pig dog is an anti-Semitic slur?
I believe it is, like, if you look up anti-Semitic slurs, it is a slur used in like Poland and Germany, specifically in like Nazi Germany. Like the Nazis would call the Jews pig dogs, and like their rhetoric.
Okay, so I don't deny that Nazis may have used the term pig dog. I understand the term. It also has uses in non-anti-Semitic context. That is, say, non-hateful against Jews context. And
what is a non-anti-Semitic context that someone uses pig dog for?
That it's a broader term that is used to denigrate people or insult people, not just in Jews.
Well, okay, so that's true, but you're trying to build an overall pattern. So that's where like North needs to say, yes, but I'm pointing at a broader pattern here. And so if somebody says something that could be used in a different way, sure, I'll grant you that. But if they build a pattern of saying things that are likely to be anti-Semitic, I'm going to lean further and further in the anti-Semitic realm there. So if they say bloodthirsty pig dog, well, now we're getting into like blood libel areas where now it's two things back to back. And if he calls them inbred, bloodthirsty pig dog, well, now I got three different tropes all back to back that are all likely tropes for Jews that we're now supposed to think, oh, well, maybe he just means it totally irrespective of Jews. And that like this makes it more and more likely. The likelihood goes up each time for those reasons.
That's my understanding. That, because Avi suggested that to me, and he's a well-read person.
I can answer, if you're asking, like, yeah, I can, like, if you're asking about the historical usage of the term, the Nazis use that term as an.
So yeah, so that's what I said. Okay, now somebody responded with this comment. Somebody responded with this fucking comment here. The group of Jews he was referring to as inbred are inbred and are considered fucking weird for it by other Jews. This is not true. This is totally fucking untrue. Pig dog has widely been used to describe ardent capitalists, and I don't think we can argue that Israelis aren't bloodthirsty. Can we? So this person totally ignored all of the fucking arguments that I made. That like each one of these things are not inherently anti-Semitic by themselves, but they are things that could be anti-Semitic. And so when you start lining up a bunch of things that could be anti-Semitic all back to back to back, it now makes it more and more and more likely that they're actually using it in an anti-Semitic way. That is exactly the argument that Avi is using right here, is he's just showing the likelihood over and over. And this fucking person not only is saying, but they are inbred, but on top of that is also... so this person, Tommy, said, so as long as it is referring to a group, it's fine to use slurs. They said it's not a slur, it's an insult. It's the difference between someone who used dickhead as a general insult. Okay, I was hoping somebody was going to give like a good comeback to this, but fuck. Sorry. Okay, so I just said you seem to have missed the entire argument. I literally said at the beginning that you can concede that these terms can be used in non-anti-Semitic ways. It's the likelihood of it being used in an anti-Semitic way that matters, and the likelihood goes up with each trope that he uses. I can call a black person a gangster or a thug without being racist. You use the context clues to deduce if it's more or less likely. Okay, I'm a fucking genius. I'm a fucking genius, dude. Did you guys know I invented linguistics?
Sorry, one second. Since we're doing chat comments,
By the way,
Mindwave saying because they often.
All right, I'm gonna run to the potty. I'm gonna run to the little boys' room real quick. Everybody, make sure you hit the thumbs up button. If you're not subscribed, make sure you subscribe. I'll let this play. I'll be right back.
I was about to go there.
Marry their cousins.
Wait,
okay, but then let's see how Hasan reacts.
No. That's not true either. Wait, that is not true either. And by the way, the rates of consanguineous marriages among that group is actually that's actually lower than many Arab groups, and Hasan has never called the Arab groups
and would call it out as anti-Muslim.
More than Kuwait, Qatar, Iraq.
Yes, that's not what Pisco. What was the objection you wanted to?
No. I was going to raise the Mindwaves comment too there because I saw it and that was up.
Yeah. So that and also by the way, furthermore, so number ways that fails. Number one, he's not academically talking about
rates of
the rates of consanguineous marriages, nor is he academically talking about founder effects that happened thousands of years ago and why Jewish people have higher rates of tay-sex. No, let's for the people who are actually lost here, listen to how he says it.
Fucking hilarious. Okay? And then they get their fucking untrained inbred asses shipped into southern Lebanon. They're fucking untrained inbred asses shipped.
And then they're untrained inbred asses. This is not an academic comment about founder effects. This is not an academic comment about consanguineous marriages. This is a slur, okay? And just to explain it, because the chat is like being crazy, all of it, like the chat is wild.
I agree.
Just to explain it, because some people may not know why calling a group of inbred inbred is a slur. There is the heavy connotation that there is something wrong with you in virtue of your ancestry, okay? And you would never expect this, you would never hold this standard, you would never be reaching for this in any other context.
If Trump said this,
if Trump called Somalians inbred and he said, well, no, I'm just talking about their ideology, about their rates of fraud. And as proof, I called Arab people inbred too. Haha.
Yeah, no, this significantly raises credence. I think this is, there's not a good response there that I've seen so far from the chat.
And furthermore, okay, so that's, and now let's talk about degree. We're gonna talk about his response.
Wait, sorry, pause. We have something here. Hasan uses the same term for white Republicans.
Yes, that's now Pisco, notice. Did I not predict that response?
Yes, you did. Yes.
Did I and did I not already prophylactically head that off? And I'm gonna provide evidence. Yeah, you're right. He does say that for white Republicans. Do you know what he also says for white Republicans? Do you know what he also says for whites?
So what's an unspoken?
Let's play it.
A mayonnaise monkey, I guess. A term used by black people in the U.S. as a way to describe white people based on their, quote, mayonnaise-like skin.
Bro, cum skin is way better of a deeper cut, in my opinion. Cum skin. I think mayo monkey is like, it's low level, honestly. Like, sun dodger is funny. Cum skin gets right to the point. It's just like, it's indefensible. You got owned, you know what I mean?
So, you're right. Hasan does use slurs against white people also. What the hell is your point? Again, like if someone were to he's racist against white people. Like again, degree, like this is not, I don't know, Pisco, does that raise your credence? Someone's saying, oh, mayonnaise monkey doesn't go that far. Actually, let's go with cum skin.
Yeah, no, it doesn't raise my credence really. And although, deal with the kind of like, well, people use inbred all the time. It's just like now it's a generalized term to just be a disparaging thing. Deal with that. Okay, he uses inbred.
Wait.
Can you hear me or no?
Hold on. Yeah, I can. Wait, no, I asked, just to be clear on my credence, what I asked you. I asked if your credence is raised by Hasan Piker in terms of him being prejudicial toward white people, if by him saying cum skin, saying that mayonnaise monkey's not too far.
Yeah, no. You mean the credence with respect to him being racist against white people or not being racist against Jews?
No, I'm not talking about Jews. I'm not talking about Jews. I'm talking about, yeah, well, let's do both. Like, does the fact that he also used slurs against the inbred against white people, does that now deflate your credence while he's also calling them cum-skinned?
No.
No. Good. Exactly. And does calling white people cum-skinned raise your credence that they have anti-white prejudice?
Raise the credence, yes.
Yes. Thank you. Good. Yes. So that doesn't work. And by the way, here's more. Here's the other point. Because they've compiled here's an important question. If this whole thing about, in fact, let's actually play Hasan's response. Okay? Let's go. He responded to this. And by the way, I want you to pay attention to how Mehdi Hasan pushes him or doesn't.
Is he wearing the
push him.
suit there with Mehdi?
Yeah, he's wearing the suit.
Have phrased things better. I apologize for those who I've offended, and I most importantly apologize for giving an opportunity to the right to just like use this against.
This is a 7-year-old clip that you've already explained.
This is the
So this is the example that they were using earlier, where he says like he's not actually apologizing. He's apologizing. He's not apologizing for actually doing it to the people that he offended. He's apologizing to his in-group, not the out-group that he offended. He's apologizing to his own in-group for saying something racist, because now that he said something racist or anti-Semitic, now the out-group is able to use it against them. And so that his apology is not to the out-group that he's being anti-Semitic to, but the in-group for giving a weapon to the out-group. It's so fucking slimy, dude.
Yeah, he's wearing the suit.
Have phrased things better. I apologize for those who I've offended, and I most importantly apologize for giving an opportunity to the right.
Oh, he did say I apologize for the people that I offended.
To just like use this
This
against.
is a 7-year-old clip that you've already explained.
This is the 9/11 thing. Let's go to the
using pejoratives when describing.
Let's go to the
bad to talk about.
Yeah,
Jewish people calling Orthodox Jewish people inbreds.
Yeah,
the one
yeah.
you and I texted back and forth many times. 'Cause I was like, why would you say this?
I have a policy
When Mehdi Hasan is shook about the anti-Semitism, you know it's bad.
of using pejoratives when describing any kind of like ethno-racial supremacist groups.
So you call a lot of people inbreds.
I have an entire compilation of it out there somewhere of
But
just
do you regret doing this?
We're gonna go through that compilation.
It's because you gave a weapon to people to say.
Well, that
clearly sounds
that one is
anti-Semitic.
yeah, no, I know, but that one is like super disingenuous because like there's another one that they were like pig dog, where they're like pig dog is anti-Semitic. It wasn't.
Notice the deflection.
Yeah,
He's not
total
addressing
deflection,
it
yeah.
right now.
Even in the anti-Semitism glossary until they decided it was actually anti-Semitic. Did you know that?
I did not know.
Yeah, exactly. Most people don't even know that that's supposed to be an anti-Semitic term. It's not.
So you're just a guy who likes to call people out with
Yeah, I mean-
incendiary rhetoric, and occasionally it happens to be people who are
It just happened to be. He just likes to be called out for
Jewish,
the thing.
and therefore you're not targeting them because they're Jewish.
No, of course not. And everyone can see that, especially considering that.
Yeah, but you say everyone can see that. Just serious point. Everyone can't see that.
No one here can say it.
We live in a clip
that.
world,
Yeah,
right?
everyone-
So good faith people who might like your politics and like what you do, and then they go, "Oh man, but he said this is a clip. You're saying Orthodox Jewish people inbred. That's anti-Semitic." And
Well, I didn't say Orthodox Jews are inbred. I'm
Correct. He didn't say Orthodox Jews are inbred. He said ultra-Orthodox Jews. The group was ultra-Orthodox. Okay, but that makes it worse because that's the non-Zionist group of Jews.
talking about like I'm talking specifically about settlers. I'm talking specifically
No, not a settler group. That is false.
about like people that are joining the Israeli military.
Again, no.
Against
You're
that.
talking about people who are
Wrongly
not
against that.
joining, like doing everything they can to fight joining the Israeli military. And by the way, to date, they haven't. 98%, even though they lost the court case, 98% of that group successfully resisted joining the Israeli military. You are not merely talking about people who are joining the Israeli military. You are not talking about a settler group.
Military to go invade Lebanon.
No, people who are not going to invade Lebanon.
It's not
But
about
you
like
wouldn't use that language now. Let me ask you that question.
I still definitely utilize the term inbred quite frequently when talking about religious and ethno-supremacist groups.
Not an ethno-supremacist group.
But with the exception of anything that touches Israel, because I don't want people to just like keep weaponizing that against me.
So notice the type of walkback.
Yeah.
Notice the type of walkback.
It's
This is
self-focused. It's not.
tactical.
Yeah. It's not about. Yeah.
Really
weaponizing,
annoying.
and it's not
but,
just
but it
Israel.
is a double standard, 100%.
100%. We know.
Because I've called,
And he's the victim now. He's the victim of double standards.
agree with on double
I've called
standards.
Republicans inbred hicks my whole life. I call
Yes, you've called white people. To be clear, white people. You've also slurred white people.
Nazis inbred. I call them pigs. All these different things. I've gotten banned for this. I said Zionist pigs. I got banned
Look at how virtuous you are.
for that. Why did I get banned for that? Because the ADL went to
And it's the Jews' fault again. It's the ADL's fault.
Twitch, went to Amazon, and made Zionism a protected identity on the platform, specifically
And
to
Meta.
get me banned.
So the
he has
deflection
completely
to
just
pig dog to me is totally unavailing, total dodge. I don't think that the factual errors there compound on each other, and that was a horrible explanation. I grant that.
And I actually think it was a lie, but okay, yeah, but yes. But notice one more slight thing. For anyone who's been glazing, and for anyone who's watching me, please note, for any of you who have been glazing Mehdi Hasan about, oh, he's such a strong interviewer. He gives the really tough, maybe sometimes he does. What do you think about the kind of pushback he's given Hasan Piker here?
Yeah, not very. I don't think it's. I think it's trying to accommodate and trying to give him an opportunity to improve his own.
Like
image.
sweeping?
Yeah.
Like sweeping?
Yeah, I think that's.
This was a sweeping interview, Pisco.
Yeah.
This was a sweep.
So I grant that. I agree with that. I haven't disagreed with anything you said.
Okay. Now let's.
Mehdi was sweeping for anti-Semitism.
Yes.
Yeah.
He's sweeping for Hasan Piker. He's sweeping for Hasan Piker's
Piker.
anti-Semitism.
Yeah, that's
He's sweeping for Hasan Piker's anti-Semitism.
I think that's right. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, to be clear, now let's now put. Now this is one example. Let's put other things to the test.
Yeah.
So look what he said. Listen to what he said. Well, it's the ideology. It's just supremacist ideology, right? We already have an example that doesn't work because there's no evidence that that's a supremacist group. But are Jewish and white people the only group, the only races that he's covered that have supremacist ideology? What would your intuition be on that?
My intuition is no. There's many different groups involved in world affairs that have supremacist ideologies. And,
and many of them,
maybe in the Asian sphere, perhaps.
Yes. And many of them has been on stream. For example, he's done a stream about that involved Hindu supremacists who believe in the caste system. He's done streams about Black supremacist groups, both modern and NOI. Question: and has he ever called them inbred? And he's also spoken about Arab Zionists. He believes Zionists is a supremacist ideology. Has he ever called Arab Zionists inbred? Has he ever called a Black supremacist inbred? Has he ever called a Hindu supremacist inbred? Ever?
Yeah, I'm already convinced, Avi. I mean, you're. I'm convinced.
No, I'm still gonna lay it on. No, I'm still gonna lay it on.
No, you can. I'm just saying, like, I hope that you don't think that I'm getting the wrong impression. That I need all this.
I need. It's not just for you. It's for the crazies in certain chats as well. But yeah, has he ever done any of that? No. And so we could now maybe let's get really crazy. Maybe let's say, well, we'll plausibly say not necessarily. We'll draw out auxiliary hypotheses. We'll say, well, with the Black supremacists, perhaps Hasan didn't just, maybe Hasan just didn't take them seriously enough to think strong language was warranted. But if they started getting more political power, he surely would have called the Black supremacists inbred, right? And with the Hindu supremacists, perhaps Hasan didn't feel well read enough on the topic. But if he read more, then surely he would have called the Hindu supremacists who believe in the caste system inbred, right? And with Arab Zionists, well, maybe perhaps Hasan carves out an exception for situations where ethnic supremacist ideology doesn't match the believer's own ethnicity. And with the non-supremacist, non-Zionist Jews that he called inbred also, well, maybe perhaps Hasan was just like super tired that day and misfired and didn't want to acknowledge the error to correct it. And so that's irresponsible, but not really anti-Semitic. Now, you can do all of this. That is mental gymnastics. That is stacking a bunch of auxiliary hypotheses on one another. And even if they're somewhat interrelated, even if they're not completely independent, that's going to tank the theory. Okay, so that's not this explanation that he is just saying the inbred for supremacist groups, supremacist ethno-nationalists or supremacist group or people with supremacist ideology. That does not pass one bit of muster, and no one would believe this. No one would accept this if it was a right winger doing this.
No, they would not.
Yeah, no one. Okay, cool, good. Now, okay, now that we've agreed on all that, let's analyze the degree. Yeah. Is this normal? Is this the sort of thing that is a little bit racist? It's just a little bit racist. It's just, it's just like this is just like, someone made a Jewish joke once, it's like whatever. No. This is not fucking normal. Okay, it is normal people who we're all just a little bit racist do not end up on a public stream to a live audience talking about the non-Zionist resisting Israel Jews, talking about their untrained inbred asses with vitriol. That is not a normal thing. You do not normally get there. Sorry.
It's not a joke.
This
either.
Is not a normal.
It's not said in any way.
It's not a joke.
Yeah.
No, this was with vitriol. This was, and the answer to your question, by the way, just to answer the question you asked me earlier, I'm going to play it again.
Into southern Lebanon, their fucking untrained inbred asses shipped into southern Lebanon.
The way he says that strikes me as hateful. There's hate. There's vitriol there. There's hate there. I don't know if he's consciously thinking Jew, hate Jew, but there's hate here. Like this strikes me as something hateful. But minimally, yes, this is not
definitely
not
prejudice.
Minimally, yeah, and not normally. This is not a normal little bit of prejudice.
100%, I agree. Yeah.
Prejudice against Jews, not normally. This is not a normal. This is non-trivial, not a normal degree of prejudice against Jews.
I agree.
Good, awesome.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, let's go on. Keep
going.
Okay. Oh, and by the way, this compilation, just as a point, I actually am gonna play this because this was a Hasan. This was a Hasan simp trying to preemptively defend Hasan by pointing out all of the white examples of Hasan calling white people inbred because of their supremacist group.
And so what we're going to see here is a bunch of uses of inbred as to white people?
Yes.
Okay.
And it's hilarious because they think this is exonerating. They think it's exonerating. And I'll just play some of this.
You think Joe Manchin would get this level of clout and prominence if he was just another inbred hick fucking Republican senator from West Virginia? Of course not.
I feel like this inbred Nazi didn't just have some Le Fiery rhetoric against immigration. And that's precisely why we brought in some of the worst inbred fucking tech CEOs you've ever goddamn seen, like Palmer Luckey, Schizo Monkey, or simply the fact that you describe people at all.
Yeah.
Okay, why is it white in that example?
No, it's not. None of these examples are inherently. So none of these examples are.
I went ahead and took some of Avi's arguments and typed them up in that fucking post because I felt like those were really good fucking arguments that totally apply to what it is that I'm arguing about here. So I went ahead and just reworded everything and said, you seem to have missed the entire argument. I literally said at the beginning that you can concede that these terms can be used in non-anti-Semitic ways. It's the likelihood of it being in an anti-Semitic way that matters, and the likelihood goes up with each trope that he uses. I can call a black person a gangster or a thug without being racist. You use context clues to deduce if it's more or less likely. Also, you're doing it too. Ashkenazi Jews or ultra-Orthodox Jews don't have high rates of inbreeding. They literally have rules against marrying inside their families or first cousins. They do have a high amount of genetic similarity, but that doesn't equal inbreeding. There are studies on their genetics and bottlenecks proving this wrong. But even weirder, the ultra-Orthodox Jews are rarely Zionists, yet he still calls them Zionists, meaning he likely doesn't mean Zionist when he says it, but Jewish instead. Just the same as Anna Kasparian says, you call yourself God's chosen people, but you're actually evil. Are Israelis God's chosen people? No, but Jews are. So is it more likely that he calls the non-Zionist ultra-Orthodox Jews inbred, bloodthirsty Zionist pig dogs, and he's just very uneducated and spreading misinformation incessantly on the topic he always talks about? Or that he's just discriminating against Jews? Like it is hard, like that, because that is the only argument you can make here, is that Hasan just has no idea what he's talking about when it comes to these topics. That's the only argument that you can make. But in that clip, obviously, he does know that those ultra-Orthodox are way less likely to actually be, that they're way less likely to be Zionists and that they're against conscription. And so if we're supposed to believe that either like he's just totally misinformed and knows nothing about this, which again, he does know about it, or that the topic that he talks about all the fucking time, he probably does know some shit about this, and that he's just being discriminatory in his language.
I'm not saying that all of these examples are going to inherently mean that it's anti-white race.
Okay, last call for the poll. Last call if you want to get on my poll. So we got a poll up. It's on the screen. The only way you can vote is through chat. It says, how do you identify? Put the number in chat to vote. Number 1, liberal. Number 2, progressive. Number 3, conservative. Number 4, centrist. Okay, we got 17 liberals right now. 1 progressive, 1 conservative, 2 centrists. So if you want to vote, you got to put the number in chat. Just the number. Don't put anything else. If you put 1111. It's not going to vote. It's not going to count at all. If you keep putting 1 in chat, it's not going to count you more than once. It only counts you once. Put your vote in. What are you? How do you identify? We got 22 liberals now. I wish it... The thing that I hate about this fucking poll is that it doesn't show both the percentage and the number. You can only choose one. You can only either choose the number or the percentage. That fucking drives me nuts. I would like to see both. But we started off with a percentage, but then we didn't know how many people were voting if we did that. So I had to change it to the number. But not great at math, so I don't know the fucking percentage here. Do math? No, I'm not gonna fucking do math. You do math. Here, how about this? I got an idea. Don't worry. I got this. Don't worry, guys. Everybody calm down. Everybody chill the fuck out. I got this. Calm down. Holy shit. Holy shit. Chill. This fucking game makes my computer move so slowly. I need RAM. I need RAM. Taiwan. Taiwan. Mi amor. Taiwan. Please. More RAM. Okay. Let's see, I think I got graphs. Charts. Charts. Let's do a pie. Okay. Let's do shit lib. Liberals. Progressive. Conservative. Let's shorten these. Con. No. Prog. Lib. And then center. Okay. So what do we have? We got 22 libs, 4 progs, 1 con, 2 of the centrists. All right. There we go. See? I don't need to do fucking math. I don't need to learn math. I got computers. All right. So 75.9% are liberal. 13.8% are shit progs. 6.9% are centrists, and 3.4% are conservatives. Doesn't really feel like it's even worth mentioning when only one person, I think, voted conservative, and that person, I don't even think actually identifies as a conservative, so they just didn't like the other options. Doing math is better than, greater than, or equal to. That is math. You are correct. That is math. $6.9, proud to be a centrist. Yeah, I've said this a bunch of times before, but I identified as a centrist for a long time. last night, if you guys watched the conversation that I had with Destiny, at one point I was talking about the fact that the term liberal for a long time is very stigmatized online. Like, it was like the worst thing you could be. You would be better off being a conservative than being a liberal. And people use the term liberal almost in the same way that they use the term boomer. And people are like, oh, okay, lib. Like, and they would say lib. Nobody actually was a lib. Nobody actually identified as a lib. But people would say liberal to insult you. If they called you a liberal, they were insulting you. They'd be like, yeah, oh, okay, lib. So I think it was IRI who was like the first person in this space to go from, he identified as a progressive initially, and then he changed and started identifying as a liberal. And he's like, fuck it, I'm going to be a liberal. I'm going to be proud to be a liberal. I'm bringing it back. And then over time, Destiny started identifying as a liberal again, and so did a bunch of other people. And so it kind of changed. Hutch eventually went from being a progressive to a liberal. And hey, I was the same way. I was never a progressive. I was somebody who was a conservative, pretty far right initially, and then kind of slowly moved towards the center. And then for a long time identified as a centrist. But after Kamala Harris lost, I remember one day on stream going off about the fact that nobody likes being a Democrat. Nobody likes being an establishment Democrat. Nobody really calls themselves that. They call themselves fucking progressives or leftists or whatever, but they'll call themselves anything but a Democrat. And that we have to have people who actually own the fucking labels if we're actually going to win. Like, if we're actually going to bring this back and normalize this shit again, we have to own the labels, but nobody does. And so then I was like, wait a second, I don't even call myself a fucking liberal. Shit. I still call myself a centrist and an independent. I don't even call myself a Democrat or any of this shit. Fuck. Well, once Kamala lost, I was like, all right, that's it. That's it. I'm a fucking shit lib. I'm a shit lib. I'm a Democrat. I'm all in. Fuck it. So moved away from the centrist label. Full in. Let's go. W libs. We're piss libs, not shit libs. Dude, y'all not helping the label? We are helping the label. Do you not realize I'm fucking saving liberalism? Motherfucker. Go read the thumbnail. Go read the thumbnail. I'm saving liberalism. Oh, I can do scattered dot charts. Oh, we should do that. We should do a scattered dot chart later for like all of the streamers in this space and kind of go like get like an average concurrent viewers that they have and shit and put them on the chart. I did this once before, but I did it based on like my own orbiters and like all of the content creators that orbited me. And I wouldn't say currently I have orbiters, but or anything like that, but we could do it just based on the entire space, just like the whole streaming, politics streaming space, debate space. So I respect you standing on business and saving liberalism. OMG, yes, and a heat map. Do I have a heat map? I don't think I know what that is, but like I have area charts if that's what you mean. Like these motherfuckers. These motherfuckers acting crazy like they job rope. But yeah, I think we could do this. I have like a spectrum on here. Let me pull it off because I might scroll over some of y'all moms naked and I don't want y'all to see that. You're welcome. But I do have a spectrum on here of like content creators, and based on where I think they fall on the spectrum. And I never did anything with it. I never put it out. I worked on it for a long time and then literally did nothing with it. This is it right here. So I can go post this somewhere if y'all want, if anybody wants it, but top to bottom means nothing. Top to bottom means nothing. It's only left to right. Top to bottom is only just for space. But for the person who was in chat last night going off about the fact that PF Young is a centrist, this is where I have him on the spectrum. This is where I have him on the spectrum. So it goes from, you know, in the middle is going to be purple, and then to blue for like liberal, and then to light blue for far left. And then, you know, from purple to red for more conservative to dark red for far right. So Pisco is progressive. Yeah, I've got Pisco as progressive. I got Josiah a little bit farther to like liberal progressive, LonerBox liberal progressive, irrelevant in the progressive area, Pac-Man liberal, Brian Tyler Cohen. Yeah, I got all the labels up top as well, where it goes from centrist to left, moderate liberal, liberal, progressive, far left, and then centrist to right goes moderate conservative, neocon, paleocon, far right. I could have, instead of putting moderate liberal, I could have put like neo-lib, but the problem is that for moderate conservative, I had that before neocon. And I didn't want the inconsistency there to not have neo-lib or neo-lib as moderate liberal, so I just left it like this. But why the fuck is Dean so far left? Because of his social values, because you don't know much about him except for like social positions, but obviously when it came to them canceling D over the fact that she used a microaggression on or did I say D? Z. He you know, the canceling Z over the microaggression, the fact that he called me a Nazi for all I fucking did was a Hitler salute and they called me a fucking Nazi over it. The, you know, just the very like hardcore pandering over black people and racism and shit like that. So yeah, I worked really hard on this for about 2 hours and then got rid of it, or and didn't get rid of it, but just never used it. But yeah, I can post this like I'll post it on my YouTube community page.
Racism.
Okay.
What is the example? So that's why I provided external evidence as background knowledge that he is racist against white people, which was the cum skin, which is like mayonnaise monkey doesn't go too far for white people. Cum skin is better. So I'm providing background knowledge, and then I'm saying all of these examples are. Now, here's what would challenge my hypothesis. What would challenge my hypothesis is when I go through these examples, because the whole point of their response to this is saying, no, he just uses the word inbred broadly for anyone who has this thing. And so I'm going to look at this, and I'm going to be like, and so I'm going to look at this, and I'm going to say, let's put that to the test. Is it broad? Are there black supremacists am I going to find black supremacists in this clip compilation that he's covered and he's called inbred? Am I going to find
or is it
Hindu
only white
supremacists?
people?
Is it only white people
okay.
and Jewish people, but not Jewish people in this case, because whoever did this edited all the Jewish examples out.
Got it.
At odds with you as an inbred fucking right winger? Well, considering your name is Schizo Monkey, I'm gonna go ahead and assume that you might be a fucking inbred right winger. You got a toothless
He's not talking about the individual on the picture.
Inbred, racist, white supremacist piece of shit.
And then it's like, okay, then what's the point of this other than just like purely hating them for being immigrants and for being black?
That's it.
There is none.
Yeah. Yeah, and those motherfuckers speak like 4 languages too. That's the other part where they're like, oh, these are some dumb, uneducated, lazy cat eaters. And it's like, dude, you are literally inbred. You are so inbred. You look like the human version of one of those little fucking teacup poodles that we saw earlier. And you're over here talking about fucking how lesser than these people are. They're speaking fucking like, they're speaking fucking 4 goddamn.
Can you?
Does he say the same about Somalis? I mean, damn, dude. You can look at a Somali and tell they're fucking Somali. Like, I can't look at a Japanese person and tell they're Japanese. I can tell they're Asian, but I can't tell that they're Japanese. I can look at it, a Indonesian person. I can't tell that they're necessarily Indonesian. I can't look at a person from Nigeria and tell that guy's Nigerian. I can tell they're African, but not Nigerian. Whereas, like, bruh, those motherfuckers, it's the forehead. It is like, it's funny. There's this guy who pops up on my feed all the time, and he speaks a ton of different languages. He speaks almost like every fucking language, and he says he always like whenever they pull up, I'm cultured and worldly. Okay, fine. Whatever. I've heard Asians say over and over that they can't tell the difference between a Japanese person and a Chinese person, except for the way that they talk. Except for the language that they speak, they can't tell by looking at them. So maybe you're more cultured than they are. But there's a guy who does a bunch of like TikToks and shorts and shit like that, where he can speak a ton of different languages. So he goes on to platforms like Omegle, and every time somebody pops up, he asks them, what language do you speak? I bet you I can speak your language. And then they say like, oh, I speak Spanish, or I speak Farsi, or I speak whatever. And he can immediately speak their language, and he starts talking to them in full sentences in whatever language that they speak. But as soon as fuck, I totally blanked on the country I just said a minute ago. Somebody help me out. What country did I say just a minute ago? The people who all look alike. I keep wanting to say Ethiopian, but yes, Somalian. As soon as a Somalian guy popped up, he didn't even ask. He just started talking to him in his language. This is the one fucking time he has never not asked, or ever not asked. I've watched like 20 videos from this guy, and each video is him just like, it's back to back to back to back to back, just him like, he'll have like 10 people in one video every fucking time. Get back on Vyvanse? No, it was worse. It was worse on Adderall. It was fucking worse. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. It was definitely worse on Adderall. It has been much better over the last couple of weeks. Even the fact that I'm able to speak faster almost every single day. For a while I thought I was speaking faster a lot of times when I was on Adderall, but it actually turned out I wasn't. I was for some periods, but then it seemed like I would start to have a come down, and then especially towards the end of stream, after 8 hours of streaming, I would start coming down and would just be moving in fucking slow motion. Are you okay? I literally right now I can't remember the country again. I'm looking at chat now and I see Somalia in there, so now I remember Somalia. But literally I can't. It is the same. Somalia is normally like one of those countries that for some reason I have trouble remembering. But yeah, I am the captain. But yeah, that's the one guy who he didn't ask. Just because they pop up, the forehead, the teeth, they're like, the eyes. They're like, yeah, I know. I don't even have to ask.
You preempt this whole power plus privilege, white racism doesn't count thing.
Oh boy. And yeah, I think that results in like a whole bunch of, we can segue off into that if you want. I think
it took away his sparkle. Wait, what did?
That results in a bunch of hilarious entanglements. I think I think
We got 30 minutes left on the clock if you guys want to continue stream. We got to hit the goal. We still have a whole $25 to go. We haven't even started on the second round of donos, and we're only 30 minutes away. But, you know, today might be one of those days where I just get off early. I did have something else that I wanted to cover as well, but, you know, it is what it is. Sometimes
First
people
of all,
hate me.
Minimally, by how you define racism, Pisco, I don't think that I think your notion is going to be at odds with that.
Yeah, of course it is. Yeah, I don't buy that. Yeah, I want you to address it.
So, like, in terms of me convincing you, it's not going to factor in.
Yeah,
like that's just not your notion. Now, in my notion, that's not the thing. That is absolutely not the sort of thing I'm gonna. I mean, that's gonna result in a whole bunch of entailments, and it doesn't track what I mean. Yes, of course, people who are downtrodden and have less power can be hateful toward white people, and they can treat them differently on the basis of their race. Like, there's no inconsistency. There's no inconsistency with that.
Yeah.
And if you have this view that the only way you can be racist is for you to have power, well, then
Nah, I ain't racist. I hate all races equally.
You're just talking about something else. You're talking about a different notion than I'm talking about when I talk about racist. And you would say a whole bunch of crazy shit. You would say someone who has less power who just
My sparkle, yeah, I would say that on Adderall I was definitely a bit more expressive. Which I felt like I initially started taking like 30 milligrams and I was off the charts. And I've also lost a lot of weight since I started taking it. And I even like went from 30 milligrams all the way down to 5 milligrams and still just wasn't gaining weight. And it really annoyed me. And it didn't matter like how much I worked out, how much I ate, like my appetite, like it wasn't, I couldn't get back to normal. And then also like my expressions, the way that I talked, a lot of that shit, it was just a little bit off. And I started to feel like I didn't like it as much. And so I tried just like taking a break from it for a little bit. And I was so happy with that break. Like one of the things that I noticed is that I didn't laugh. And it used to be like a fundamental part of stream, especially back in the day, that I would just like 2 or 3 times a stream laugh my fucking ass off. Like I was always laughing my ass off on a consistent basis. And then it didn't matter if I was only taking 5 milligrams of Adderall. I couldn't laugh. I couldn't laugh if I tried. Like, just couldn't do it. It wasn't possible. I couldn't get even if I thought something was just the funniest shit ever, I couldn't do it. Whereas before, I would literally sit by myself, scrolling through shorts, just sitting alone, laughing my fucking ass off about all sorts of different things. And then, yeah, I couldn't do it. Couldn't do it on Adderall. Literally could not laugh. Whereas like off Adderall, I can just push myself to fucking start laughing and break out in a just crack myself up. But I can't do it on Adderall. I literally cannot laugh at all. And I miss that. I don't like that. So there was a ton of reasons for why I didn't want to keep taking it. And now I've been off it for maybe 2 to 3 weeks and I like it. I feel like I'm eating a lot more. I feel like my appetite's coming back. I feel like I am able to speak faster, remember words a little bit more. Don't say or as much, able to get through sentences a bit more cleanly. There's a lot of things that I just find to be a lot better.
Stabs the powerful white people. They're
on the basis
that they're white, that they're not racist.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Here's another comment. You can address it. In what sense is Avi claiming Haredis are major non-Zionists? I feel there could be some conflation of terms happening. You want to clear that up?
Oh, I'm so glad you asked. Data. Okay. Thank you. So let's go.
Wait, what was the question? In what sense Avi claiming Haredis are majority non-Zionist? Oh, okay.
Happening. You want to clear that up?
Oh, I'm so glad you asked. Data. Okay. Thank you. So let's go.
Data.
Wait, was that?
Diorito 31 tip $10. You can't leave yet. It's my b-day lol.
Happy birthday, you. Everybody don't know me. a happy birthday for Dear Rito. Dear Rito wants you guys to give me money, and she doesn't want the stream to turn off. So for Dear Rito's birthday, send me lots of money. Lots and lots and lots of money for Dear Rito's birthday. If you don't, you hate Dear Rito. All right? That's the way this works. Thank you, Dear Rito.
Is that your sound of?
I rate it. Here we go. Do you guys see the chat?
Just before we get to the data, we are clarifying that like the point here is that Hasan's anti-white racism does not like preclude his
Absolve.
anti-Semitism.
Yeah,
You can
fair.
hate both. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
And also to add further clarify, on Tuesdays and Thursdays that would make Hasan a self-hate, right?
Oh yeah, the self-hatred part. But I think that all of our notions of racism.
The joke is that he sometimes calls himself white,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
he's not. Yeah.
So here's data provided from Pew. Could you read it out, Avi?
Data. Most Haredim do not see themselves as Zionists. Percentage of Israeli Jews who say the term Zionist describes them. In fact, this is the only broad category that the clear majority say.
Gonna screenshot that real quick. Percentage of Israeli Jews who say the term Zionist describes them. All Jews, 73%, vary to somewhat accurately. 24%, not to, not at all accurately. Haredi, 33% of them say somewhat accurately, while 63% say not to or not at all accurately. They are literally the smallest group to identify.
When they ask, does the term Zionist describe you? They say not to or not at all accurately. And when you look at people who say very accurately the term Zionist describe you, or somewhat accurately the term Zionist describes you, that is a clear minority of Haredim.
Yeah. It's essentially
essentially
super majority of Haredi.
The supermajority see themselves do not see themselves as Zionists. Now, there's different views of what type of not Zionist you are. The majority of the non-Zionists are just non-Zionists. The majority of these people say non-Zionist, and there's been a long tradition of them saying non-Zionist. They say they will pragmatically exist in the state of Israel, but they don't actually like ideologically support the state of Israel. It's like, what else are we going to do? We live here. We have to like participate in society. Yet you participate in society, meme. Yeah, so it's that sort of thing. And then there's a smaller group of Haredim that are actively anti-Zionist. That they are also going to be, and then you're going to get into like conscientious objectors. They
and those
actually
will fit into the 60
Palestinian.
whatever percentage.
Yeah.
Okay,
yes. Yes. And then you have the 4%. And by the way, this 4% also, if you don't know if you're Zionist, you also do not see yourself as Zionist.
Right. So
just very
it's really only the 33% which would count towards the Zionist belief.
Yes. So just because like and there was nothing about that clip where there was any qualification. It's like, oh, I'm only talking about the minority of Haredim, or is that nothing about that? Like he just called the group, the ultra Orthodox, they're untrained inbred asses.
Okay, a couple responses. Yep. One, 2015 data. Number two, they may not self-identify.
2015. Okay, let's go one by one. 2015 data, and like I've looked I've seen other reports. But this is the best sort of data. It's been a long-standing tradition. There's no indication that those numbers are any sort different. In fact, there's actually newer papers I've seen that have said even post October 7th, and we can get into that. Even post October 7th, I may not have this on hand here, but in my research, I've found that even post October 7th, the Haredi views. The paper said they increased their solidarity post October 7th, but it didn't. But there was no indication it increased their increase their rate of being Zionist. Now, the reason I didn't include that is because they didn't fully enumerate and actually do the data like Pew Research did. There hasn't been an update on this. But that notion of Haredim has not changed. Like, there's been no broad change.
You would have to sort of say that
you would have to present countering data to this.
Yeah, to suggest that like something has meaningfully changed in this belief, and then
yes. And there's also scholarly work that has indicated that it has not. The meaningful change post October 7th with Haredim, the meaningful change was solidarity with other Jews. They specifically, there's papers that specifically say there's no indication that their ideological stance of Zionism has meaningfully changed.
what the fuck does this matter? I mean, we're here discussing anti-Semitism. If you don't want to talk about it, then you can just leave and not watch. But I've cared enough about this topic to talk about it for like a week, and so really get the fuck out if you don't care about the conversation or if you don't care about this, seriously. And then on the Hasan knowledge front, okay, he doesn't know about this. He just thought because more conservative, more in favor of Zionism. And
Again, there's evidence there's evidence he's aware.
Right, because he
Listen,
said right
They
there.
want the smoke. If they don't want to be conscientious objectors, which some are, and you know, that's valid, and I'm with them all the way.
But you
did my stream go out for like 2 minutes earlier? Like exactly an hour ago. Exactly an hour ago, it says my stream went down. No? Weird. According to this, it did. Right there. Right now for me, it's 2 a.m. At 1 a.m., right at 1 a.m., it went down to 0 viewers. It went from 70 to 0, back up to 64. So like even some people never even made it back. You can see it's like, that's like 2 to 5 minutes. Everybody just blinked. Yeah, you guys all blinked at the same time and didn't realize the stream went down.
called the group inbred.
Yeah.
And you never quite clarify. You're not okay. So that doesn't work. This is that's not plausible. It's not plausible that he wasn't meaningfully aware of this.
Yeah. No, I agree.
Okay. Cool. Now let's.
If anything, that's
he
actually
clarified.
more
No.
important
Stop.
than the question
I see Dusty Pixie says he clarified. Avi is not making a point about his clarification on the issue of whether you're conscientious objector or conscripting. He's making a point about the use of the term inbred. Okay, so don't get confused. Yes, he clarified that he's in favor of conscientious objectors, but that's.
Yes, but the problem is that if he knows, so like I said in my tweet again, like, are we supposed to assume he doesn't know? Well, even in this clip, he says he knows. So we can't say they're like, oh, he clarified. Well, no, the clarification is him saying, I know these people do not fit the description that I'm using for them here, yet I'm using it anyways.
That's not what Avi is.
Yeah, notice what he didn't say. He did not say, he never said, oh shit, I actually said, and those people aren't inbred. He never said that. Nor did he ever like clarify, like, oh shit, I need to like really, hold on. I apologize. I just called the whole group. I called ultra-Orthodox inbred without any qualifiers. Apologies. Just to be clear, I'm just referring to those who are not resisting. I'm just referring to the Zionists, that slim majority of the ultra-Orthodox, and or I'm just referring to those who are wanting to conscript 2%, by the way, that ended up conscripting. I'm just referring to the 2% of the group I just mentioned. He never said any of that.
He's just calling the ones who stayed and fight are inbred, but you're just inventing things he didn't say, right? That's my response to that is I don't think I heard him say that it's just the ones who are fighting.
He never said that. He never conditioned. That's very important. He never conditioned the inbred status. He did on whether they were. He said if they want the smoke, enlist. He never said if they want the smoke, they're inbred. He never said that. That's not true.
Right. So play it again. Play it again so people can see that difference.
Let's play it. Let's play it again.
From the military, but there has been a failure for that to happen.
Bro, literally both options are hilarious. The ultra-Orthodox Jews leaving Israel, fucking hilarious. Okay? If they serve in the military and then they get their fucking untrained inbred asses shipped into southern Lebanon.
So notice he didn't say if they serve in the military, then they're inbred. He said if they serve in the military and they get their untrained inbred asses.
Yeah.
Yes, that's not conditionalizing it on whether they're serving or not.
Again,
and pause real quick.
Again,
can you make a comparison statement from like a right winger, make
like
a hypothetical.
Imagine if this is done. Okay, like let's say there was a group of Mexican. So you know how we're at there's like some violence with the Mexican drug cartels, and we were like, we might have some issues with them. Okay, so let's say there's issues with the Mexican drug cartels, and there is a Mexican group that by and large is not supportive of the drug cartels. And by and large, 98% of them, the cartels are trying to get them into their cartel, but they're trying to resist the cartel. 98% of them successfully resist it. Yeah. Okay. Now we're talking, and then someone says, bro, like, and then they say, okay, well, if you're going to force us into the cartel, we're just going to leave Mexico. Like, it's at that level. And then some right winger, some Nick Fuentes guy goes like, man, isn't that so funny? I just find that hilarious. These Mexicans, I find both options hilarious. If the Mexicans leave Mexico, fucking hilarious. And the other option, if the Mexicans get their untrained, if they serve and get their untrained inbred asses handed to them, fucking hilarious. And yeah, I know some of them, like, they want to not be in the cartel, and I'm aware of that, and I'm with them all the way. But yeah, if they want the smoke, serve. Yeah, no one would be no one would be searching for defenses like this. No one. This is just floundering.
Is Mexico a genocidal apartheid state? Irrelevant. I mean, like, I don't know. Like, why? That's just not. I don't think that's relevant.
Yeah, even if it was, no one would be no one would be searching for exonerating things.
Because presumably in that context, the subgroup is like fighting against whatever, at least participating in the thing that But yeah, no, I've been thoroughly convinced by that clip that's significantly raises credence. Yeah.
Yeah. Now, by the way, I'm going to keep going, but by the way, I actually do think this is enough. Like, I think this is enough to come to a conclusion that Hasan is meaningfully, especially because of how he responded to it afterwards, how he lied about it, avoided taking any responsibility of it, and any responsibility he did take was tactical. So there's also reflection about it. I actually, this even if I didn't have any more evidence at this point, I think this is enough to form a conclusion that Hasan is meaningfully anti-Semitic beyond we're all just a little bit anti-Semitic.
Well, and think about how people would apply the statement like Ben Shapiro's about living in open sewage and giving a statement regarding
without a genuine walk back, you would be right to say that too about Ben Shapiro.
And you may think that, and by the way, I think that Ben Shapiro, based on things I've seen, is meaningfully racist against Arabs and Palestinians. So I just want to be clear on that, folks. Like, I want to be consistent in how I apply that, and it doesn't mean, by the way, that any of your other beliefs are necessarily affected. I just think that you should be consistent in applying, your standards here.
Okay, so at this point, are you at least convinced that minimally Hasan Piker
above the
let me just say it. I'm going to say it. I want to I'm pushing for a clear concession. Well, not concession because you didn't disagree.
I didn't deny it.
You weren't aware. You weren't aware. But do you believe Hasan Piker is meaningfully anti-Semitic and not in a trivial way, not in sort of we're all just anti-Semitic. No. He is meaningfully anti-Semitic in a non-normal way.
Based on that statement, yes. And based on the non-walkback.
Cool. Yeah. All right, awesome. Now we're gonna keep going. Okay. We're gonna play a clip, and we're gonna. By the way, I know that you don't. I asked you about this person. I know you don't. If Loner, do you know this person? Is Loner? Is he still with us? Oh no.
Someone says, I would not call a Republican racist if they only had one bad statement against black people, is incorrectly calling an ultra-Orthodox black group inbred. Genuinely, that is not very conclusive. And again, I'm not saying that he, like, I'm not taking the hatred version of it or the maximalist Hitler version of it. I just think that, like, it's more, you guys would...
one statement can do it. Like the Ben Shapiro statement, I actually think just that statement, that does it unless he gives a genuine walkback. Now, if he did, that's a different story. Yeah. We can check the record on that. But yes, like, especially one statement can do it. It's not like the number of statements. One statement can do it, especially if there's knowledge of it, there's reflection of it, there's people pressed him on it. He did not express genuine remorse. He did not express genuine regret. He expressed only tactical regret. He reflected on it, and after all is said and done,
he should apologize for that.
All is said and done. Yeah. And that is a different. And that's not that again. That is not explained on the hypothesis. That there's no good way to explain some hypothesis that he's not meaningfully anti-Semitic. Those other ways you can do it, but they're going to be mental. They're going to be what we've seen so far. They're going to be mental gymnastics. And again, let's take the standard. Like, again, if someone said the same thing, like, it would be, oh well, it was just one time. It was just one time. I just called the Haitians they're inbred asses.
They're eating the cats and dogs.
Yeah, they're exactly. People were willing to do it. If that was even, there were people willing to conclude it on that, or at least form a meaningful full credence. This is just ridiculous. Like what I'm seeing right now, what I'm saying, it's mental gymnastics, and you should ask yourself honestly. I think because I don't believe this. You should ask yourself why there is Yeah, go ahead.
Resistance to it. That's because Ben Shapiro made a blanket statement about all Arabs. This is not comparable to their statement about an ultra-Orthodox religious sect who
He didn't
support
say the
an
words
ethnostate.
all Arabs. He did not say the word all Arabs.
Palestinian Arabs, you think? Yeah, I think he said.
He didn't even say all Palestinians.
Oh no. The Vanguard posted 8 hours ago, Destiny has gotten so desperate for cash, she is now doing sponsored tweets for Polymarket. And it shows Destiny saying, "Let's go, boys." And it's a Polymarket post that shows which party will win the Senate in 2026. 52% the Democratic Party, 50% say the Republican Party. Somehow we have 102% here. And it says paid partnership right there at the bottom. It do say that. He's so desperate, dude. I'm also desperate. We got 9 minutes left on the clock. We got $15 to go to hit the goal. I don't want to get pushed to doing ads for Polymarket, guys. Oh, could you imagine how embarrassing that would be? Oh no. Don't push me to the point where I have to start taking advertisements for Polymarket. Oh man. Could you imagine? So I use the tips link pinned at the bottom of chat. So I don't have to disgrace myself with Polymarket advertisements. Oh, I don't want to be a sponsor for these major corporations with lots of money. Oh, I can't. I don't want to do it, guys. Don't make me do it. We got to hit the goal.
Arabs. He made a general statement.
He
Want to pull the tweet?
Yeah, I'll pull the tweet.
Pull it. He didn't say all.
Shapiro.
What was I being asked about? Apparently I was being asked about something earlier.
I don't think.
Nobody cares.
No,
Nobody cares what you have to say, LonerBox. Shut
Okay,
the fuck up.
hang
You're
on.
done.
Israelis like to
You're
build.
over.
Arabs like to bomb crap and live in open sewage.
Yeah, that's a general statement about Arabs.
You had your
like,
chance.
You didn't say all. The
Avi's
Chatter
coming
said
in
he
and
said
winning
all.
now.
Chatter said he's making a statement about all of them.
But but interpret the chatter saying
Now-
more generalized, not a subgroup.
Yes.
More,
Okay. So maybe it is. But again, okay. So let's equalize it then. Let's equalize it. If Ben Shapiro went and said, "Hey, those Palestinians who are trying to fight Hamas, those Palestinians, and I know this is the group that are trying to avoid conscription by Hamas, not fight Hamas, but avoid conscription by Hamas. I'm aware of this. I think it would just be so funny. Either way, if they leave Palestine or if they got their untrained inbred asses shipped to Israel and they want the smoke, hilarious.
Yeah, you would grant that, guys, in 2 seconds. And just to be clear,
you would grant that in 2.
And also,
Exactly.
Avi is saying that that's a racist statement, by the way, on the bench. I just want to clear it up. Avi is not saying that
Even
that
if it was
statement,
one statement, even if that was the one statement.
No, but you are saying the Ben Shapiro statement is racist. You're not saying that it's not. You're not.
Yes.
You're granting
Yes.
it. Yeah.
You're not saying
yes,
it's not.
It is. Yes.
Yeah, okay.
It is. And even if it was the one statement.
Word. It doesn't really help Hasan's case that he was willing to bring out that particular word with the group that is like the most visibly Jewish ones, right? Like the ones that look the most
Most
religiously
visibly Jewish and the most visibly Jewish, least Zionist.
Wait, didn't he even say like you can literally just look at them? Didn't he even say that? Am I misremembering? He said that in the clip, right? Like you can just look at them.
And awareness.
And awareness that there's and awareness that he thinks this is the group that you're going to get you're going to start seeing conscientious objectors from. Yeah, like that is.
What being asked about earlier?
I don't remember if there was a
what was I
question
actually?
Did you have something?
No, I did have something, but I actually forgot what I was gonna ask Loner.
Sure.
Okay. But anyway.
You shut the fuck up, Loner. You're
now,
done.
To me, that is probably the strongest
You're
one.
finished.
There's I'm still gonna add things that are meaningful but somewhat weaker, just to like cherry on top of the cake.
Okay, sure.
So let's play this clip.
Is it a cherry on top of a cake? I guess it is a cake, isn't it? I guess it is. I think I've always thought of like a pie, but it probably is a cherry on top of a cake.
Is it your sense that Jewish people are getting complacent, that they're not engaging to the degrees and levels we should be?
I have met a lot of October 8th Jews for whom the massacre on October 7th was a wake-up call. I've met a lot of people who feel much more galvanized, much more organized. But that will only be sustained if we offer them, ways to participate in a real and robust way in Jewish life.
Mm-hmm. And whose responsibility is that?
All of ours. Yeah. But this is why we need a revolution in our community on so many levels. So look, the reality is that intermarriage rates continue to go up. Assimilation continues apace. And look, I fight anti-Semitism. That is my job. Right. But I worry a great deal about broader questions of Jewish identity that we talked about over lunch.
Okay, so I'm going to read the full. This was a clip. I'm going to read the full transcript of what Greenblatt is saying here. What Greenblatt said. So David Cohen says, "Is it your sense that the Jewish people are getting complacent, that they are not engaging to degrees of levels that we should be?" Jonathan Greenblatt says, "I have met a lot of October 8th Jews for whom the massacre of October 7th was a wake-up call. I've met a lot of people who feel much more galvanized, much more organized, but that will only be sustained if we offer them, ways to participate in a real and robust way in Jewish life." Cohen says, "And whose responsibility is that?" Greenblatt says, "All of ours." But this is where we need a revolution in our community on so many levels. So look, the reality is intermarriage rates continue to go up. Assimilation continues apace. And look, I fight anti-Semitism, that's my job, but I worry a great deal about broader questions of Jewish identity, as I think we talked about over lunch. And so I think it's really important that our synagogues, our schools, summer camps, all of our institutions and the federations and denominations and other groups that sort of manage them. And I think we need to look in the mirror and make sure that we're doing everything we can to adapt and to iterate and to be part of where the world is going, not just where the world has been. That's the full quote. Mm-hmm. So Jonathan Greenblatt is, so Chris Menahan, who Hasan Piker is quote tweeting. Oh, this is the question I want to ask LonerBox. Do you know who Chris Menahan is? Because I know that I know Pisco doesn't.
I don't know this.
No, I don't.
Okay, this is basically I would describe Chris Menahan as a Groyper adjacent account.
Oh, okay, yes, no, I do know. I know Manahan. Yes.
Basically, I mean, the tag is here. The tag is publisher of independent news site informationliberation.com, as seen on Drudge, Infowars, Zero Hedge, and more. America First. Basically, if you go to Chris Menahan's stuff, and you can do this for yourself. It is nonstop Jew, Israel, dual loyalty, more Jew, more Israel, more Jew, zog, dual loyalty, etc. It's just slop like that. Now, this happens to be one example of what Chris Menahan mischaracterized in my view. So we're going to go through the mischaracterization first before we get to how this ties into Hasan Piker's anti-Semitism. So he says ADL CEO Jonathan Greenblatt laments that intermarriage rates are continuing to rise among Jews. This turns out his anti-racist shtick only goes so far. So Jonathan Greenblatt is the ADL person. He's fight racism, fight anti-Semitism, and what he's saying is that actually, hold on, Jonathan Greenblatt. Here you are lamenting intermarriage rates. Isn't that racist of you? Aren't you a racist? You're supposed to be fighting racism. And Hasan Piker says, the way Hasan Piker, he looks at this quote and says, no, that's not even going far enough. Let's go further. He said the 14 words, but Jewish. Do you guys know what the 14 words is?
No.
Yep.
Okay. What?
You know, all right. Loner knows the 14 words. So 14 words is
What? See, this is okay. So this literally proves what it is that I said after my conversation with Pisco about anti-Semitism. I said, it sounds like he doesn't know much about anti-Semitism. It sounds like he hasn't engaged with anti-Semites very much. It sounds like he hasn't debated neo-Nazis. He has not engaged in this part of the internet very much. I literally said this right at, I think it was the day after the debate or whenever it was that Destiny was reviewing it. Was that yeah, it just sounds like he has not really delved into this shit very heavily. That's fucking crazy, dude. That's fucking like even normies to a high extent will know what the 14 words are. Like that's wild.
Well-known white supremacist slogan coined by David Lane. He was a member of the neo-Nazi terrorist group, The Order. And that slogan is, "We must secure the existence of our people and our future for white children." There's a secondary, less commonly used version, which is like something along the lines of, "Because the beauty of the white Aryan woman must not perish from the earth." So basically, it's great replacement memes. So what Hasan is saying is, John.
All right. Well, we didn't hit the goal. I guess that means I gotta get off now. It's been fun, guys, and I appreciate everybody coming on and hanging out with me today for only 6 hours instead of 8. Oh, money.
Bro, $5 a month.
$5
a month.
Let's go. All right, that gets us $10 away from the goal, because we're only at $40 now, and still a little bit off. Felix! Let's go! I still don't hear it. What? What?
Felix 954 tipped $5. Wait, don't go. All my meetings got cancelled. Show must go on.
Let's go! Yeah! Let's fucking go! Alright! Alrighty then. Well, that gets us to $45. We're still $5 off from hitting the goal. Okay, well, I guess I'll leave then if you guys don't like me very much. Not enough for me to make just a measly little $50. Didn't think I was asking for much. Hey, yo! Let's fucking go! Yeah, boy! All right. Well, that hits the goal. I feel better. I feel better about that. How do you guys feel? You guys feel good? Okay, let's go. Let's get some cheers in the chat for all the donors. I feel so manipulated. Hey, listen. Imagine what it's like to be an extremely good-looking guy, where extremely good-looking women come up to you all the time with their tits out and shit, and they're flirting with you, and they're trying to turn you on. And once you fucking get turned on as a man, what do you, like, there you've got control of your whole fucking brain at that point. There's your, like, trust me, it's rough. I'm being manipulated all the time. It is horrible. It's horrible. That's why I decided to go bald. It's like have you ever heard about those women who they're like models and they're extremely good looking, and then they get sexually harassed a couple of times and they're like, nope, fuck that shit, and then they get fat. They start eating like crazy because they would rather be unattractive. That's what I'm doing, and it's not working. It's not working. Trust me, guys, don't go bald. It doesn't work. It doesn't stop them. By the way, Tom, know that you accepted my money. Israel owns you now. Well, all right. That's, Israel already owned me from Aaron M. Sound. Jew lovers. Jew lovers. Yeah, Pepe, you're fucking retarded.
Jonathan Greenblatt, what you just said is basically the 14 words, but Jewish. You're basically saying the 14 words that the neo-Nazi slogan, we must, you're basically saying the slogan, we must secure the existence of our people and a future for white children. It's just the Jewish version of it. And because it's just the Jewish version of it, that's allowing you to masquerade as a civil rights organization leader.
Mm-hmm.
So, a couple of things there. Number one, that's a mischaracterization. Jonathan Greenblatt actually never said that. He never he referenced intermarriage rates. He referenced that intermarriage rates as a explanatory factor along with assimilation. But he never lamented it, nor did any of his prescriptions actually involve doing anything about intermarriage rates.
Okay, but is referencing it so?
Mm-hmm.
Is the reference alone of note? I mean, like, suppose that you know, you had someone who you're referencing marriage rates among white people or something like that. So to talk about the kind of like, well, they may not have lamented in the way you're saying or prescribed regarding it, but you know,
he referenced it as an explanatory factor for, and then what he said he worried about was the future of Jewish identity. Yeah, Jewish identity. He specifically said what I worry about is Jewish identity. Okay, so what Hasan and Chris Menahan are both doing here is they're both first of all, this is mischaracterizing. It's on multiple levels. They're mischaracterizing Greenblatt's concern about Jewish identity and bringing up intermarriage rates as an explanatory variable of how identity is changing.
Can you pause real quick? And would you treat white identity different in that context? Like, we need to protect white identity.
If all else were equal, if someone were to say, if we came out of, if white people were 0.2% of the population, plausibly on the verge of extinction, not even recovered pre-Holocaust levels, and someone just meant like, hey, our white communities, I worry about like the broader implications about the identity, and I think we should focus on the schools. I think we should focus on the community. I think we should do that. Not really, and I wouldn't say that for any other minority, because in this hypothetical,
really, because I hear this, maybe I'm out of a limb here, because like people will say this about like American Indian culture. We need to preserve American Indian culture, or whatever.
Yeah.
And
but Jonathan Greenblatt didn't say that. Wait, but he didn't say preserve. He didn't even say that. He didn't even say preserving it. He wanted to strengthen the. He didn't that even that he didn't say.
But if like we said if he had said I want to preserve Jewish identity.
Okay. Yeah. But even so, I would say. So I would say. Maybe there's a little bit there that I'm like, why? Maybe you can say, okay, well, you can take a view, even if you do take a view where it's like, all right, well, you know, it's kind of weird that we want to preserve a racial identity. Like, why would we care about any racial identity, whether it's Indians or whether it's whites or whether it's Jews? Okay, is it the 14 words? Is it the neo-Nazi Great Replacement?
No, I don't think if someone says
majority, and they want to.
If someone's upset, for
Okay,
example,
so
they
just-
want to preserve Mexican identity or they want to preserve their whatever, I'm not.
And not even advocating by not intermarrying, not advocating by not intermarrying, by advocating for broader community, like broader community ties. So if someone said that is so first off, so the mischaracterization, this doesn't even get to the anti-Semitism.
So-
but the
so-
mischaracterization is this is nowhere near the 14 words. The 14 words are great replacement memes. Like they want a supermajority. They want a supermajority, and they want to even at the point of force. At the point of force, at the point of now, some will be more sophisticated. They'll say, "Oh, well, we'll pay the non-whites to leave." Like all of those prescriptions, like that is not even remotely what's going on here.
So you're saying the 14 points implies a couple of different things. One is it implies a intolerance for other groups. It implies a prescription, radical, drastic prescriptions beyond which merely an in-group preference does not have, let's say, or an identity preference does not contain. And that there's a kind of like supermajority implication as well, that it's not just about minimally preserving some culture, but about like dominating and okay.
Yes.
I think I'm trying.
Yes. All of those are disanalogous. So number one, so all of that was just completely mischaracterized by Chris Manahan and Hasan Abi. But notice what else Hasan Abi says. He goes further. And he can still masquerade as a civil rights organization leader. The implication being, if you give a nod, now we can say, oh, well, maybe Hasan didn't watch the clip or whatever. Okay, wait, maybe. But at minimum, he's saying, if you support if you give or even give a nod to endogamy, you are disqualified. Like it's farcical that you are a civil rights organization leader.
And that's not true of the NAACP, and you wouldn't apply that to.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, I'm gonna.
Yes. Yeah. That's an inconsistent standard.
Yeah.
And notice which two races is he applying that standard to?
Jews and white people.
Jews and white people. Again, Jews and white people. The prototypical two races that progressives are stereotypically racist against. We're back to Jews and whites. He has very clearly, he has no problem recognizing civil
Black
rights
solidarity,
leaders.
Hispanic solidarity,
Malcolm
Palestinian
X,
solidarity.
even in the Nation of Islam Act.
Malcolm
X Malcolm X and his Nation of Islam. Even he has no problem recognizing that Malcolm X in the Nation of Islam days, who was a very strict endogamist. He was a segregationist. He loves Malcolm X. He has no problem recognizing that.
Isn't this the guy that defended Elon Musk's Sieg Heil? But putting aside that whole thing, and I know Avi have views on it. I think we actually differ on that. But that's just irrelevant to this. It could be the case that this guy's inconsistent and sweeping for all that, and this would still be true. I think it would be irresponsible.
Yeah. So my view on Elon Musk, I don't know why it's relevant, but sure, my view is that he was.
It's not. Pisco literally just said it's not relevant. I don't know why you're answering. I don't know why you're fucking responding. Pisco just said it's not relevant.
Was drugged up on ketamine, and he was drugged up on ketamine. He performed a motion that looked like Sieg Heil. He had rainbows coming out of his ass from the ketamine.
He's autistic. It's the autism that makes you Sieg Heil.
I mean, when he was doing it, and do I think he intentionally did a Sieg Heil? I actually suspect not. What I do blame him for was that you have to be stupid after. You have to be stupid, and this does raise my credence about racism with Elon.
Like I've said the entire time. I said that the day that it came out, I said, okay, if tomorrow he comes out and says, oh shit, okay, obviously that looks like a Sieg Heil. That's not what I meant to do, but like. Obviously it looks like that. I was just like trying to do like, from my heart to you or whatever, like, and it just ended up looking that way. My bad. That would have been it for me. Cool. That's that. Like it looks like a Sieg Heil to me, but I'm not going to feel like I have enough evidence to say this is a Sieg Heil at that point. But when instead you fucking gaslight us and you're like, that looks nothing like a Sieg Heil. You guys know that's not a Sieg Heil. And then you go and get a bunch of fucking freeze frames of Obama and Hillary Clinton and Kamala Harris, and you post those all over fucking Twitter going, why, you guys see? You guys didn't care when they did it. No, you guys see how inconsistent you guys are? See? Oh, you guys think all of them are fucking doing the Hitler salute now. You're fucking idiots. Like, yeah, now I'm like, okay, this is pure fucking gaslighting. Like, to act like it doesn't even look like a Sig Heil, to act like what they did is the same as what he did, to act like just all this pure fucking gaslighting, just straight fucking gaslighting. Yeah, at that point I'm like, okay, this is all fucking dog whistles, dude. This is all dog whistles. This is him playing the game that all the neo-Nazis play to fucking troll everybody and fuck with everybody. He's literally doing the thing. Like, I've seen this 1,000 times. I know what this is. Everybody knows what this is. Like, this is bullshit.
Elon Musk, because after when he came off the ketamine, druggie, the ketamine drug trip.
Same, I'd believe him. Yeah, I mean, that's it. Like, generally, if you're the way that you react to something is a lot of times the thing that to me kind of shows your thought process on it and how you feel about it, and whether or not it's like a genuine mistake or what. Like, that to me is really important in my analysis. And for him, he did not come anywhere fucking close to crossing that bar. So
it was very obvious how that looked, and someone with a brand, any sort of thing, even if he's would recognize how that looks and apologize for it, and he didn't.
Yes. Wait, he's saying the same thing I just said.
You have to be stupid after. You have to be stupid, and this does raise my credence about racism with Elon Musk, because after when he came off the ketamine, druggie, the ketamine drug trip, it was very obvious how that looked, and someone with a brand, any sort of thing, even if he's would recognize how that looks and apologize for it. And he didn't. Not only did he not, he kind of memed about it. He like pressed smiley faces and stuff.
Yeah. So you would say that in your view, Elon Musk is non-trivially racist too.
Yeah. Well, not to the same degree as Hasan. Actually, I think the Hasan thing is worse on multiple levels, because I think it's much harder to deny.
Yeah, but what about AFD support also? You're just saying the one incident there?
No, I'm just saying this one instance. I'm not talking about AFD support.
I just want to make sure people understand. He's not saying anything other than the one incident versus the one incident, not Elon Musk's broader track record.
I think this incident is worse than Elon Musk doing that Sig Heil thing and not apologizing for it. Because
it's kind of weird at this point. Like, when you say like somebody Sig Heils, you're using this as like a connection to. So you're saying like, well, did the Sig Heil do something discriminatory to Jews? Did it discriminate them? Did it hurt them? Like, well, no, it didn't. But it has like a connection to Nazis. So is the connection to Nazis, does that discriminate against them? Does that hurt them? And so, no, it doesn't. But the Nazis discriminated against the Jews. And so you're doing something that is a symbol, or that you're doing something that connects to a symbol, that connects to the Nazis, that connects to discrimination. Like, it is a little interesting, like how humans draw these like parallels and connections and shit like that with this sort of stuff. But it also, because of how like odd we are with this, it gives neo-Nazis a lot of room to always be like, what? That's not, wait, that's the way you think about it? That's so stupid. What? Like, you're saying that like, oh, they're the same now. Oh, he's Hitler.
In a number of reasons. The walk back was purely tactical, just like, and same thing with Elon Musk, but he had knowledge about it. He, just like Elon Musk, but he also lied about it. That's at least one thing Elon Musk didn't do. He didn't straight up lie about it. Also, the insult itself is much more direct. Like, Hasan Piker was not on drugs, and then the drugs just happened to be like, oh, inbred asses is much easier to read than,
you think he's more lucid? Yeah. Okay. I mean, here's a question from the chat.
I will just one second. Just one bit of information about Greenblatt that is probably relevant is the only other time I've seen him ever talk about intermarriage was in 2019 when he was calling out the Israeli education minister, who compared intermarriage to a second Holocaust. As in, like, he was saying that's a really bad thing to say. So
he's making statements against endogamy there.
Yeah, like he's
yeah. So he's not in a. Oh yeah, I agree.
Intermarriage and birth rates, all that. It's not even the top 50 things that he tends to care about. Yeah.
No, he's not. No, to be clear, Greenblatt is not an endogamist. Like, he's criticized endogamy. Like, Hasan Piker has completely misconstrued him.
I want to say
he's not only misconstrued. Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to say I think the Seacal thing or the Roman salute thing is that just for me, given the reaction to it, regardless of him being high, which I grant that he was high or whatever, I think that it's just so obvious you need to do some ameliorative work. You need to, like, to me, that raises that raises my above and beyond even the inbred thing. But I think we can both agree, regardless of if you disagree on that they both raise beyond that threshold.
I keep having this problem where I try to retweet my own tweets and they don't go out. Is anybody else having this issue? Like my own replies to people, if I try to retweet it, it doesn't go out. So like the big long repost that I just read to you guys a minute ago. See, I can hit refresh, okay? And it's not here. When you go to my replies though, my most recent reply right here, you see the retweet button there. I reposted this. I typed all of this fucking out, and then I clicked retweet. And it's not there anymore. Or I guess it never went out. OMG, Tom. Twitter layouts changed. Why do you say OMG like I'm supposed to keep up with the layouts or some shit? What? Okay, so they just don't do that anymore? Oh my goodness, I can't believe you don't use Twitter all the fucking time with it. I thought you were always using Twitter and would know this shit. I mean VC? Okay. Okay, hold on. Don't say anything yet. I gotta switch the shits. Okay, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes. You got a lot of background noise, so it's a little rough, but you're good.
Yeah, there's people here. I was just gonna say, Twitter has changed its layout. So if you go to your homepage, because you're a boomer, it's okay.
What is a homepage?
Go to
Like
your
my feed?
page, your profile page, page.
Okay.
I don't know what it's like on a computer. I just know what it's like on a mobile though. But there's like your main page only shows posts and what you've quote tweeted. It doesn't show reposts anymore. You have to go to a tab that's at the top and it says reposts. So it's probably gone out. It's just not going to be displayed on your homepage because you're actually such a boomer.
Because I'm a boomer? They did it because I'm a boomer? That's fucking awesome.
Yeah.
Based.
Tom.
I kind of like that. So it keeps quote tweets. Okay.
For each of us. So
even if you disagree on that. Sure. So we might quibble.
That just for me, given the reaction to it, regardless of him being high, which I grant that he was high or whatever. I think that it's just so obvious you need to do some ameliorative work. You need to, like, to me, that raises my above and beyond even the inbred thing. But I think we can both agree, regardless of if you disagree on that they both raise beyond that threshold for each of us. So even if you disagree on that.
Sure. So we might quibble about what's, but yeah.
Okay, there it is.
Yes. Okay, cool.
There's a question here about LonerBox. LonerBox, is it true that you called Jewish settlers inbred on stream? And is that anti-Semitic?
I've probably called... I've probably used inbred for like every fucking militant group I don't like in the region. So probably, but it's also, you know, Islamophobic and also anti-everything.
LonerBox, have you ever used the term inbred for non-militant groups that are trying to avoid the military?
No, I haven't. No. I think the person I called inbred more than anyone else was that fucking war criminal.
Which one?
Wait a minute. Hold on. So see the difference? How that's harder to explain on other hypotheses, chatter? Like, see the difference how that's hard to explain? LonerBox hasn't called anyone who's trying to avoid going into the military someone who's inbred.
So it should not grant Elon being on high. I just think that he was high a lot during that time period, and there's been like
he was high he was high. The reports were that he was high basically all the time.
All the time, yeah.
Like he had basically a profound addiction to ketamine. Yeah. And you could see, like, by the way, it doesn't take a lot of, like, you don't have to be a doctor to see this. Like, he was just going, like, I'm not gonna imitate his expressions, but if you look at his, you know what, maybe I will. Like, you know, if you go, he's like all of that stuff. He was not there. Very clearly. So, but yes, still, no, I agree. Like after you get lucid, like holy hell.
Okay.
Like you should address that.
And so the point here is largely.
But Hasan was lucid all the time. Just to be clear.
The point here is we're treating racial or in-group solidarity or whatever. First of all, we're misconstruing Greenblatt. That's doing some work for you, apparently, right, Avi? And there's go for it. Sorry.
I think his rates. No, I think his rates of because I don't see him coming out and comparing. Again, like, do I see the same sort of thing where Hasan Piker makes misconstruals for which he ends up coincidentally comparing concerns about Jewish community to neo-Nazi ideology? Do I see that to Palestinian solidarity? Do I see that with Arab solidarity? Do I see that with Black solidarity? No. I don't see him misconstrue that and compare it to Nazi stuff. That's one point of double standard. The other point of double standard is it's precluding being one's ability to be a civil rights leader in the Jewish context and
I get context. Martin Luther King.
and now we get Malcolm X.
Yeah.
Even he recognizes Malcolm X as a civil rights leader who is way more strict than Anonymous.
Oh yeah.
It was a full-blown separationist in the nation, and he recognizes that he was a civil rights leader in the Nation of Islam days. So there's multiple points of inconsistency, and again, you could string up auxiliary hypotheses. No one's denying you could string up auxiliary hypotheses. For example, perhaps Hasan just craves out an exception for the civil rights era. Perhaps he really loves Malcolm X, and so he's carving out a special exception for Malcolm X.
Or he's pro-Muslim.
But again, notice. Yeah, he's pro-Muslim. But regardless, notice what we have to do. Again, more mental gymnastics, more auxiliary hypotheses. To some degree independent. That's tanking our theory down. We have to go more and more. Again, we have to decrease our probability of our countervailing to avoid anti-Semitism. Now,
I think it's also quite clear that if you, I don't know if either of you have seen this, but like, do you know how quickly Hasan will call you Islamophobic if you even say anything about not only subgroups of Arabs, but organizations in the Arab world? If you use the wrong language against Hamas, I think even if you probably called Hamas inbred, Hasan would call you Islamophobic for that.
Yeah, I have not noticed that.
I
will say though, there seems to be like a great deal of tolerance for significant amounts of anti-Muslim rhetoric, and like a almost insensitivity to it among our politicians. Like, maybe I'm wrong about that. Maybe that's just all my vibes or whatever. But like, I think that there's like a great deal of fucking, for example, when it's who's this representative from, I don't know if he's from Florida, but when they say like glass all the Palestinians, or when they say all these Muslim people should be deported, or
meaningfully racist.
Yeah, I think, and I'm glad that you agree to that. When Will Chamberlain says, Hasan should be deported, and Mehdi should be deported.
Yeah, I feel like Republicans are, like, by Democrats, by people on the left, the Republicans saying this dumb shit are constantly called out for this, though. Like, I don't think that there's a real disparity from the types of people who are going to call this racist on the left from Hasan. I don't think there's like any sort of like discriminatory thought processes there. I think it seems to be pretty consistent.
And denaturalize all that shit. But I just think that Avi would bite the bullet there.
It's not a bullet. It's
Yeah.
not
But
it's a chocolate snack.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, no, I just don't think there's a disagreement there.
Yeah. Okay. Now I'm gonna go at, now that if we don't disagree that this is also evidence.
Bullet bit.
It raises my credence. Yeah.
Raises the credence.
Bullet.
Is this the sort of thing we would get a normie wandering themselves into? Where we're all just a little bit racist. Where we would expect a normie to say, concerns about your own community and identity is Nazi shit.
I mean, I don't think so, but like here, I will say that there's something peculiar in my mind that stands out when someone says,
I love that they keep doing the like we're all a little bit racist. Like, I love that they keep bringing that up, because obviously that is like racist sweeper language. Like, this is normally, so the left will say, you know, everybody's racist or something like that, but they wouldn't say it in this sort of context. They wouldn't say it in a conversation about who is or isn't racist. They wouldn't say it when you're talking about a white person being racist. They wouldn't be like, well, everybody's a little bit racist, right? Like, they would never say it in those moments. But right-wingers, neo-Nazis, they will. They will fucking say it in that context. They will say it in that moment. They will say, well, I mean, come on. I think everybody's a little bit racist, right? Like, neo-Nazis will say that fucking shit in those moments, in that sort of context. And so it is like it is really odd that he said it in that context, you know, for this sort of example, that he's like, well, you know, I mean, I personally think everybody's a little bit racist, right? Like, that's very, like, even Republicans, you know, normie Republicans will say that sort of shit. And so it's just it's a little odd to, like, bring up in this context or this conversation. Because when Republicans say it, though, they always say something like, I think everybody's a little racist. Like, everybody has an in-group bias, you know? Everybody's a little bit more biased towards their in-group or whatever, which, like, sure. But, like, how does that, like, help in a conversation where I'm obviously talking about somebody having, like, explicit racist beliefs, not like they have an in-group bias. Like, you're bringing that up just to fucking sweep right now. That's all you're just trying to sweep for racist right now by saying that. Like, what the fuck? And so, yeah, when he brings that up in this context, it seems like, wait, why the fuck would you say that here? Like, that's really fucking weird. Have you seen those women that own a business where rich liberal white women pay them to come have dinner with them and tell them how racist they are? Okay. Yes and no. We played some clips of this shit a little while ago where, like, they had like a bunch of white women at a dinner and then, like, one black woman, and then this, like, black woman and this white woman are kind of, like, telling all the other women how racist they are. And then you have, like, these two country women who are like, well, I don't know, I just don't think so. I mean, maybe, but I also think everybody's a little racist. Like, we all have some bias, right? Like, and these people are like, no, everybody is racist. You all hate white people. You are all, like, they're going, like, full fucking. One of them is Hispanic? Yeah, I think so, yes. I had the clip of this a while ago. I played it on stream a little while ago, and it's so hard to listen to, but yeah. I think I've seen what you're talking about.
Oh, I want to, like, white identity, white this and that. I know there are confounding factors here, and it has to do with, like, but it seems kind of ad hoc or arbitrary. Can you address that? Because, like, or maybe it's not arbitrary.
Wait, what's the issue that's being?
So like, for example, if someone says, I want to preserve whiteness, I want to preserve white, you know, we need to make sure that we're embracing white identity. I think that has a different ring to it.
Yes, it does, and there's reasons for that. I went over them. The reasons for that are, when someone says that, they typically do not mean. And even if you're somewhat uncomfortable with 0.2% of the population just wanting to preserve their existence, even if you take the view, same thing for Native Americans.
Yep.
The reason it has a different ring to it is because when they say that, they don't mean that. They typically mean that they want a supermajority at the point of force. They're oppositional to other groups. They want to force other groups out, or buy them out, and they view it as other races as an existential threat.
So the symmetry breaker is what they mean by what they're saying there.
Yes, they mean something very different.
Yeah.
Extremely different.
Okay.
So again, my going back to the degree, is this we're all just a little bit racist? Is this at the level? I'm not saying is this Hitler stuff, but is this we're all just a tad bit racist? You know, does a normal person?
What is, like, the tangible work that these women do. They're there, they open up to whatever extent they're, you know, allowing themselves to and receiving whatever you all are telling them.
So I believe these are the two women that I was talking about at the dinner. Let's see. This one.
So I want a show of hands of everyone at this table who is racist.
Oh my God. For me, race has never really been a thing.
I've always thought of myself as being like kind of woke.
I'm blinded to color. Like, it doesn't faze me at all. When we bleed red. Because he was a white male, he was a victim of reverse racism.
I understand you have issues with a skin color, but I don't believe that's our future.
Let me ask you a question. How many of you would trade places with a black person in this society? Raise your hand.
Oh, wait, she has... Oh. Oh, I thought she put both hands up. Oh, what do you know?
Personal.
This dude, he's up. You can.
Our finances have actually tripled. We were talking about that today, tripled since he was in there. Our annual
Can't really move forward is because we can never.
Is because we can't have these $5,000 a pop dinner conversations with like rich white ladies who are like liberal, but not rad lib enough. You know what I mean? Like one white lady with $5,000 additional of disposable income at a time. Okay.
Have a conversation about race.
My name is Syra Rao. Thank you all so much for coming. Like Regina said, we have this elephant in the room that's killing us all. White supremacy and racism is bad for everyone, including white people.
So the documentary is from 2022. It's called Deconstructing Karen. That's what it's called. Deconstructing Karen. And it is just like these two women kind of confronting white women about their whiteness. That's what this is called. It's about deconstructing their whiteness, but they call it Deconstructing Karen. And it is so fucking uncomfortable. Like, all of the clips from this shit is so uncomfortable and so hard to watch. I was trying to get like one of the good clips from it, but all of them are just the same. Okay, here we go.
I used to be a white woman, an unsuccessful one, for many decades.
I used to be a white woman, an unsuccessful one.
I used to be a white woman, an unsuccessful one, for many decades, and it was a miserable experience. And really, the hatred of yourselves and each other is like the not seeing your power, the being afraid. Like, all you do is talk shit about each other, talk shit about yourself. Oh my God, I'm so fat.
That's all they do. I'm telling you, these white women.
But that's.
Wait, that's Matt Walsh. That is Matt Walsh. Oh shit, that's what he went to. Oh shit, that's the fucking thing that he went to. Oh shit, that's fucking Matt Walsh. Holy shit.
I'm so fat, I'm so stupid, I'm blah blah blah.
Sorry.
Your kids are watching you. And they're watching you talking shit about each other, you know, raging against a machine or being silent or whatever the hell it is that you're doing or not doing. And they know that you're not doing shit for them.
That's so important. That is so important what you just said. It's really important. That's all.
We may have to add you to our team.
Oh, I would love to take a seat and join you.
No, you're not allowed to.
Okay.
Definitely not allowed.
Okay. I do have my DEI certification that I got.
Okay.
So, not saying I'm an expert, but I'm also not a novice.
Oh,
so.
no.
Okay.
White people are starved for these conversations.
We are. We're so starving.
Yeah.
We are so starving for this.
Anyone else want to say anything?
I'll just say one thing. I'm so glad we can have these conversations, and I'll be done. But I'm just so glad that we could all get together and have these conversations. That's all I want to say.
Oh, it hurts. Are you an actor?
Oh, no.
Can you let us? We're trying to listen and trying to have this conversation.
Okay. You know, we're all acting all the time in our lives. And I think that that's part of the problem, you know? That it's like we're all trying to play a part rather than just...
Is that a clip from his What is a Woman? No, it's Am I Racist? He had another documentary exactly like What is a Woman called Am I Racist, where he goes to like a bunch of things like this.
The white participants in the group feel that there's something in themselves that they have to overcome, when all that's being requested of you is that you be. Hello.
Hi.
How are you? How are
Sorry
you?
about that.
Oh, no problem. You good?
Yeah.
Yeah. Remind me of your name again.
Stephen.
Steven? Yeah? Okay.
Yeah?
Did you want to come up?
Come up?
She recognizes him, dude. She fucking clocked him the second he walked in.
Yeah. You want to come up and share anything?
Sure. What do you want me to share?
Whatever's on your
I
mind.
just want to know that like my physical safety and yours and everybody else's here is okay.
Why would your physical safety not be okay? Did I miss something?
I don't feel comfortable.
What? Can you guys catch me up to speed on what's going on here?
You don't need to be caught up. We're going to be silent.
Is it because I said I had 17 black friends? It might have been 15. It depends on how you count them.
I would...
That woman, she wanted to laugh, dude. She wanted to laugh. That's so good, dude.
It depends on how you count them.
That's
I would really
funny.
appreciate it if you left, so that the people who actually want to be here and deserve to be here can get what they
I
need.
do want to be
Can
here.
you please leave?
I would like it if you left.
I'm trying to learn. I'm on this journey.
Come with me.
Well,
Thank you.
I didn't consent to be touched.
I'm not offering to touch you. I'm offering to walk you out. Will you walk with me and I'll answer your questions?
Okay, I'll admit it. I'll admit it. My name's not Stephen. Maybe you already knew that. My name is Matt Walsh.
We know.
I just was here on this journey that I'm just starting, but I see that I'm not wanted.
If you were on your journey, then you would have told us who you were, your real name, but you didn't.
Are you saying I
Please
needed a
leave.
better disguise? Is that what you?
I don't know, maybe, but you can figure that out as you walk out the door.
Maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
Thank you so much. I really had the transformative experience myself. And my pronouns are he, him.
I did everything I could to fit in. I opened up. I was raw and emotional. I told them about my black friends. It was no use. They rejected me, and they called the police. My mere presence in the room caused them pain. I'll never be accepted if I look like this.
Was this some sort of safe space? I would assume they are filming. I would assume they're filming just like the other thing, the other like documentary on deconstructing Karen is likely filming, and so he's going to like other shows, because otherwise there's no fucking way he would have been able to take an actual safe space area in private and record them and then put it out, that like without their consent. It's not a fucking documentary. What do you mean? Yes, it's literally called the Deconstructing Karen documentary. They are documenting them going from place to place, talking to a bunch of different women. What do you mean it's not a documentary? What are you talking about?
I used to be a white woman. I used to be a white woman, an unsuccessful one, for many decades.
The Matt Walsh thing? Okay. Whatever. It's a fucking documentary. If that hurts your feeties, I don't give a fuck. It's literally a
Just
documentary.
a normal person who's a little bit anti-Semitic find themselves saying concerns about Jewish identity is neo-Nazi stuff.
No, I don't think so.
No. This is not just a little bit racist. And finally, for me, because rather than just going like spamming a whole bunch of stuff, I want to focus
like
on
three
most-
meaningful examples and
three meaningful.
Yeah, just one more question about this last one. I don't know if you guys covered. There is also something kind of insidious about this idea of, he said the 14 words, but Jewish, he can still masquerade as civil rights, right? As in, like, there's this kind of, you often see neo-Nazis do this as well. It's like they'll say that.
Yes, this is a very common neo-Nazi trope.
The thing that the Jews basically use their trauma of the Holocaust so that they can have a power and an ability to behave.
But they don't. But they don't allow it for white people. They have the inconsistency.
Yeah, the Jew shield. Yeah.
Yep. This is neo-Nazi
Yeah.
phobia as well. And by the way, it's coming from a Groyper adjacent account, so that's also not
that's additional industry, yeah, for sure. And by the way, there has been, this is a little tangential, but I think it's relevant. There have been, I don't typically do this. Like there are some things where I will say I agree with this person who said.
It must be an ex-conservative brain that fucks. What do you? I'm sorry. He's literally documenting his engagements with these people. The fact that you disagree with his conclusions or the things that he says, and he's obviously like trolling them. It's still literally a documentary. Like by definition, it is a documentary. Like nothing about your feelings have anything to do with whether or not something is or isn't a documentary. It just literally is one. I don't have to like it. I don't have to agree with it. I don't have to like include my feelings in it at all. It's just literally him documenting him trolling fucking a bunch of liberals.
That a horrible thing. Like I agree with Tucker on this, or I agree with Marjorie Taylor Greene on this, but just be aware that if we're taking issue with people like using Fox News narratives or whatever, and that's a weight, like that carries some weight for you. I think you need to be consistent in terms of the identity of the account here. Just be consistent whenever you.
Oh yeah, I mean, look, when someone I believe I recall people getting upset when people were spreading Fox News narratives about certain when lefties were spreading Fox News narratives about a certain liberal politician.
The Crowley.
Does that ring a bell? Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
We had a conversation about that on the
So that's
yeah. But you guys should check out, by the way, folks, we're Consolidate channel. You should go follow Libner on Twitch and YouTube. Sorry.
Okay, and now the third example I wanted to bring is going to be, you know where I'm going to go? I'm going to go to the example you and North talked about, Pig Dog.
Pig Dog, yeah. I thought you weren't going to bring this one up.
No, I'm not going to focus on it. But it's not part of the evidence. It's weaker evidence. So here's the issue with the Pig Dog thing is a weaker case, but the case I'm making with it is very different than what.
A documentary on paper is supposed to document things as they are. If you produce an exaggeration, you are doing so for political purpose, not documentation. So, okay, so what's the name of the guy who did the? Fuck. What's the name of the guy who did the Red Pill documentary on Netflix? Louis Theroux. Okay, so because Louis Theroux does like insert himself into it, he goes and asks a bunch of questions. He obviously like challenges them in a bunch of different ways and like pushes them to be a bit more honest than they normally would be, and like tries to like expose them and their beliefs in different ways, like instead of just being like an animal documentary and just standing off to the side watching them the whole time. Is he wrong for calling his stuff documentaries as well? They're not in comparison at all. Don, if you're just gonna keep saying they're not, it's not that, it's not that, it's not that, by definition it is. So what is the difference? Louis Theroux has been making documentaries for over 30 years. Okay, so the amount of time that you make a documentary changes whether or not it's a documentary? Is that the thing that I'm missing? Is whether or not Matt Walsh had made enough documentaries for long enough? I can't. There's more. You're the one who's just making up shit about your fucking feelings to define a documentary, bro. What do you mean? I'm a moron. You don't know what the fucking documentary is, though. But I'm a fucking moron. It's brilliant. Louis Theroux never pretends not to be Louis Theroux. Okay. Louis Theroux never goes undercover. Okay, I don't think that somebody going undercover changes whether or not it's a documentary, though. Like, you as the viewer, you know that he's going undercover. You know that it's Matt Walsh. You as the viewer understand what's happening. I think going undercover would make it more of a documentary, not less of one, because they are less aware of what's happening, right?
North did. And if you're
You're calling an obvious mockumentary a documentary. Wait, hold on. A mockumentary is a film or TV show that uses the style of a real documentary to tell a fake made-up story. So you're saying none of those people are real. They're all actors. They're all paid reading scripts, right? That's what you're saying, right? The plot, people, and places are not real, even though they look real. Camera styles, it uses interview clips, shaky hand cameras, and behind-the-scenes footage. Talking directly, characters often look at or straight talk into the camera, breaking the fourth wall. So like it's a scripted version of a documentary. It's a mockumentary. You're saying these are all scripted. All those people are, right?
Tracking my train of thought here, you probably can predict what my case is going to be. But a couple things. So number one, I mean, the issue with pig dog is not that it's inherently an anti-Semitic slur.
You don't agree with North with that, and people saying that shit.
No, it's not.
And
it's
you
not,
agree with Hasan that
nor
it's
am I. Nor am I convinced. Yeah, I agree. Hasan, it's not. It's towards capitalists. It's towards. It's towards. It's towards. You can. It was even. I'm even willing to grant that's a generic insult. That's all fine. It was on Shrek. You know, Puss in Boots is.
Yeah, but even the term capitalist honestly can be used like in an anti-Semitic way. Like even just calling somebody a capitalist, like Jews are obviously targeted for their parts in capitalism heavily, and like that's. So just saying, oh, well, it's more about capitalism doesn't make any difference really to me at all as far as tropes.
It's like, you capitalist pig dog.
Yeah.
Fine. That's not the issue. So one thing that's not necessarily an issue is you should note that this is dehumanizing language, which in and of itself is not necessarily a problem. I don't take the view that dehumanization is inherently bad. Like, for example, there's all sorts of dehumanization that I don't really care about. For example, calling Russian soldiers orcs, right? That happens. Does that bother me? Do I care about that? No, there are certain contexts where dehumanizing language actually might be a good thing. I don't care about that. Okay, what I'm interested in is how you're using that, what the context is. You should you should be number one. First of all, you should be careful about doing that. I want to qualify myself here. Whenever you're talking about an ethnic group or religion or anything like that, and you are talking about animals, you should be very careful. Now, there's still cases where dehumanization can be very defensible.
In the case of, for example, I'll often say. About the MAGA elites, by which I mean people like Trump and JD Vance. I'll use language, and we'll sometimes compare them to animals and shit like that. Like he's a dog, right? But there, I don't think you have an issue with that inherently.
Yeah, no, I don't have an issue with that inherently. Okay. So, but now I just have one little question, and it's the same question for every bit of evidence.
Does he apply it the same way to anyone who's not a white person or a Jewish person?
Yes, exactly. The answer is no. There's no clear example. There is no example. Is there any confirmed example where he has applied that to a non-white, non-Jewish person? And it's funny because his own community has gone through all the examples where he used it. And they are white people. And by the way, he sarcastically, jokingly referred that to himself, which by the way, doesn't count. He said he thinks he's white. But also that he wasn't using it as a slur in that context. He was joking around.
If you don't buy the white racism angle, does your whole case fall apart?
If I don't what?
If people don't subscribe that he's racist against white people, does your whole case fall apart?
No, it doesn't, because even if you don't think he's racist against white people, you still have to explain why it's not other groups, why it's not non-white groups. Like he could, that can deflate the case a bit by saying, okay, well, there's clear examples of him doing it against groups he's not racist against.
Okay, I feel like this has gone on long enough. I mean, we're over 5 hours into this. Well, I guess we started around 1:40 and we're at 5. So yeah, we're about 4 hours into this. So does Pisco ever concede that Hasan is an anti-Semite or the end was the best bit? Okay, I'll jump to the end then.
Yes, I have no problem. No, I have no problem with summary executions. Like that's the biggest principle to me. That's one of the biggest principle of indifference violations. Where summary execution, you have them in your. This is not like.
But that's a merits issue. That's the issue of the facts. Yeah. Obviously, yeah.
Yes,
I'm just saying
about
the person.
No, someone can say that. Someone can say that, but I would also expect them to be like if they are like if they were rabid, like if they were like doing the infinite sweep, no matter what they do, they say, "Oh, I just wish they would do better." Like, and they're while they're summary executing people, like,
or
yeah,
while
I
they're
still support
leveling
them.
Gaza, or while they're
I still-
leveling
yeah.
Gaza.
Wait. Just this is like a very wishy. The reason that you can't do the same with regards to Hamas and Hezbollah and the Houthis and the current actions is because, or when it comes to why that's rabid, is just because if you think about the irrationality of it, like the Houthis last week blew up a boat in the Red Sea that killed, I think, 4 people, right? 3 Pakistanis, 1 Indonesian. And then 2 more rescue workers from the Yemeni official government died as well in a later strike. They killed 6 people, I think, who were probably all Muslim, actually, from the countries they come from, and the majorities. So, by contrast, the Houthis have killed 1 Israeli since October 7th, 1 Israeli civilian. They've killed 6 times more Muslims than Israelis since October 7th in this one single strike. And it's the fact that someone can be so hateful against Israel and so rabidly anti-Zionist, so irrationally anti-Zionist, that they are willing to give a pass to probably the most murderous groups in the region, the Axis, Hezbollah, the Houthis. Hezbollah, by the way, they don't really fight Israelis either. They fight Syrians. They helped Assad murder like 200,000 of them. So this is like, when you get to a point of hating a country so much and a group so much that you are willing to tolerate and just sidestep some of the most brutal behavior in the entire region and some of the racist behavior, because it's their slogan, curse upon the Jews, victory to Islam, then that's where it becomes rabid in a way that, like, even like a support for the IDF or saying like, oh, I wish they wouldn't commit, but it's worth the war. Like, that's different, right?
I'm not convinced of that.
Also, like,
if you think it's a lesser of 2 evils, like, we've presented this before, if the Ukrainians were committing war crimes, let's say, in equal magnitude to the Russians or proportional to the Russians, or that the overall, Ukrainian army, and I know we got a lot of flack for saying Azov before, as though Azov is all, I'm saying, assume that they were anti-Semitic across the board. I'm not saying all of Azov is anti-Semitic, to be clear. If you took that view, you could still be consistent and say, I'm still supporting Ukraine in light of their resistance to the, the greater threat of Russia. And I don't think
that's fine. And by the way, just
we have a real world example of this. Wait, we have a real example. Everyone supports the Allies in World War II, right? Allies committed a shit ton of work.
Yes.
That we put everything that's happening in the modern day.
That's my point.
Okay, they had a my point is they had a just cause. Hamas's cause is to destroy a country. That's not a just cause. Hezbollah's is to destroy 2 countries, apparently.
Yeah, but I don't want to convert, and Avi will respond to this, and I know he'll have something to say, but I don't want to convert an issue of the justness of a conflict, convert that into bigotry if both sides are, or a conversation about bigotry, if both sides are willing to make the concessions vis-a-vis, whatever caveats are needed for, in the context of the discussion.
Let me respond to what you said about the leveling Gaza. So first of all, I actually don't think, and I'm consistent on this, I don't think summary execution is at the same level of buildings getting leveled. I don't believe that. But furthermore, in principle, I don't even disagree with this. Like, I in the sense that, yes, someone can say, I support Palestinian resistance. I abhor every single thing they've done. I abhor basically all the October 7th. I abhor the way they conducted summary executions, the way they targeted civilians, the way they kidnapped civilians, the way they paraded a baby's dead corpse in one of the hostage exchanges. All of that stuff, they condemn it. That's fine. I don't even know if I would consider them, if they were really like that, and there was just but man, Israel is just so bad, and the conditions are so bad. What else are we going to do? Even that is not the sort of thing I'm thinking about when I think about rabid anti-Zionist. The sort of thing I'm thinking about was when they look at terrorist attacks and they're like, yeah, that's justified. As they see the Houthis take over the ship and be like, yeah, it's going to save Palestine.
That I agree with. But if you actually thought that there was a connection between the seizure of that ship, let's say a civilian ship, and let's be honest, Trump right now, he's seizing ships. He's imagine if he were to take a civilian, boat, or stop at an Iranian boat, or do whatever it is that we're sort of equating, and it were conducive to the war effort or something like that. I think if Israel's
then there's a reasonable degree of expectation, because Ben-Gvir could also have a belief that taking over the West Bank and taking over Palestinian homes is conducive to the war effort, or conducive to broader greater goods. Yeah. So then I have a degree of reasonable threshold in terms of whether I'm going to consider this person, because someone could be a rabid anti-Zionist by being an intellectual underhanded sweeper like that. They can always get the plausible deniability and be like, oh yeah, with every terrorist action.
No, but Avi, your actual standard, all right. So when take World War II, World War I, where you had U-boat, interceptions by Germans attacking shipping that went from America to the United Kingdom, let's say, they made a calculation in that context that these are part of the war aims. Now, listen.
No, I'm talking about when it isn't, when it's reasonably, when it's not, and it's reasonably, and it's expected to reasonably not contribute to the war
Got it.
aims.
Okay. Yeah. No. And that,
there's a separate question
yeah.
of the just.
Yeah.
There's a separate question of the just cause. But minimally, if it is not, I don't think it is reasonable to, with the public knowledge available, to think that that boat is conducive to the war aims.
To drop the atom bomb on Hiroshima?
No, that's plausibly conducive to the war aims.
Okay.
But like that I could buy that. But like, there's no plausible case to make that that the Houthis taking over the boat that they did and taking those taking those people, sorry, I don't know how many it was, but taking that crew and holding them hostage for 400 days was conducive to the war aim.
Likewise for hostages, kidnapped and apprehended on October 7th.
Yeah. Well, actually, you can. So some yes, some yes, some no. I mean, you could take prisoners of war, but I think they were also hostages. But that's a more murky territory because there actually is some leverage you have by having hostages. Now that is a war. That taking hostages is a war crime, and yes. Soldiers can also be hostages, by the way. The status of being a prisoner of war doesn't preclude the status of hostages. It's third-party compulsion that makes someone over and above a prisoner of war that's hostage.
This sounds like international law, Avi.
Yes, it does. I'm not saying, it does.
You're a great skeptic.
I have no problem. No, I have no problem. Wait. Because that's not fair. I have no problem using the definitions as they're standardly defined in IHL. Like, I have no problem. Like, my criticism, my issues with international law doesn't preclude me from recognizing that certain terms are standardly used a certain way in international because of international law.
But am I wrong in saying that you're following some of the prescriptions of the rules of war?
Oh yeah, nor is it my view that every single prescription of international law should be not followed.
Got it. So there's
some likes the scripture, but not the priest.
But not the war of aggression principles. So for example,
not the war of aggression. Yeah, go ahead.
Invasion of Venezuela.
Oh no, not the war of aggression principle. There are some cases where war of aggression is probably the right thing to do.
Okay.
But anyway, to the point, like minimally, yeah, I may not have a full fleshed out theory of like, when is there exoneration of rabid anti-Zionism, as long as, how much do you have to recognize and condemn the terrorists? There are people, I'm minimally talking about the people who essentially just try to, at every step, not condemn at all, and to justify, and to sweep, and when it's not expected, when it's not reasonably expected, like the example I gave. There's no reasonable case to make by any reasonable person to think that the Houthis kidnapping people for 400 days or whatever
was
on that
conducive
ship,
to the war.
that non-Israeli ship, was conducive to their cause. It was harmful to the cause of anything.
Got it.
So
why can't this all just be?
The broader question is like,
that should be, wait, let me just finish. That should be condemned as rabid anti-Zionism.
But why not just condemn it as terrorism apologia, condemned as...
Or condemn it, okay, or condemn it as, fine, condemn it if it's not clear that it's I think it should, but yeah, condemn it as supporting terrorism.
Based, I'm with that. Yeah, I'm with
the fact is that it is motivated by an excessive and unjustifiable or just like a completely irrational hatred of the particular national group, right, of Israel. Like, that's why these groups are given all the
index
passes.
to them not committing a
genocide,
right?
No.
So,
we're talking about rabid anti-Zionism. These people, well, for one,
these people were doing it way before the war, way before October 7th.
Yeah, we're talking about people who want Israel to be abolished,
but like on board some of their views regarding the conflict, and now make an explanation. So you said it's an irrational assessment of Israel. It's more than is necessary, and these are kind of like contingent on your outlook of the whole conflict. And I'm just like, I don't know, like,
yeah. So there's a reason. There is a standard.
No, you're not letting me. I don't think you're letting me express just like the weight of it, though. It's like,
okay.
We talk about like cutting your nose off to spite your face, or the idea of like hatred is like drinking poison and expecting the other person to get sick. It's the fact that these groups do more damage to themselves and to the Arab world than they ever will to Israel, and people still support it.
Oh, they're the ones causing the anti-Semitism. It's the same argument. Oh.
Because apparently all of that other shit is just kind of worth it as long as they throw a few rockets at Israel in their spare time. Like, that's kind of the bit where I think, like, you have to hate a country or a group so much to be willing to give those passes. We know, for example, that people like Hasan and these commentators, they know what Hezbollah did in Syria. They know that Hezbollah helped Assad, and they know that more civilians died there than have died in the Gaza war. They just don't care because Hezbollah gets a pass because they say fuck Israel and they lob rockets at Israel, and occasionally they hit some fucking farms. Right? That's why it's like rabid, and why it's like to me like a bigoted level of hatred.
See, I don't understand, because like is rabid indexed to it being irrational, or is rabid indexed to the kind of violence apologia and violence encouragement. That because I don't know.
Yeah.
if
Without having a, I think we could find common ground on this. Without having a, all the list of necessary and sufficient conditions of what goes into rabid, at minimum, the sort of thing that someone would recognize rabid Zionism from people like Ben Gvir and not just anti-Arab bigotry, there should be consistent standards there. There should be if the issue is irrationality, irrational violence, well, they don't have a problem recognizing Ben Gvir's irrational violence, but they do have a problem recognizing the same sort of conditions of irrationality for their case, for anti-Zionism. That's a problem. So wherever that bar is for anyone, because that's at minimum it should be consistent. At minimum, if you're able to recognize rabid anti-Zionism as rabid anti-Zionism, for a terrorist, for settler violence apologia, for whether it be for settler violence apologia or whether it be for the irrationality of how it's not really helping their cause, whether it be for any of that, if you're able to do it, just be consistent about it.
Yeah. You might not shy away from this, but
wait, hold on. Before you ask me, do we agree on that at least?
I would apply whatever standard of toxic ideology consistently across ideologies the same way that I would a MAGA, and so I don't have a problem with that. I guess
that's a yes.
Yes, that is a yes. That is a yes. Yeah, I would apply the same standards. There's no reason to treat Zionism as an ideology in virtue of like you recognizing motivations or recognizing the harm, or I don't know the what's the term for this? Not terrorism, but it's the kind of terrorism. Again, my brain is turned off because we've done this so long. Where it's you're getting people to do terrorism. Someone in the chat, you'll know what it is.
Stochastic.
I have no problem applying the same standard there. Question for you though, in terms of how you would interpret a statement as rabid anti-Zionist. Someone says, "I want the state of Israel abolished. I want one state with equal rights." Stochastic terrorism, by the way, is the term.
So I'm going to give the same answer that you gave in terms of the definition versus.
See, I remember words.
There's evidence. So definitionally, not necessarily. Is it evidence that does it increase my credence? Sure.
Got it. I feel like that's fine. I feel like we're trying to define a new. I'm sure that's not what's happening.
No, we're not trying. I'm not defining any new concepts here.
Okay.
I'm just taking a type of ideology and saying here is a rabid form of it. It doesn't have to be Zionism. It could be anything. It could be racism. There's types, just like you recognize. There's different varieties of racism. There's really rabid forms of it. Right? Wherever you draw the line, I'm just saying wherever our line. I'm not trying to solve where the line is there. Like that's not really the big thing for me. The big thing is wherever that line is. My issue is not that we have a problem recognizing a defined line for rabid anti-Zionism. My issue is when it's clearly above all of our lines. When it's clearly, but whatever that is, where we don't have to solve it. We're to know that it is clear. We're not doing sorority paradox memes. Okay?
No, I certainly am not doing that. No, I don't want to be doing that.
So my issue is wherever it is that is in the clear area gets funneled into anti-Semitism, and we should stop. And we should be sensitive to that.
On that I agree. And on the consistency stuff, I guess.
So because the other thing is So whether you think. If for whatever reason Hasan Piker, he doesn't meet the threshold of rabid anti-Zionist, which I think we can talk about that, and you just want to condemn him for terrorism, okay, fine, condemn him for his rabid terrorist support or whatever.
I have no. So on the shit about the boats on some of the, I don't recall now as I sit here the specific comments made in the wake of October 7th. I just would I have no problem calling out the thing specifically or a version of ideology that is like too extreme or whatever. But I want you to apply this to the concept to rabid anti-Trumpism. So I say things like Trump is a fascist thug. We need to get the barbarians out of the White House. These are things I say, right? I say, these people, I've said before.
It's just not based on any sort of immutable characteristic like these others would be to an extent. Obviously, a religion isn't immutable either. But it is some sort of cultural concept that is going to be considered very different. Whereas with Trump, it's just not the same. Or MAGA.
Quoting Sam Harris, Trump is scarcely human, just to describe his psychology, and basically I just think he's so abnormal, and I'm like, these people need to be punished severely.
So if there was a movement, if there was an anti-Trump, if there was a movement as recognized called anti-Trump Trumpism,
You would
And
call
it
me
was-
a
and
rabid
it
anti-Trumper.
was- No, I wouldn't, because you haven't done this. You haven't justified kidnapping, people off the Trump boat of a
Yes,
Trump cruise.
because I'm always
And you
I'm
have-
saying peacefully, patriotically, democratically, no violence. So that's
Oh,
the
then
kind
I
of-
would just say that doesn't meet. Well, then I would just say that doesn't meet my threshold. For
Okay,
rabid.
perfect. Okay, all right, then I think I get it. Yeah. So if someone is giving those caveats, if someone is indicating that they don't agree with these kind of these crazy actions taken, you don't really have an issue except on the substance.
Wait, say
Well,
that.
the
Say that again.
If someone is giving the caveats and strongly hinting that they don't support this kind of thing outside of whatever the box is that we've created, that they don't support those kinds of actions, and that they want everything done through that tolerance window, you don't have an issue, except perhaps with their underlying opinion.
Yeah, perhaps with I have to think about if the justice of the cause matters at all. But everyone else, yeah. I'm not. Again. No, yeah. So exactly. To answer that hypothetical, no. Like, you would not be a rabid anti-Trumper. You would just be, if you're peacefully, patriotically protesting or whatever and using all that language.
Yeah.
No, that's not what I'm talking about.
Okay.
I'm talking about the sort of thing Ben Gvir does with Zionism, that when people recognize he's a rabid Zionist. If you were going into Trump supporters' homes and burning down their homes or kicking them out of their homes and stuff, then I might call you a rabid anti-Trumper.
If I was, but here's something I agree with. I think we should nationalize Trump's wealth, all the ill-gotten gains. But because of how I propose I want to do it, is that enough? That
I don't see, no. I don't know. Again, once again, it's the same sort of thing with the Ben Gvir stuff.
Okay.
It's the same sort of thing that everyone has that it's the same level of threshold that everyone else has no problem recognizing.
I'm an idiot, Avi. I just have to keep banging my head against it.
The elephant in the room is that the elephant in the room is that America is just a more civilized nation, and there just isn't this broad movement against Trump that has the same level of insanity.
Yeah, but if you were to say,
I've heard it here. More civilized of a nation. You would never accept that shit.
There you go.
Listen, I'm a Maronite. I'm racist against everyone. Okay, that's how that goes.
If you were to say, look, if you were to say we need to literally take Trump's family and kick them out on the streets, out of their homes, burn their house down, and some sort of thing like that.
Wait a second. I'm fucking around, guys. No, I hear you. Yeah. Listen, I want everything to be done democratically. I'm not asking for people. I don't want people to be attacked or violently.
Yeah. So I don't have. Okay. So just because there's nothing at issue with what I'm saying in terms of like the prescription to recognize rabid anti-Zionism as rabid anti-Zionism and condemn it as such.
Okay.
Pisco, are you worried that are you just concerned that there are some?
If the okay is in agreement there.
No. I think I'm getting it. I need to marinate with the concept a little bit and to understand it. That's all I'm saying. But like, what I'm concerned with, which I don't think is what you're doing, because Avi, I think that you've been very good faith this whole time, is like defining like an exceptionalism framework, an exceptionalist framework, and that's what I'm like. I know you're not doing that, and I believe you.
Exceptionalist? Yeah. No. You mean like, am I just doing this for Zionism? No.
Correct. Yeah.
No. The rabid forms. No, rabid forms of ideology. We don't have to use the word rabid if that's saying it. We can call it extremist.
Okay.
Or whatever. Like, we all recognize that there are for any ideology there's an extremist version of it.
Yeah.
That and we should. And I'm noticing that the anti-Zion.
He's talking about rabid anti-Zionism though, not rabid Zionism. Just like a rabid like anti-Muslim ideologies would obviously be thought of as similarly. And I think the same when it comes to like people who don't like Christianity. I think that's fine. Like you can have like a strong dislike of Christianity. But when people start talking about like, oh, the world would be better off if Christianity disappeared tomorrow, like or if we just got rid of all the fucking Christians, the whole world would be better off. Like, that sort of rhetoric is fucking dangerous. Like, that's where you get way beyond the pale.
Extremist variety of anti-Zionism, there's a tendency to not call it out as such because it gets funneled as anti-Semitic instead.
Okay. All right, I understand. When you put the extremist thing, I think that tracks. Yeah, I need to marinate with it more, but I think I'm understanding what you're saying. You're not arguing right now in favor of Zionism. You're arguing for an equal standard. Okay, yeah. I just need to understand it. I'm not trying to fight you on it, but okay.
Can I ask Avi some examples and just see if they fit into rabid?
Do you understand this, LonerBox? Were you following that whole time?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Okay. All right. I guess I'm an idiot.
Yeah, of course.
Well,
it's not fucking stupid.
No.
What are your questions, LonerBox?
Some of these questions are quite niche. Okay, so just like so maybe the first one. I want one state with full right of return and equal voting rights from the river to the sea. Is that rabid anti-Zionism or just anti-Zionism?
I want one state with equal voting rights and from the river to the sea. So
yeah,
this is the Pisco. I am going to give the Pisco answer here. Definitely. So that raises my credence that there's a more extreme version of Zionism.
But the view itself, you wouldn't say necessarily so.
The view itself, definitional. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, this is something that like I pretty consistently people say that in my chat. They'll come in and be like, well, obviously from the river to the sea, like that can't be taken as anything other than genocide. Actually, I genocide is like one of my like later thought processes when it comes to from the river to the sea. Like that is because you have to finish the phrase like from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. It's talking about where they can be fucking free. It doesn't mean that it's not from the river to the sea. The Jews are going to be fucking gone. Like this is Palestine will be free. It's saying that these are areas where they can't be free. But obviously, it could be taken that way, and there's reason for some Jews to hear that phrase and be fearful. That's not, it's not like totally ridiculous for them to hear that and be fearful, but it isn't, I wouldn't say the first thing that comes to mind when you understand the phrase is like, oh, it's genocide, like, you know. Of Jews? Well, of Israelis, not Jews.
By definition, in all possible worlds, no.
Well, of Israel, not Israelis either.
Not by definition in all possible worlds.
You say the Pisco answer with such derision.
Someone were to say that, but I.
No,
as he should.
No, I said that because you were smiling as I was preparing.
I get it. Yeah.
Believing that this is actually an opinion that someone has, believing that Israel has no right to defend itself because it's the belligerent occupier, and Palestinian resistance has the right to resist colonialism by any means necessary.
Even stronger evidence.
Okay.
He's never going to say.
Actually, no, by any means. Wait.
Yeah,
by any means necessary.
That would be presumptive.
Wait.
Yeah.
By any means necessary.
That would be by definition.
Okay, yes.
He said that. He said that on October 8th. On October 8th, he said.
Okay,
that.
well then
yeah.
no, but then that is by definition.
By definition.
Rabid anti-Zionism.
Yeah, when I went over Hasan's response to October 7th, I didn't see anybody else really like breaking it down in this sort of way. But when you go over his response to what happened when on October 8th, when he talks about this, he is like everything about Israel is like the very, very, very negative rhetoric. It's all like, this was a horrible outcome. The IDF was absolutely embarrassed here. The state of Israel is in shambles right now. And then this is a historic moment for Hamas. This is something that is, like they've never been able to accomplish something like this. Like everything is just very, very like, again, October fucking 8th. He's talking about October 7th, like an amazing fucking accomplishment and how embarrassing this is for Israel. Not like how sad it is for Israelis, not like how disgusting this act was, not like how horrifying it is. No, it's like how fucking amazing, but everybody, every time I go over this, there's always somebody in the chat who's like, but he's just stating facts. Like nothing he's saying is like, is false. And I'm like, yeah, it's not, that's the whole point is, yeah, he's not going to say anything explicitly. It's all kind of veiled in the rhetoric that he's using, where everything about Israel in the moment that they're getting a bunch of their fucking citizens murdered, that it's all very negative towards them and all very positive towards the people who just did all the fucking murdering. Like, yeah, he doesn't have to say anything else except for just the sentiments.
Yeah, but
by definition.
Because I didn't hear. No, because I didn't hear. Wait. Because I didn't hear the end part of what you said. I didn't hear the by any means necessary. By any means necessary, by definition, yeah. Because then anything's
on the table,
sort of thing.
And so you would say
any sort of, no matter where your threshold is, like
that's such a Ben-Gvir would say.
Yeah.
By the way, folks who are listening, yeah.
For sure. Then
it's also again. This is what Hasan said on October 8th. Yeah, he said that about.
Okay, then by definition, to be clear, then on my view, by definition, if that's true, by
extreme
definition,
anti-Zionist.
On my notion of rabid anti-Zionist, he is an extreme anti-Zionist. Yes, he's a rabid anti-Zionist.
Naughty boy, Hasan. Okay, so how about the next one? So,
But what if he's only rabid anti-rabid Zionists? What about then? That's got to be okay, right? If they're a rabid Zionist, then he could be a rabid anti-Zionist. You gotta proportionalize it, right? You gotta fight fire with fire, right?
supporting Palestinian resistance groups attacking settler outposts.
More evidence.
More evidence, but
no, not by
but not by definition. Okay. I actually do support that, by the way. Supporting the first
wait.
Intifada,
Can we
but
pause
not
real quick because we've been biting some bullets, and so
Yeah,
LonerBox, it's your turn.
Wait, are you including children in the settlers and stuff like that?
No, I don't target children. Obviously, no.
Okay, all right. But you're in favor
generally,
of attacks on settlers, civilians.
So if we're going to be really, really tight with it, I generally support the ANC style attacks on settler infrastructure, unless any of the settlers are actually militants, because some of them are. But yes, attacks on the infrastructure in the same way that settlers do to Palestinians, right? Like blocking the road.
You don't support when they see a civilian car and they start throwing rocks at it at the windshield and stuff and causing the to crash. Okay.
No. Often that doesn't even help Palestinians do that either, to be honest. Yeah.
Well, that's why I don't support it. That's one of the reasons I don't support it, is because I don't think it'll lead to good outcomes.
Yeah. Because by international law, a lot of people don't like this, but settlers are. So yeah.
Oh, he cares about outcomes now, eh? Oh, now we care about outcomes.
Unless there are.
I think Avi, you would say that too. That perhaps under international law, maybe there's a justification for some of the violence. But I guess I don't know what you would say about that. But that you don't think it's a good idea.
Switching my Bluetooth. Give me one second.
Are we getting into another Rob Noor situation?
Yeah. That's okay. No, it's not a problem. All right, there we go. Let's see. Let me see if you can. All right, talk.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Oh, it works. Okay. What was your question?
Whether or not you would think that attacks on settler civilians would be in accordance with international law principles.
In accordance with international law, I don't. So I think I suspect the majority of them are not.
They're not civilians, or
the majority of them are civilians. Yeah. The majority of the attacks are against civilians.
Yeah.
And as they're would that answer change as they're displacing individual homes? Maybe that would be self-defense principles are analyzed differently.
As they're on international law, like you're asking me according to international law. Is
on
that,
your view, yeah.
No, I think on international. If international law, my answer is if international law was consistently applied by the international law people, then the answer is no.
Yeah.
If they applied the same strict standard of international law that they applied to Israel to Palestinians, then hell no.
On defending yourself against settlers who are taking your home.
By taking their merely doing that, merely self-defense, no.
But attacking them a week after they've done that, you would say.
Yeah, like attacking it, right? Like a week after to launch an attack on their home.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
So
but as far as the IHL community goes, I think even Amnesty would say they actually say the settlers are civilians unless they do otherwise.
Yeah, it really okay. I will grant that there are some groups that do that, but man, are there some IHL people who will really turn the other cheek on that, and they will not, or engage in all sorts of apology of how maybe it doesn't apply here. Like there's been the international people, like even Yahya Sinwar, like there were people who were saying there were.
Okay. What is this? What is this?
I have noticed lately a lot of discourse about who's an op and who's not. And I think you are on the right track in terms of knowing what the problem is, but completely and utterly failing to convince people of that.
Okay, well, that criticism was too much. Get her out. Find somebody.
She's banned.
Sorry, I'm going to drag her out. I don't know why you did.
Wait, what did she say?
I have noticed lately a lot of discourse about who's an op and who's not. And I think you are on the right track in terms of knowing what the problem is, but completely and utterly failing to convince people of that.
Okay, well, that criticism was too much. Get her out. Find somebody.
She's banned.
Sorry, I'm going to drag her out. I don't know why you did that. Okay. Yeah, well, what do you got for me?
Yeah. Okay, so there are some very important lessons learned from kind of the woke one era of the 2010s that really made a difference. And this is basically a pattern that's happened before. And I think you have to stop viewing it as kind of an op, not op dichotomy, because that's where.
Bro, this channel, DGG Clips. DGG clips just put the fucking like them in circles and then added this game in the background. What the
lots of people
fuck?
getting lost
Yeah, I agree.
on the little border areas and talking past each other, and then like
That's one way to get the fair use.
not believing what's going on.
Sure.
So I think you need a 4-tier system.
Jesus.
Yeah, I made a spreadsheet. So the first level is like bystanders, and like as these go, it's sort of like logarithmic or like exponential. There's like,
it's funny. I happened up on her stream the other day, and I was watching it for a little bit, and she reminded me a lot of RGR, and then apparently I was told that I think they're dating, so that made everything make a lot more sense.
far more people in the lower.
But apparently, from my understanding, this conversation is pretty much the same conversation that Mantis had with him, just a lot less screaming and yelling, and like a bit more of like a logical through line, and a lot less like calling him retarded and cringe and shit like that. Who's dating? She's right with RGR, I think. Is that correct?
Tiers, and you get far fewer people as you go, but like they're doing far more harm, far more intentionally.
Okay.
And when people want to protect their own egos, they like pretend they're more innocent and slide to the left, and behind closed doors, they like slide more to the right. So
when you say
these
left and
things
right
happen
in
with,
this
like,
in this sense, you're talking about your spreadsheet, not like slide to the right politically.
yes, yeah.
Just make sure people understand.
Yeah,
Okay.
because it's sort of like a pipeline, so it's sort of like a narrative kind of order, where people will like fall into this. And
Can we
they'll
call
keep
these
going
bubbles
progressively.
instead? I'm just kidding. Don't worry about that. Okay, I'm listening. Gotcha.
Yeah. So like bystanders are typically most people by default in a larger group that like is kind of hosting a movement. And they are still enabling things without even necessarily knowing it. Because like everyday people kind of are involved in sort of our history and like what we incubate. So like for MAGA, that would kind of be like all Americans, as like we just let Trump rise to power. And the problem is when we talk about these movements in retrospect, these big groups end up getting stereotyped as like being part of that movement. Talk about it, right? So like the world right now just makes fun of Americans and blames Americans for doing this. With like anti-SJWs, it's a negative stereotype that gets applied to all gamers, which isn't true, but that is where it started. And then with the DSA, that is kind of like the left, which includes like normie libs. In the case of the DSA, this would be like the normie libs who are like either candidates or like casual news anchors who are like, well, why shouldn't they campaign with this Hasan Piker guy? That just sounds good. Like the young people want attention on stuff. And they are enabling something bad, but it's totally like, it's unknowing. These people can like be pushed out of this purely with informational awareness. Like they don't even know what they're actually supporting. They're like misdefining the people they think they're supporting.
Okay.
Tier 2 are kind of the pawns and foot soldiers that I think lead to the most danger without knowing it. And there is so much fighting that happens around here. So like, this would be the swing voters who voted for Trump because they just wanted low prices. And like from this point on, it's like you are actively perpetrating harm. In the anti-SJW stuff, these were all the people watching all those videos and commenting on all those videos. And like, if they had even a legitimate complaint against like a woman or a feminist or something about something she said that was technically inaccurate, or criticizing, like they're still piling on to a bigger movement and then whitewashing what that movement is actually about. Like these are the people who said it's about ethics in games journalism, and that's honestly what they thought they were doing. With the DSA, these are all the people who say we just want healthcare, or like they're progressives. This is the vast majority of DSA supporters, and even I would assume DSA members who are actually just kind of progressives or stock dems, and honest to God think it's just about healthcare and progressive policies.
Okay.
Then you have the tier 3, and this is like what actually kind of defines a movement if you're like savvy about it. And these are the people who know what the actual true cause and purpose is. These are the people that like are really driving intentionally these hate movements and like doing things and starting to no purpose. So with MAGA, these are the people who are vote for that just because they actually do hate immigrants. Like they're conscious of what they're doing and like they know what the actual goal is. With the anti-SJWs, these were the misogynists looking for any story that could justify their hatred of women and pushing that on purpose to kind of spread that bigotry through propaganda to all the tier 2s. With DSA, these are the actual tankies. This is the Red Star Caucus. These are the people who understand the difference between a social democrat and a democratic socialist, and are knowingly democratic socialists for realsies and want a revolution. This is driven by a lot of like jealousy of their own privilege that they want to kind of take out on the world around them.
Okay.
And these people are actually insane and evil. And this is what we need to like let people know is actually going on here. Then you have the tier 4s, which is like the people driving these movements, which is even more fucked up than being like maliciously, intentionally responsible. But they don't even really necessarily care about the goal. So like with MAGA, at the top of it is like Trump and like Putin, who don't even necessarily agree with all the bigoted shit. They're not passionate about it. They just don't care. They're mostly in it for like money or power. Like Putin just clearly wants to undermine the West. Trump just likes attention and money, and is willing to deal with whatever political group enables him to do that. And these are the people who are not really worth debating with, because when they're just trying to grift and min-max for that, they're going to be more memetically effective. Like that's what their whole career is. So like lots of grifters like Tim Pool or like Steven Crowder, like is reported as like off script. Steven Crowder would like literally apologize to like I think Blair White or whatever, saying like, yeah, I don't actually hate trans women. Like it's just embarrassing.
Okay. Just curious, why do you have I would have imagined, being told about these categories that you would have tier 3 and 4 swapped. That like your unknowing and uncaring people who are knowingly doing these things would be like the drivers, I guess, on number 3, and then the true members would be kind of the ones dictating ideology. That they would have theoretically more influence over the drivers, I guess, depending.
I think the drivers are truly in control. I mean, everyone is kind of a stakeholder.
Sure.
To the people on the right. Like the people will give views and attention and money to people on the right and create kind of the market demand for it. But then the tier 4 people are the ones actually doing it. And the way you can actually break people who are like tier 3, like true believers in a cause, is to show them that the people they look to as leaders might not actually care at all and are just kind of using them. And they get like disillusioned. That's why MAGA is breaking down right now, is because they're realizing like no one actually cares about releasing the Epstein files.
I guess I feel like
cult leaders and stuff.
Sure. I don't want to get too hung up on just, I guess, like arguing this point, but I feel like in some ways, depending on what kind of true member group you're talking about, they know that. So for early Fuentes, I distinctly remember listening to him, and I think a lot of the poll posters and stuff on 4chan would say similar, that people knew that Donald Trump was no form of like white nationalist or white identitarian, but they knew that his positions on banning Muslim immigration and being anti-immigrant in general and coming down on minorities and everything, that like that served enough of their purpose.
It was the same with like even conservatives overall when it came to like Trump being a good Christian and actually caring about Christianity or actually caring about abortions or like, actually having this like conservative ideology. Like they all know that he's not like this great fucking guy and that he has like the same values as them. They know that he's somebody who's actually willing to push the legislation that they want and fight for it. But he doesn't actually care about it. And this is like the people who are able to recognize this are almost always going to be more pragmatic people who don't really give a fuck. Like, it's really annoying to me when a lot of people come in and they're always like, you guys thought Kamala Harris actually cared about you? And I'm like, I never even thought about it. Like, it never even crossed my mind to think, does Kamala Harris actually care about me? Like, never at any point did I ever even fucking think about it. At no point did I ever give a fuck enough to even like consider, does Kamala Harris care about me? Because I'm more pragmatic than that. I care more about what it is that she's likely to do, what it is she's likely to fight for, the types of legislation she's likely to help get passed. Like, that's it. That's all I really care about. Outside of that, like, everything else is just bullshit. It's just rhetoric for the dumbos. It's that's for the fucking normies to feel better about shit.
So like if you would have gone to like a neo-Nazi or Fuentes type or an alt-righter in 2016 and said, you do know that Trump's not a real believer, right? That wouldn't necessarily break them out. They would say, oh, of course I know he's not, but he's like a convenient means to my end.
Yeah, I mean, they do kind of use each other a little bit, I think.
Or I think of like in True Members, I would think of like a Stephen Miller or is it Alexander Dugin? And then the drivers might be like Trump or Putin. But like you would never break out like a Miller or a Dugin by saying, well, look, the leaders aren't necessarily doing exactly what you want them to do, maybe. But I don't know how much.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I mean, but like it's also a kind of a matter of like how many there are and like their power and resources to leverage others.
Sure.
So like sometimes people do look for someone to the right to kind of like carry what they think is going on. Yeah. So I guess it can be, I don't know. I still wouldn't think it's necessarily switched, but it can be like a more aware social contract between these parties. And there's like kind of a symbiotic relationship here. And I would sort of like view like the main divide for what I'd consider to be a worthwhile coalition would be down the middle between tier 2 and tier 3. So like the more relevant discourse, I have some kind of examples here in this tier, like for the kind of DSA like left streamer space. I think there's a difference between like just being a passive supporter of this versus being aware of it. This is why like in the 2010s people would say you need to be like anti-racist, is you can't just stand by and let this happen even if you don't participate. Like you need to call this shit out when you see it.
Yeah.
I think what's happening right now is you are seeing the dangers of tier 3 and then you're trying to point out the oversights of tier 2, enabling that. And you're arguing that oftentimes with tier 1s who think you're crazy. So like with this kind of space, I think someone, I can kind of reveal these as I go, in this tier 1 space. And the problem is like the
real quick, do you have like this published anywhere, like a public link so I can send it to people or whatever? Or because people might show one.
Yeah.
And it's not like editable or anything, right?
Yeah, it's just a view link. Yeah, so it's like tier 1. And like if the tier 1 peoples were right, like that these are just as innocuous as they want them to be or assume they are offhand, the world would be such a better place. But I just think they tend to kind of underestimate the threats. Someone like IRI, like very good faith, casual, like normal about this. And like, what do you mean? Like they're just kind of supportive. Why not? These are more avenues of support for a cause. I don't see what the big deal is. And these are the kinds of people who like you could talk with, like a lot of people in space who are like, this is breaking a worthwhile coalition. Because tier 1 people just are straight up on the side of liberalism and good things.
Sure.
They just...
Yeah, but you talk about them like they're weak. Like, you talk about them like, obviously, they currently don't have a whole lot of power. Obviously, they've barely gotten a couple of fucking politicians elected. Obviously, they have, like, you know, maybe 5 to 10 people in all of Congress. Like, you know, we have hundreds. Like, it's the talking about them is in that sort of light, I think, is important. The issue is that I, like, me specifically, like, I don't really care so much about the fucking rhetorical value of, like, convincing people to do shit. It's just not my thing. Like, I care more about the actual fact of the matter, and that I would hope that, like, the people who watch me and my audience are more concerned with that as well. That it's cool that, like, there's other people who do that, and it's valuable, and I'm not denying that, like, it's a good thing to do, to be, like, to try to, like, have rhetorically advantageous thought processes in speech that's going to get people on your side. That's great. It's just that it's not my thing, and I would rather just actually, like, have the more fact of the matter analysis that just kind of gets into it based on that alone. And yeah, I think that I know Destiny used to talk about that and used to say that's what he wanted to do. And then who was the guy who used to always go on and talk to him about rhetoric? Who the fuck was that? Do you guys remember? There was this there was Booksmarts. That's who it was. Booksmarts, like, totally kind of changed, I think, the way that Destiny engaged with this shit. Careful, Tom. Too many negative facts can get you booted out of the tent. Well, I don't think that's true, but all right.
Under evaluate the threat. Someone like Pisco, I would not say is a hard op, but I would say Pisco is, like, the perfect example of someone in this tier 2 space. There's a lot of people who will say in good faith, they think that APAC is bad. They care about Palestinians. They think Medicare for all is a good thing. And they don't realize that they are actually spreading dog whistles. Like, they are saying these things in earnest. This is the big, massive danger. It's because all of this is a permission structure. It's like, who are you carrying water for? And it's tended to be carrying water for someone to your right. And this is, like, the kind of big, big, big danger here. And what the DSA doesn't realize, there's something called the Red Star Caucus that's really worth looking into if you've not already. It's one group in the DSA that considers itself, like, central and core to the DSA. And they straight up, like, want a revolution and are trying to, like, incubate, like, a kind of a nesting doll in the DSA. Towards that end. So, like, this would be like that Red Star Caucus, or like Mike from PA, who openly has supervillain monologues about wanting to destroy the West and the Democratic Party. And the weird thing, and it's hard to really tell, especially the further they in, they get better at lying and hiding where they are, and they will kind of slide around a lot. This could be someone like Hasan, arguably, like, depending. It's not really sure, like, to the extent to which it's unironic Maoism versus, like, attention and money and power. But, like, this is the kind of thing where it gets more and more bad faith. And this is, like, the scary threat here. In general, it helps to focus on, like, actually just showing, without much editorializing, what tier 3 actually is and the impact they've actually had. And that's kind of what historically breaks tier 2s out of it. Like, people who are really into, like, Gamergate and stuff, like, they're like, I just care about ethics and games journalism. And they realize, like, oh, you, like, drove someone to be severely depressed and kind of ruin their life. Like, that's kind of what that is. Like, if you just spotlight the thing to their right, tends to be effective at, like, leveraging them out. But the more deeper in they are, the more they might, like, just be aware of that and then not really care. And that is the problem. But anyone who's, like, in that tier 2 space especially deserves some empathy and needs to be approached not as, like, an enemy, but as someone who shares earnest, innocent, good goals, but is not fully aware they are, like, carrying water for bad people with different goals. Yeah. So I wouldn't necessarily.
Yeah, but this is what I talked about when I was on with Destiny. I talked about the fact that different people play different positions. Destiny isn't so like something that Dean and Parker do when it comes to, like, the part that they play and the positions that they play is that they just hype up the base. Like, they make people feel really good about being liberals. They make them feel smarter than the Republicans. They make them feel like they're on the right side of history. They're the good moral people in the world, and then they also give them, like, an enemy to hate so that they can all rally and come together to talk about how horrible MAGA is, right? It is something that like is effective at building that base to make people feel like they're a part of something and want to come back. It is a thing that they do, but they only fight people to the right of them. They only fight people to the right of them. Obviously, it's easy as fuck to fight MAGA. Like, it's become an entire fucking industry on TikTok to just sit there and say, why did you vote for Trump? And then have people come on and try to justify it. And it's easy as fuck to just prove them wrong one after another, after another, after another. Whereas in order to actually fight the left, these are people who a lot more are engaging in theory and already know why Trump is bad, already know the facts of the matter for why he's wrong as well. And so these aren't people that you're able to fight on the same grounds. You're not able to just like point out how fucking stupid they are or how clueless they are. But instead, you actually have to fight them on like values-based things, policy-based things, fight them on like, actual philosophy. And it's much harder. And so people who are able to kind of pivot from one side to the other and fight both sides make people feel, I feel like, more solidified. Not just that, oh, I'm on the left, I'm at least better than those people, but like, oh, I actually have a clear understanding of who I am in the world, what part I play, what ideology actually is best, my thoughts on like, historical analysis and geopolitics, and like what type of politician I would rather as for Democrats, and like the whole fucking spectrum. Like you get the whole fucking thing in a space like this, where we're not just always targeted just at the right, just telling you why at least you're not MAGA, so like you're good, but instead you're getting the full fucking analysis. Whereas for somebody like Hasan, for a long time, that is what he was doing, is he was doing this like, well, at least you're not MAGA and you're not fucking liberals, and you got this like sort of kind of supercharged feeling of the fact that you were farther left than everybody else, so this made you a bit better. And excuse me. And now he's trying to separate himself from that and do the just like, at least we're not MAGA, right guys? Like, and he doesn't do as much of the like, he's trying to fit in as like this sock them sort of person now. Or sorry, dem sock sort of person, or even sock them as well. Like, but he's trying to like fit in within the normal Overton window that everybody else is in, and act like he's one of us. So I think with the people that she's talking about, I think that they're a minority in this space. I don't think that these are the people that you're going to be able to find very easily. I think that those, at least the ones watching streams, the ones watching videos, maybe. That's probably going to be a bit more common for video watchers.
Write off someone like in Pisco's position, as much as be like, hey, this is what you're actually supporting. Understand that is not, in fact, the same goal you think it is. Like, they're lying when they say that.
Sure. Have you tried having any conversations approaching somebody with this kind of like breakdown to see if you can move them out of anything?
Historically, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, like in real life a lot, like especially like ex-Trumpers, ex-Gamergaters, it tends to be very effective, and it's the same kind of thing. And it is, in fact, the same movement. QAnoners were everywhere a couple years ago, and they kind of went like radio silent. And now a lot of Black creators, especially.
Hasan is trying to moderate and become more influential figure in mainstream politics. A good thing, in my opinion. No, he's not trying to moderate. No. He's trying to look more moderate. He's not trying to moderate. That he wants to look more moderate, so you come to his stream and then he can sit there and tell you about how fucking Mao is the greatest fucking person of all time. No, he is not. He's not actually trying to moderate.
Actually, raising the alarm bells. The way that they're saying AIPAC is manipulating establishment Democrat low information voters to sabotage or like defang the white left is just a beat for beat. That's the QAnon narrative. That's the JQ narrative. Yeah. So like, I think we need to kind of start pushing this and just see what actually is happening here. Like, I think the race with Crowley was a really good example of that, of seeing like who actually was Francesco Hong carrying water for and what is that actually about. Seemed to influence some people.
Okay.
So I do think this does work. It does make a difference, and it's at least worth a try. But like anytime anyone's accused like, hey, you're being racist, they immediately defend like, I'm not being racist, and like those kinds of breakdowns.
Oh. That was his game. I was so confused. I heard shooting, and I was like, where the fuck is this coming from?
Like the left in the 2010s just kind of lost the conversation and the plot on that, because like we failed to explain there's a difference between, I know you're not intentionally full of hate, but like you're doing something that's carrying water for and perpetrating something else.
Sure.
And coming out is like, hey, I know you're a friend. I know you're not trying to do that, which is why I want you to stop. Those are the kinds of lines that need to be better defined and like casually brought up. Because otherwise, the tier 2s run into the arms of the tier 3s, and then even the tier 1s will run into the arms of the tier 2s because they think like you're accusing like people who are not in fact evil, because they don't realize the tier 2s are actually supporting people who kind of are evil. If someone's like a full-on grifter behind the scenes of all this, they don't really give a fuck and will kind of say and do whatever, which is its own kind of problem. Like, it's not really worth engaging at that point.
Okay, all right. I'll keep in mind. I think I kind of intuited some of this because I was I started to push much simpler talking points to the number 2s of like, these people are, you know, cheering for or supporting people who are talking about like killing us or like doxing us, like just kind of like basic like forget the healthcare stuff. Like these guys are literally just reading Hutch's address and LonerBox's address like on stream. I don't think I've ever actually heard them try to even engage with that point. I feel like we just brush past that, but yeah, I don't know. It makes me frustrated sometimes, but okay.
And that's the thing to center. Yeah, like they're quintessential useful idiots. That sounds a bit mean, but that's the thing is like, hey, this is, you're being a danger to others, and just like just showcasing with little editorializing as much evidence of the tier 3s as possible. Yeah, I think that's kind of the line. But please don't write all these people off as ops, because that will convert them into tier 3s. And they get exposed to these talking points enough, and then they start believing them, and that's the whole.
Yeah, I do think that, like, yes, the more that you push those types of people away, the more it will radicalize them. The more it'll make them feel like they're part of that other group. This is exactly what I was talking about the other day when we were talking about the algorithms with Destiny, where I said, like, there have to be large creators who are liberals who are actually incentivizing people to create liberal content. So while you're getting upset with Jola for going and making a bunch of content that is more left-leaning and appeasing the left, you're like, that's what works on fucking TikTok, because there aren't any large creators who are actually pushing people to the moderates. And so even if he does make videos where he's criticizing the farther left people and taking the side of the moderates, nobody likes the video. Nobody likes it. Nobody watches. Nobody fucking comments. Nobody gives a fuck. And so now everybody's highly incentivized to just keep talking shit about the moderates and keep taking the sides of the farther left. And in order for that content to exist, the type of content that we want, the type of content that like we think people should be watching, we have to push people to that content. Which is why I do try to push people to my fucking TikTok. That's why I try to like go into the TikTok space and fight these content creators more and actually engage with those people more. And I know that everybody in my community is like, Tom, those people are shit. That's a horrible place. Like, just fuck those people. Like, it needs people. They need people like us. They need smarter people. They need people who aren't fucking conspiracy theorists. They need people who aren't, shit for brains. They need those people in their space in order for us to have any sort of community engagement. Otherwise, like, it is just going to continue. We are going to be part of the process of insulating them and making it to where they all just become more and more radical. Like, so I mean, I have made a concerted effort for a while to keep engaging with the TikTokers, to keep going out and fighting them, to keep making response videos to them, to keep going out and streaming on TikTok, to going on the panels, like, because they do need those people over there who are actually more reasonable voices. Like, that has to happen in order for there to be any sort of moderation, because that is one of the platforms where it is so fucking insulated, especially for the left. Like, if you guys go over there for more than 10 minutes and watch any sort of political content, you will be inundated with just incessant fucking leftists. just nonstop talking about like everybody's racist and it's like it is really just the fucking SJW shit incessantly. Like that's what it is. So that's why when the James guy said he didn't used to watch me, he watched me because he thought I was like this right-wing anti-SJW guy. It's because those are the motherfuckers that I was fighting. It's because those are the people that I was fighting. Listen to this shit, okay? Just listen to, like, this is a quintessential example of what it is that I'm talking about when I'm talking about fighting the left, okay? If you guys were in my community at the time, like, you guys know I was being fucking flooded by far left crazy progressives. Just absolutely fucking flooded with these people. And it was hell. And I was getting support from some of like the biggest content creators on there who were like right wing, but like just now moving over to the left, just becoming anti Donald Trump, and it was fucking rough, dude.
Jeffrey Epstein knew a tremendous.
We had this fall.
There's no Trump. Fuck. This guy.
Bob.
When Donald Trump deploys.
I just asked how Tashika was racist and to who that would be to.
White people?
She's racist to white people?
Yes.
Tom, are you serious? Okay, what was a line that she said was quote unquote racist to white people?
So this is what it says.
Oh, so you're just pulling up random stuff of Tashika now? I mean,
well, you
is this
asked
relevant
me why
to
I
the-
said this.
I mean,
You asked me why I said this. I'm pulling up the reason why I said that she was racist. You don't want me to. What you're saying random? It's not random. You asked me why I said this.
Okay,
It's
I
not
can't
random
wait.
at
Let's
all.
see it.
All right. It says, hey everyone, I have a long journey here and I truly do love you all. With TikTok likely coming to an end, I took a look and everything and I am ready to move on. I appreciate every single thing you all have done. But for my final announcement, I want to give some final thoughts that I hope you all will think about in the Discord's absence. Here are all my final thoughts. 1, I hate white people. It will never go away. And I want to humbly apologize to all my fellow Negroes that I call crazy for saying
Dude,
that
are
they
you
also
fucking
hate white
serious?
people.
You just had. You did not just fucking read that out loud. Oh my gosh.
It's spelled
The amount of
K-N-E-E-G-R-O-S, but yes, I'm reading a statement from a
Are
black
you
person. If you want me to represent the
Oh.
black person correctly,
Hey, dude.
I am reading what they said.
Dog.
Well, wait. You asked me for evidence that she was racist. I just read the first time she said she
Okay.
hates white people. There's 6 more times
Because
on
dog,
here
if
if you want me to
actually
read those as well.
understand, if you understand this stance, okay, if you understand, as a white person, Tom, I understand going into a space with people of color that I'm not going to be immediately accepted, and that is because of shit like this, Tom. You're trying to prove a black woman is racist right now.
You
That's
asked
a
me
distress,
to.
and that's
Wait, you asked me to. Stop doing this. You're asking me to do something, and then you're acting like I'm weird when I respond to you and do the thing that you're asking me for. This is the 3rd time you've done this. You realize that. You ask me to do something, and then I do it, and then you say I'm weird for doing it. This is wild. What is happening? Why did you ask me to do it if you're gonna say I'm weird for doing it?
Dude, I didn't ask you to read the word aloud. That was like fucking crazy.
You just asked me
Like,
to
you-
prove
that's
that she was
fucking crazy.
racist, and I went to the source, and now you're pivoting to whether or not I said the word Negro. But you asked me to prove that she was racist, and that's what I was doing.
But you also say it while trying to say that a black woman is racist to white people.
You keep doing this where you're saying I'm trying to prove somebody's racist. You asked me to prove that she was racist, so stop pinning this on me. You asked me to do this,
No, you
and now
wanted
you're
to
acting
show
like
me
it's
so
weird.
bad.
I did
wanted to
not.
show
I
me
didn't
so
even bring
fucking
it up
bad.
when
Don't
you came
gaslight
on.
me.
I did not bring it up when you came on. You are lying. I'm not gaslighting you. You're a liar. You asked me to do it. You brought it up, not me. You brought it up.
No, you wanted to show me so fucking bad.
Anyway, I think I can handle this right now. I don't like white people, and I won't until you change. I think it's
This
okay
is-
to
yeah,
have an
this is
aversion to
racist.
people who shut the fuck up.
You're just
actually.
racist. No, you shut the get
I
off
don't
of my live. She has this black superiority complex. Because she's black, she's allowed to do all of this insane shit and then wear her blackness as a shield afterwards.
I just asked how Tashika was racist.
This is just like one example. There's a fucking flood of these that just like we could go on and on and on and on. But this is the TikTok is a ground that needs to be fucking colonized. Okay, we need to fucking colonize TikTok. The moderates need to get on there. We need to have the reasonable voices. And when we're talking about, you know, hey, we actually have to have some people who own the W's of the Biden administration, who actually own the label liberal, who actually, who actually push for these thought processes. Like, this is ground zero, motherfuckers. Like, TikTok is where the Antifa CEOs live.
Strat. That's like what 4chan
Is
actively
Pisco an
does.
op, Steven?
Well, no, but I mean, I've never really. When I say op, I've always said like you're enabling everything, and you're basically creating a. I think I used that phrase, creating a permission structure before is the issue. But there's an added complication too in that it feels like the people who are in like tier 3 right now are aware of this structure. Like I feel like the MAGA people in tier 3 are aware of the structure.
Tom, you and Tashika get along now? I don't know, man. I had a couple of conversations with her behind the scenes, and she was being chill, but I don't know if there's any real consistent thought process with her, because obviously when it came to other situations, like she was consistent in her thought process of what it means to be racist and wasn't doing this just like, you know, oh, it's it's just like the systemic version, and you know, there's no such thing as interpersonal racism, and you can't be racist to white people. Like she wasn't doing that anymore at the time. And I feel like she has gone back to that since. And I feel like, yeah, there's just, I don't know if there's actually a consistent thought process there. So I have no fucking idea. I don't know what she's doing.
But a lot of the center-left libs are not aware of this structure. And then what happens is they think that they don't realize that they're navigating a space where people are like deliberately farming and using them for a certain purpose or end. And then there's like a whole bunch of other people that are making a fuck ton of money being kind of like manipulated and used to some end, which is also kind of annoying. Not to say it's not impossible to...
Yeah. But that's the very, very real harm. So like instead of, oh, is this person an op or not? People are getting really confused in the conversation. Be like, hey, they're like a tier 2. They are unknowingly enabling and perpetrating.
I think that you can have like... I think that for a challenging conversation, I think that the structure is really good to keep in mind. I'm not sure for labeling if I would draw a distinction there, because I feel like I've drawn so many of these distinctions in the past that the distinctions have ended up hurting me quite a bit because the other side doesn't draw these distinctions. So if I'm like, because in the past I would be a lot more careful to kind of like clarify that like, well, I don't think these people are necessarily on their team, or I think that, you know, these guys just don't think this is as big of a threat, that when I constantly grant that leeway to them, and then when their tier 3s are talking about me, I'm explicitly like a neo-Nazi, sex pedophile, molester, whatever, that type of asymmetry ends up creating one of the things that irritated me.
He's a sex pedophile? Whoa! That's one of the worst kinds of pedophiles to be. A sex pedophile? Sheesh, they called him that.
With my community, and then that was a microcosm of what's happening right now with the Democratic Party and the DSA, is that when I am like endlessly charitable to the people around me that are calling me a pedophile rapist, the flow of community sometimes it can only go one way, because then anything that somebody sees of me talking about the other person, like some people will give me credit for the charity, but like when the infrastructure is large enough to do these huge attacks on me, they see me being whatever to another guy, you know, saying, oh, he's not the worst, you know, it's whatever. And then they see the other guy saying like, well, Destiny's also like a pedophile Nazi. And I think the impression left in people's heads is that like the actual arguments are farther than where I would want them to be. Does that make sense? I kind of...
Yeah. And I think that's also one of their strategies. It's a psychological authoritarianism. Leftists love doing this. They will put a burden on you to do work because liberals tend to be good faith and we will engage. We will do research and find answers. And something like that, like, are you charitable, is actually a request to like they're putting a burden and a work request on you. So like if someone even said dry bagging is a term.
Well, this is literally the demand of all liberals and literally nobody else. This is constantly the demand of all liberals all day, every fucking day, and nobody else. Nobody else like is demanded to be charitable. Nobody else has this demand to be the adult. Nobody else. It is like, it is a thing that even as a conservative, like you kind of recognize that it is always the liberals who are who have these like higher standards of like no hypocrisy and just literally everything. Like they are the adults in the room at all times.
Someone's like, I could really go for chips right now. Like they are putting the burden on you to get them chips and like do that emotional labor for them as well. So like that conversation, are you charitable enough, is oftentimes in really bad faith to make you waste time and energy and pull the spotlight away from them. The response is to just be like straight up post clips of these tier 3s being unhinged and to say like, this is who they are, this is what they believe. minimal editorializing, like just ground that in facts.
Mm-hmm.
Why is the conversation on, like the burden of proof is what's fucked up, right? And that's what they manipulate. And everyone skips past that part. The burden of proof should not be on you to prove you're charitable. This is who we're actually talking about here. Why are they being charitable to them? Yeah. They're trying to move the spotlight away because that helps them hide.
Mm-hmm.
Like the DSA caucus lady was straight up implied, but didn't outright say, she supports a one-state solution from the river to the sea, which is bad if you consider what that means policy-wise.
Sure.
That's dangerous. That's violent. But like they always hide and couch this. And it's like the things streamers will do also. They'll be like, oh, I'm just baby. I'm just a streamer. I don't do anything. I don't know. Like they run to the left to avoid accountability.
Okay. I'll keep it in mind.
Yeah, I think that's all I got. I hope that helps clarify the conversation. Yeah.
Well, have fun. Stay safe. Be careful. Where can people find you?
She'sRightShow.com. At She'sRightShow on like any social media. Obama? Hillary 2028.
Yeah, I wish. With Kamala as our VP. Hell yeah.
She said Obama. Stupid. Who would say such a thing? Well, perfect timing. Time for me to head out. I'll be back on tomorrow. Everybody make sure you join the Discord. Follow me on Twitter. And today, follow me on TikTok. I got a bunch of new videos that go up over there. Nowhere else. It is, it's good for your blood. Till then, appreciate you. All the links are in the description. Appreciate you. Love you. See you next time. Wicked, wicked. Later, fools.
The wind is bullshit.